After this, I'm going to change your battery, microphone battery.
Good. I'm sorry. Say again. All right, boxes. Come on, boxes. Come on. Boxes. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Martha, over the last hour or so, we've been seeing larger items getting blown off of buildings, bits of roofs, and we're seeing palm trees snap really for the first time. 2 here, and to my right, several palm trees snapped, fences down as well. And really the debris beginning to pile up. That's really part of the challenge for search and rescue teams when you do get so much debris on the roads, clearing it off. The saving grace is this is happening in daylight so far. And of course they were very aggressive in trying to evacuate people. 1.75 million people given mandatory evacuation orders. A lot of those people decided to stay, and you heard Governor DeSantis say earlier, we can't take people by the shirt collar and pull them out if they want to stay. So people are really deciding on their own, but for now, for the next hour or so, until these winds get down below 40 miles per hour, people are going to really be on their own. First responders cannot go out until the winds die down below 40. So I think this is really the worst of it the last hour or so here where I'm standing. We're seeing bits of buildings fly off. There's a marina over there to my left, and you can just hear these boats being crunched. I had something smash into my windshield before, so it's debris right now. It's the danger of debris, and the flooding and the storm surge will come in the next few hours also. Martha, back to you. Thank you. All right. They said they're going to come back to us.
They're going to come back to us?
Oh, I don't know.
All right, I'm going to change that battery.
All right. It might be half an hour. Here, I'll hold your thing. I'll hold it too.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check. He's not here yet, but I opened up the mic. There it goes. No, but the producer went to tell him that he's about 4 minutes out.
Alright, he'll be here in a second.
What's that?
He'll be here in a minute.
Okay.
I mean, this place is just, holy cow. Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
I was
I
so
grabbed a
worried.
couple bungees and then
I was so
Well,
worried.
I thought you were in there. Then
Oh
I
my
come
God.
up
I
and
was
I'm
in
like,
there.
they abandoned me.
No, he goes, I saw him. I saw the like the metal or whatever it was right
Yeah,
there.
started
And I
flying.
said, hey, watch that. And all of a sudden he jumped out and I was like, fuck that, if he's going up it. And then I thought like you were like shooting the tree. And he goes, every man for themselves. I said, I guess he's coming. I don't know.
No, I held a fort. I go down with the ship.
I just saw my that shot. I was like, oh no.
Well, I was looking at that. All
Yeah,
of that is
I was
destroyed.
worried that
Imagine if we would have set up live shot at that.
I know.
We would have
I knew
been.
it though. Like it's never good to be. This garage over here wrecked.
Which one?
Right here.
Really?
Look, the door is like all caved in.
Oh, I didn't even see.
And so we were hiding behind the wall, and all the siding was flying in.
Yeah, I
Car
know.
got hit. His car got hit.
Really?
Oh yeah. It's finally calming down a little bit.
I think we're done.
Probably.
I think that was the worst
Yeah, that was
of the
bad.
cyclone.
Yeah.
So then anything we get won't feel as bad.
No, and they're getting us a boat tomorrow. Trying to.
They're gonna what?
Trying to get us a boat tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah.
To go to like
To go shoot. Something.
shooting in the I guess
said, well,
flooded neighborhoods or
Yeah,
what?
here. Yeah, I guess.
The shot in the balcony looked pretty nice right
Really?
now because all the water is kind of scooping up and flying.
It's crazy. Oh, both the trees came down.
Yeah. Where is he? They're asking for him.
He's coming. He said he'd come in a second. He's eating his tuna. I said, hey, they want you.
No eyeballs, but he was told to come down, so he should be here shortly.
Cell service just sucks.
See? See that? It's starting to break apart. The yellow one.
Yeah, the yellow one.
I don't know about you, but I feel really safe right here for some reason. Because I'm able to see if something's coming, I'll just hide behind the pillar. There's nothing behind us.
I was just worried about the things flying.
Yeah.
That if it hits you, nothing you can do.
All right, Harrigan's here. Let me give him the microphone.
So what do you think is different? It looks a little bit lighter now, right?
Oh, yeah. It seems like
And the rain has stopped. Gotcha. Gotcha. I do, thank you. I'm good to go anytime. All right? Is everything okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it stopped raining.
Is this the eye?
I think so.
The eye's already passed, right? We should go over there. Today. Shosh, can you look at possibly going over there for 5 p.m.? What? We're in the eye? Oh, okay. Martha, it looks like we're in the eye at this point because the rain has stopped, the wind has died down quite a bit, so it's a lot lighter, a lot more peaceful than it was just 40 minutes ago. We're beginning to see some of what the destruction has been here. Palm trees snapped, parts of buildings down, parts of roofs down, and of course that debris that accumulates is a real problem. It's a problem for first responders and rescuers to get around. But I got to say, a moment of hope here in Charlotte County. The sky has lightened up, the rain has stopped, and for a brief moment anyway, that wind has certainly died down here. It's of course likely to pick up again once the tail end of the storm passes over us, but perhaps it won't be as severe. So there's hope for the hundreds of thousands of people who have been trapped for hours along the west coast of Florida. Charlotte County officials are saying 60,000 people at least in the A zone, the low-lying area, who they're going to have to go and make sure that they are okay after the storm has passed through, Martha. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
At the top of the 4 at 4:30.
Okay.
David, it says where we are was 11 miles from where the National Hurricane Center made landfall.
Right.
I think it's still too dangerous to go over there.
Then let's not go.
No, we gotta wait.
Because there's still stuff flying around.
Okay.
We're
That's
just
fine.
now in the eye. Just now. So I think.
You think now's the time
No.
to see?
I think just now, after, maybe after this next day, I think we need to get big things in over there.
Okay.
Wow, this place is wrecked.
Yeah.
There's a good shot of that up on our fourth floor.
Up here, on the
You can
balcony,
see all the
you can see all that.
destruction.
Why don't we move?
Now?
Yeah. We got no wind.
We have a hit in 10 minutes.
All right, let's do that hit.
We have a hit at 4. Do you think we have time?
And then from 4 to what?
We're supposed to be on again at 4:33.
Tell them we're moving the shot
I
at
could say
4.
we're gonna move the shot after the top of the 4.
show me the eye again? Of course, the thing fucks up right when I need to see it. Oh, okay.
Probably out of most of it now.
Yeah, where's it gonna go next?
So it's going up. So then we're gonna get all this.
Okay.
That's what's gonna happen. We were in all that. Now
Right.
that's gone up.
Right.
So.
I got a nice pair. Probably fit you. Better than those cheap frog togs.
I heard it as soon as I bent down and grabbed something. I was like, no! I knew exactly what it was. Stay for the bump for the whole hour.
Oh, whoa. Do they want better visual?
Just gonna ask. They're gonna come. What I said.
Okay. Can you do that? Now where are you going to go? Move it up to the 4th floor?
Yeah, I would say so.
So
Once this hits over, you mind walking up and checking to see if the 3rd or the 4th floor is the best one?
Yeah.
So we're going to do it from
kind of
like
by
the
elevator. Well, maybe the other side of the elevator.
We're going to do it from the stairway?
From the stairway.
Yeah, from the little landing.
Now what can you see? You can see destruction?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
going to see.
because you can see all the boats and stuff.
Okay.
More clear. Area 3.
Good. Harrigan for IFB, please. Thank you. Thank you.
This one.
I can, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sure, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I am, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can, thank you. You can just show any destruction you want. I'll point out stuff behind me initially. I'll point out stuff behind me initially, but then you can just roll video of whatever destruction you'd like. Sure. I need my goggles! Neil, we had the illusion for the last 15 or 20 minutes that things might be dying down. That, of course, was the eye of the storm. Part of that eye passed right over us. The skies got lighter. The heavy rain, which has really lashed for hours, stopped completely, and the winds died down. Now the tail end of that storm is beginning to hit us, the backside of it, and we'll see how powerful it is compared to the start. I can tell you just from this small vantage point where we've been throughout most of the day, and we're still hearing tin and aluminum just crash around me. The storm, the winds have been powerful enough to snap trees, to knock down even palm trees, as they're picking up once again now, and also to knock down parts of the buildings around us. I'm looking at some of these condominium walls, and the aluminum siding on them has pretty much been stripped bare as those fly around. We've seen a lot just fly through the air. The real concern, though, is what is happening to the people who stayed behind. It's too hard for rescuers to go out now, so in this county alone, we're looking at up to 60,000 people in low-lying area who stayed and who might need help, either from the wind or from the flooding and storm surge still yet to come. Neil, back to you. Going up?
Yeah.
this rain is to occur, and we're only going to continue with this as we go on into tomorrow, Brooks. We have that issue for tomorrow with the winds on top of that.
I know the winds over saturated ground will no doubt lead to more power outages. So many of us are losing power. If you do lose power, don't forget with the Storm Team app, with the Fox 35 app, you can watch us live. You can watch the continuing coverage. You just have to have internet. Obviously, if power goes out, your Wi-Fi is going to go out too, unless you got that on a generator. But don't forget, we're on the app, so if you really need to know what's going on, it's live streaming video right there. But we really want to drive home that if we start to see rain like this, it could be a really far from ideal situation for tomorrow morning. And it's going to be the kind of thing where if you sleep tonight, you're going to wake up to a changed landscape in some areas with this high water. I mean, this is a lot of water coming our way, and that part of the storm has not even arrived yet. Winds right now gusting to 71 in Sarasota, 60 in Tampa, and almost at 50 now in Orlando. So we're starting to see the winds really ramping up. A closer view right now of wind gusts. We've got 44-mile-per-hour gusts in Sanford, 46 at Daytona, about 22 in Ocala, 39 in Leesburg. So these could ramp up tonight, especially places like Polk County, over 90 miles an hour. It looks like we're going to see most of the wind really rolling into Polk County and eventually Orange County from about, say, 1 or 2 in the morning until about 9 in the morning. And it really will get really windy on top of all that rain. Let's talk about power outages. We've got, of course, as you'd imagine, huge power outages. Reports at the latest check, about 1 million customers statewide out of power, most of it down where landfalls occurred. We're starting now to see some local power outages here across the Orlando region. We've got them in the Winter Springs area, in Oviedo, and Seminole County, also around Orlando, Claremont, Leesburg. So we'll look at those totals, but these are no doubt going to tick up, and it's only just begun. This is the crux of it. Here is future radar starting off about 45 minutes from now. It's doing a good job of depicting what's going on now, where we've got these heavy rains right over Orlando. But focus to the southwest on the bottom left-hand part of your screen where I'm pointing to. That'll be the center of the storm, and it's going to make its way northeastward. And in doing so, this zone where we're on the essentially northwestern eye wall of the hurricane will represent the heaviest rain. And this rain will come down in a way that a lot of people, especially if you're not from Florida, you've never seen it rain like this. It is really, really, really going to rain. And it's going to come down at what could be 4 inches plus, maybe 6 inches per hour over a period of several hours. So this is 1:30 in the morning, the back edge of it, not even through Lakeland yet. It'll be really coming down in Orlando. So again, between about 8 p.m. and 1 a.m. And then from there, finally by maybe around 5 a.m., it'll start to move on out. But we could be looking at a period of 8 hours or more where it's raining at greater than 4 inches per hour. So if you do the math on that, right, 8 hours times 4 inches per hour is 24. So, yeah, thanks. Got to do the math, when you do this wall-to-wall coverage. Your brain gets fuzzy. But, yeah, fuzzy math aside, Ian, 24. 8 times
30, 36.
8 times 4 is 32.
32.
Oh, my gosh.
We're meteorologists. We're mathing it here. Our brains are basically fried.
All right, bottom line,
we're
32 inches of rain.
We're not your math teachers.
32 inches of rain.
Yes.
8 times 4 is 32. Goodness gracious. All the middle school teachers are shaking their erasers at us. 32 inches of rain, though, of course, joking aside, is really, really bad, and that's going to cause extensive flooding. So we're going to continue to track this. We'll let you know when the heaviest rains roll in, and of course, if a tornado warning is issued, we'll have it here for you first. Back to you.
Brooks, Ian, thank you both. Well, we want to show you some of the incredible video coming into the newsroom right now. This is a home in Cape Coral. Take a look. You can see the shingles are being ripped off the roof of this home. This is right where Hurricane Ian came ashore along the Gulf, and the winds were up to 150 miles per hour. The person who posted this on social media wrote a caption saying, "Look, our neighbor's roof is about to be destroyed."
It's a white capping on our lawn.
Yeah, here's another view from Sanibel Island that's getting a lot of attention. Those are whitecaps. That's the waves of flooding rushing over someone's lawn. You can see the palm trees from the home's balcony blowing sideways at that point. Flooding there and throughout Lee County is expected to get even worse. Yeah, we keep seeing these videos. We're seeing intense pictures out of Southwest Florida. We also have a time lapse of that storm surge on Sanibel Island.
Our partners at Fox Weather are in Punta Gorda tonight, and that's just north of Fort Myers, close to where Ian made landfall. You can see as those winds picked up, the debris starts flying, and then the surf, John. That's the big issue over there. Yeah, the biggest issue when it comes to a hurricane is the surf and the flooding. That is where most people die, is in that.
And you may have missed it because you see it come a little bit, here comes the wind, here come the waves, and then all of a sudden it comes in quick.
Yeah.
And that's what we were talking about up in Tampa, the people who are out there in the ocean looking around. If it does come in quick, they've got a significant problem.
You do not want to be in the bay.
Hopefully it comes in slow. And there, I just saw one of the people, I had to confirm this, but high tide is coming in this afternoon, so they're going to get even more water coming over this way.
Close to some buildings that are keeping us sheltered. Now, we're dealing with some wind, don't get me wrong, but we're able to get these shots out. And many of the streets in Punta Gorda look like this. You've got the palm fronds, you've got the coconuts here in the street, and then just several pieces of debris from either, again, roofs, fences, that type of thing. And then we've also seen power poles. That
we want to go right now to the Seminole counties. They're giving us an update.
Power. Once it becomes unsafe, the power crews will go to their staging locations, which are at various locations here around the county, some fire stations here at the Public Safety Building. And then once it is clear for them to get out, they will start restoration efforts again. Damage assessment teams are also on staging and ready to respond after the storm. These damage assessment teams will go out. They'll do look at community roadways, homes, buildings, critical infrastructures for damage, and then identify any roads that may need to be closed, anything that could be fixed quickly, and then we will make those determinations about lifting curfews if the curfew is necessary. All right, with that, I'd like to turn it over to the fire chief for some additional comments.
All right, so again, we're keeping tabs on how that's going. Again, 1.1 million people across the state of Florida without power right now. One thing that he was mentioning was that they cannot go back in and restore power until the winds die down, because that's one of the regulations. So they're going to be without power for a while. All right, our live team coverage continues with Fox 35's David Martin. He's in Sarasota today.
David, you're just north of where Ian made landfall. What's the situation over there now?
Luann, good afternoon. Hi, John. We're actually in Bradenton at our safe house as the storm passes through. And I want to send Paolo around the corner here on the back patio deck of the safe house so you can see what we're looking at here. And I'm going to stop talking when the winds pick up because the howling and the whistling from Hurricane Ian is something to behold. Just take a listen. That's constant, and it's been happening for hours out here, and where we are is about 30 minutes north of where we were stationed this morning in Sarasota. You can see behind Paolo the pool here, like many other pools in the Lakewood Ranch neighborhood, are getting full. Well, yeah, protect yourself, Paolo. Let's come behind you. We've lost a screen here on our patio. Nothing that we can't replace, though, in a matter of a few minutes when this is all said and done. The lake behind us, that gives you a clear indication of what we're witnessing out here. Waves on a lake, and what a current that is. I'll tell you, John and Luann, this is quite the scene in Bradenton. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, hey, David, before we let you go, hopefully we can stay with you. It's cutting up a little bit. I've been watching your coverage all day long. Hey, tell us what you've experienced from this morning, before it came in, into what you're seeing right now. How's that been?
It's been constant. It's been a steady stream of just wind and rain. I will say, the debris we saw before we got inside shelter here was what you'd expect. A lot of tree limbs. A few of those trees that are the super tall palm ones, you think, how are those going to withstand a storm? We saw a few of those down in the street. We saw some power lines. This is in Sarasota, of course. But nothing that made us go, oh boy, we can't recover from this. It's going to take a long time. It seemed at the moment pretty doable. So basically what I'm saying is, compared to what you're seeing out of Lee County and Naples in that area, they've dodged a bullet so far. Now this is constant though, so we'll see when we get out the front side of the house what we're looking at. But as of now, we can handle this.
Glad to hear nothing severe is happening. David, your shot is breaking up a bit, so we're going to let you go.
Yeah, they're on the correct side. I guess the safer side of this one right now is the stuff down south that's really getting it, which is where our partners at Fox Weather are stationed. They're all over the state monitoring the conditions of Ian.
Fox Weather's Will Nunley has been monitoring the conditions in Fort Myers for hours now, and he's seeing down traffic lights and roofing materials littering the streets.
I wanted to show you this, if I can hold it up without it flying out of my hand. This is a part of the street sign from what I think is Colonial Boulevard, which is right here. It's this big 4-lane in front of us here, but it just shows you how anything and everything becomes a projectile in wind like this. You don't want to encounter this as you're trying to maneuver around out here. That's why we have to really take shelter and, you know, hide behind what we can to make sure that we're safe. I want to try to give you a little bit of a view here. Chris, if you were to step out just a little bit there, we can show you that's the intersection where I'm talking about. Streetlights, of course, ripped down from all of this. We see parts of building. Oh, they're going down the street as part of one of the streetlights right now. And I'll tell you, these are heavy. If we look right over here to my right in the street, you can see parts of these streetlights. These are big, heavy metal assemblies with these lights, and they're just being thrown around like they're toys. Look at the workout that the top of these palm trees are getting. And that just shows you, and I don't know if the camera detects it, the sky above, if you can see how fast those clouds are moving, but there is just, you can see the clouds swirling around overhead. And as the wind changes direction, which it has dramatically since we started our reporting here, it begins to do damage to other parts of buildings, other structures that may have been unaffected. At this point, because we've had this wind sustained for so long, we have numerous trees down. It's going to be difficult to get out of some of these roads. It's going to take a while because there are going to be so many trees, utility lines, power lines down in these cases. We have seen all of these digital signs for these gas stations that just basically the tops have blown off of them. All of the, you know, the message boards and things inside of it, we can't even see them. They're just gone. There are parts of buildings that are coming off, including the building we're sheltering in has these terracotta roof panels that are coming off, and this is still an hours-long process. We still have hours of this ahead of just this incredible wind that is turning everything into a projectile, doing considerable damage to the infrastructure, the electric grid, to buildings here, and we still have a long way to go. Back to you.
You just really have to feel for those people. The video that's coming in, the flooding, it's up to the roof of cars. It's getting into people's homes. It's just terrible. And this is just the beginning of it.
And you've talked about it before, the different sides of the storm. If you think about it, those guys are 70 miles apart. What we were seeing where David was and where Will was, completely different. And that's really, what, halfway across the Orlando metro area. So you could see anything here.
It all depends on where that eye comes ashore. On the right side, it's horrific. On the left side, it's not so bad.
Yeah, and that's where you just saw it right there. Fox 35's Vicki Carr continues our live team coverage from Volusia County.
Hey there, Vicki. You're at a marina in Daytona Beach. What are you seeing over there?
Hey, John and Luann, where conditions here are not as bad as those guys here yet, but I can tell you the wind is picking up. I can actually hear the wind howling. There's some debris here and there, but like you said, I'm here at the Halifax Harbor Marina. This is in Daytona Beach, so this, of course, a big concern. All of the boats out here, a lot of these boats have been tied down. The boat owners out here doing their preparations. It is a little quiet right now because I talked to a boat owner who said that they finished everything up yesterday, but I have seen some boat owners come out here and check on them, a lot of them tying them down. That's why you don't really see a lot of these boats moving, because they have been tied down, secured. I talked to that boat owner. He said he lives about a mile away from here, and he came to check on his boat to make sure that nothing happens during the storm. Take a listen to what he said.
All right, so let's move a little bit further south here. We even have more new video showing damage already racking up in Naples. This video here was tweeted out not too long ago of a cell phone. It shows all sorts of flooding there, lots of stuff piling up in the yards. That area expected to get hit hard over the next couple of days. Again, that's kind of been the center of where a lot of it's been happening, so they've seen some of the worst of it so far. Not only the storm surge in this area, but then a couple feet of rain as well. Something else that paints a picture of just how strong the winds are blowing around. You saw this one just a little bit ago. This is the shingles being blown off some roofs. Again, that video back in that area. We keep going back to this area because that is the part, that one's in Cape Coral, again, Southwest Florida. That is the area that's seeing the bulk of it right now. And Luann, one thing I wanted to go back to what Will was saying a little bit ago. We've all lived through some of these hurricanes. There's, what, 3 million new people or whatever the number is at this point, right?
Yeah.
They haven't experienced this. And to me, the thing that I think wears on you the most is that constant whistling, knowing that it's out there, and it goes on and on. He said 2 days of that in that area.
Wow.
I don't think we've ever seen 2 days straight of that. It's usually a day and it's on. This is going to be a long storm.
Ian is very slow. It's only going 9 miles per hour. I've never experienced a hurricane that slow before. Normally within 24 hours, it's in, it's out. You get to go outside, assess the damage. Yeah, it is going to be until about Friday morning until we're able to go outside.
Here's the number that Brooks threw out a little bit ago. 12 hours for the center of the storm to move over the Orlando metro. So tomorrow afternoon, southern part gets a Cat 1. And then by the time it clears out in Volusia County, 12, 13, 14 hours later. So we're going to be in this with those kind of winds, tropical storm or Category 1 winds for at least 12 hours. So that's going to be a long time.
I wanted to show you this. I know you can't see it home. We're going to try to turn this video around. Flooding so bad in Fort Myers, there's a shark swimming down the middle of the street. So we're going to try to get that video for you.
That's why they say don't go into the waters, right, Luann?
Yeah, that
you never
among
know.
other things as well. So yeah, a lot going on over on the Gulf Coast. Things are about to pick up here in a few hours, as you can see on the radar there. We are getting some yellows and reds, which means those squalls are starting to come into our area. The rain is getting more intense with each passing hour.
Yep, and much of the data surrounding hurricane forecast is thanks to an elite crew that flies into the middle of these storms. They're called hurricane hunters, and they risk their lives in every single mission. And Michael Brennan joins me now. I believe we have Michael here. Is it Michael or Jamie? We have Jamie. All right, Jamie Rohn. Sorry about that. We had a couple of names in there. He's the acting director of NOAA's National Hurricane Center. So we saw that they were going into the eye a little bit ago. Did they find anything new with this storm before it hit landfall?
Nothing substantial to note. Now that it's making landfall, we're starting to see the pressures rise, and hopefully the wind speeds and peak wind speeds will come down pretty quickly as it moves inland.
Tell us, how is this mission that happened today going to help with forecasting where Ian is going since making landfall?
So it's as it moves inland here over the central state of Florida, you can see it's going to cut a swath of strong winds. That's what the reds are here, is denoting the area of strong winds. But you can also see it's going to ultimately peel back and impact southeastern parts of the United States, including Georgia and South Carolina.
Hey, Jamie, we saw a couple of people tweeting out who are with your agency there saying they hadn't seen an eye quite like this one. They said they got readings of 157, which would make this a Cat 5. Do you guys then reevaluate all the numbers and see exactly what it was that came ashore?
Yeah, we'll take a real hard look at that after the storm. The data was right on the cusp, and so we'll just need to take several weeks, if not months, to go back and evaluate all that data and make a final determination.
Talk to us about the flooding. We are expecting here in Central Florida anywhere from 20 to 30 inches of rain in some areas. What is that going to mean for us?
Yeah, along the I-4 corridor, you can see this band of heavy precipitation is going to set up. And these numbers have gone up today. If you remember looking at these precipitation estimates yesterday, this is now much higher than it was yesterday. And it's set up right along the I-4 corridor, so Tampa to Orlando and then back northward to Jacksonville. Potential for 20-plus inches of rain, which creates this large swath of high risk of flooding.
Yeah, Jamie, we keep comparing this storm to Charlie back in 2004. Charlie was quick in and out of here. Is it abnormal for one to move as slow as Ian is moving right now, or is this just something we haven't seen in Florida in so long?
No, it's not unusual. We've been seeing more of it of late. You saw it with Harvey and several other storms, but that's what is creating the significant rainfall potential here. I mean, these predicted rains, if they were to occur, would be historic and catastrophic for Florida.
Talk to us about, John, you brought up Hurricane Charlie. Yep. This is pretty much taking the exact same path. It went in near Punta Gorda. It's going to exit near Daytona. What is the difference between Ian and Charlie back in 2004?
Unfortunately, the likeness stops at the track because, in this case, Ian is a substantially bigger hurricane. Charlie was a really small system, a very small system, which limited the damaging wind swath and especially limited the storm surge. In this case, Ian is very large, and that both increases the damaging wind swath and the storm surge potential. Also, Ian is crawling across the state where Charlie zipped across the state, so this is making it more of a heavy rain maker.
Hey, Jamie, I'll leave it with this one, too. I know you watch these hurricanes all the time. Is there anything with this one in particular where you guys around the office are saying, I cannot believe this?
You know, I've been at it for 23 years, and you get to see a lot of things over at that time, so I don't know that anything jumps out at me as a surprise. I will say this. The historic and aggressive forecast that the Hurricane Center made with respect to showing the rapid intensification over the Northwest Caribbean, advertising that it was going to become a major hurricane when nothing more than a puff of clouds was out there. That, to me, stood out because I don't know that we would have made that forecast 5-6 years ago.
Yeah, that shocked us here, too, that it was just you even made the point on the air. It's like there's nothing out there right now. There was something out there, I guess, Lou.
Absolutely. One more question before we let you go, Jamie. Tell us what we can expect here in Central Florida over the next 24 to 36 hours.
Things are going to go downhill pretty quickly over the next several hours, and with the sun setting, conditions are going to get really treacherous. And so I want everyone to stay wherever they are. Don't go out venturing, driving around. Driving around in flooded roads is dangerous enough during the daytime hours and just absolutely dangerous at night.
All right, Jamie, thanks so much for your time today, and I'm sure we'll talk to you either today or tomorrow at some point. Jamie Rome, appreciate your time. Well, Hurricane Ian, of course, wreaking havoc on Florida at this point.
It is, and Fox 35's Austin Westfall is live for us over in Tampa. So, Austin, we checked in with you about an hour or so ago. It was very windy, very rainy. Have things calmed down there yet?
Nope, things are looking just about the same. I'd say it's probably about the same as it was about an hour ago. Not any more windier than it was before, not any rainier than it was before. People are still walking on the streets. Occasionally we'll see somebody walk by. The occasional car is still coming through. We did hear from the mayor of Tampa earlier today. She said that they're expecting 18 to 20 inches of rainwater coming in later this evening. That's a big deal because this is such a heavily populated area. Governor Ron DeSantis said that he thinks that most people have evacuated these areas, but not 100% of them. It's unclear exactly how many people are still in town, but as I see cars still driving around me, it's pretty clear that the impacts of this storm are not deterring everybody from staying in this area. Every once in a while, a gust of wind does come through that really kind of hits you in the face and you can feel it, but we're nowhere near seeing the level of devastation that the southern portion of the state is seeing right now. What I can say about the Tampa area for now is that we believe the impact of this storm might be coming to its peak sometime in the PM hours tonight, but as of now, so far today, it's been nothing but strong winds, a little bit of rain, but nothing that is too damaging. We'll send it back to you guys.
Austin, before we let you go, I guess it's kind of a sigh of relief where you're at right now because 2 days ago, you guys were right in the center of the eye where we thought it was going to go. And now you're seeing some storms, but not as significant as what it could have been a couple of days ago.
Yeah, and that was something that the mayor touched on this morning. We thought it was possible that the Tampa metro area was going to take a direct hit from this storm. Obviously, as the track of Ian moved further south, that was a big sigh of relief for this heavily populated area of the state. But as it moved further south, the concerns of the flooding, that concern decreased here in the Tampa area, but it only increased in the central western part of Florida. We're seeing all those horrific images coming out of Fort Myers, that area over there. It is not as bad as it could have been, but still, people are bracing for the worst here in Tampa later tonight.
All right. Thanks so much, Austin. We'll talk to you soon. Yeah, it's too bad seeing Fort Myers as well. I mean, everybody here loves that. That area is the most beautiful, one of the most beautiful parts of Florida.
Marco Island,
and they are,
Captiva. It's going to be probably a year or two to clean up watching that video.
So I just drove through northern Florida along I-10 recently, and what was that, 4 or 5 years ago was that tornado, and there's still devastation up in that area.
Yeah.
It's taken that long, and they're just now getting some things open. I hate to say it, but when we see this all said and done with possibly a Category 5, it's not going to be good, Lou.
Yeah, no. Well, let's check in what we can expect here in Central Florida. It seems like the wind and the rain is starting to pick up outside.
Yeah, what you guys got right now?
Well, to illustrate the broad reach of this system, the eye is now only making it ashore down there in southwest Florida. But we've had a couple of big wind gusts, one in New Smyrna Beach. Ian just picked up. Ian, how hard did that wind blow in New Smyrna Beach?
It was strong. It was the strongest we've seen so far recorded, 74 miles per hour.
Hurricane force.
That is hurricane force officially, and we've already seen that happening on New
on
Smyrna
our
Beach.
side,
yeah,
100 miles from the system.
Yes, on the opposite side of the state.
Yeah.
So
wow,
this is a sign that things are definitely going in that direction. This is a
Yeah.
large wind field, which was the concern with the storm.
Yeah, that's right. And look at the camera behind me. I mean, it is really bouncing around. This is Daytona Beach. This is Volusia County. You can see the sea state. It's just foam, right? It's all coming ashore. Right now, the tide is kind of a mid-tide. The trees are blowing in the wind, and the wind is only going to increase as the center of Ian tracks toward this area. It's not even going to get here in Daytona Beach till probably tomorrow morning. That's right, till probably tomorrow morning. Here's some wind gusts: 75 Sarasota, 48 in Orlando. Closer view, we're looking at winds of 48 in the Sanford area, 44 Daytona, about 39 in Leesburg. So the heart of this hasn't really happened yet, but it will. Tonight we're going to see winds kicking up. We're going to have gusts well over 60 on the regular. And another thing to tell you about is this rain. You know, we've been tracking this rain potential, additional rain. We've already had several inches. We could get as many as 20, maybe 25 inches of rain. Hard to say exactly where that's going to happen, but here's the thing. Once we get into late tonight, it's really going to start pouring. It's like the unrelenting downpour type stuff, and if you live in a spot that floods, most certainly there will be some issues, and some roads could get cut off. Flooding may be a legacy of the storm. You heard the director of the National Hurricane Center, Jamie Rome, say there that if this pans out as the computer models and the official forecasts do, the flooding could be not just impactful for roads, but possibly to homes, and that could be one of the legacies of this hurricane. Often hurricanes are exclusively thought of as how strong is the wind, but they're also huge rainmakers, and oftentimes the biggest damages and sometimes the biggest life threats are from the inland freshwater flooding from all the rain. Look at this storm. Major hurricane right now making landfall. It's over Charlotte County. It's heading into DeSoto County at this time. Forecast to be a Cat 1 as late as 2 a.m. overnight tonight, and into tomorrow morning. It arrives finally in the Orlando, Sanford area as what should be a tropical storm, but a strong one. And so with all the rain expected overnight and then the wind, it's going to kind of blow things around. A lot of the trees out there are in a weakened state, and they could fall. And in doing so, knock out power for the long haul, maybe days or maybe up to or exceeding in some places if it's a rural area away from essential services, maybe more than a week. Our Fox model tomorrow morning depicting a 9 a.m. arrival in Orlando. So it's going to take between roughly now and 9 o'clock to make that trip from Port Charlotte. That's a very slow moving storm. And with rainfall rates, once we get into this inner core that could exceed 4 to 7 inches per hour, we could see rainfall totals that are beyond excessive. So here's what I mean. 6 o'clock, this is future radar in about a half an hour. We're going to start to see the first more intense bands working up toward Kissimmee, Lakeland, Fort Meade, Wauchula. That's Hardee County down there. Working north of I-4, arriving in Orlando shortly before midnight, then continuing and really, really raining through about 5 a.m. So there will be hours ahead where the rain is coming down in a way that a lot of people just haven't seen it rain. Well, right now, we're picking up some heavy rain around the region, and Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Ian Cassette is tracking that right now in the Storm Center. Ian, some of these storms earlier have produced tornadoes. We've got videos all over social media of the tornado warnings that we were warning for that actually verified. People saw the funnels coming down. How's it looking right now, and do you see that happening inside of the next 2 hours?
In the next 2 hours, we have those conditions favorable for it, and that's what we're really going to be watching is any of these storms, especially on the south end where we have not much action going on. We're going to be watching for these storms to potentially have that, or at least have that potential for tornadoes, because we are looking at that movement around the hurricane. It is moving northeast, and we have those bands that have rotation to it. But so far, we have no active tornado warnings, or at least here in recent moments, but we will continue to watch each of these. The big threat right now is, again, that flooding risk. That is the thing that is going to be most commonplace over our area. So I'm going to pause the radar here, and I'm going to show you where the heaviest rainfall is right now. A lot of areas getting lighter rain on the west side of our viewing areas, so into Lake Sumter County, also into Marion County, you're getting some lighter showers extending to the northwest. But zooming in on where the heaviest rain is right now, we're experiencing really some heavy downpours right over our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, where the rain rates right now, let me pull that up because that is going to be something that I'm sure is running very high. We're seeing some really heavy rain, and I'll pull that here showing you those rain rates that are probably upwards of 5 to 6 inches an hour. We're seeing 4.6, 5 inches an hour. And while this has good movement to it, these storms are moving at about 20, 25 miles per hour. That's something that helps because you don't have this sitting on top of you for very long. The issue is the prolonged period of this event is going to extend that flooding threat. So you'll pick up a couple inches here, a couple inches there, 2-3 inches here. it's going to be this throughout the course of this event, and that all adds up as water has nowhere to go. So currently we're seeing the heaviest rates right now moving into Seminole County. There's Oviedo. It is moving to northwest. Oviedo has already picked up a few inches of rain here so far today. And when going back here to at least the reflectivity showing you the heavier rain, we're seeing some of those heavy downpours that are moving from west to east and from Mims stretching to Bithlo, University Park, and it's lighter currently right over Orlando, but the heaviest rain is now moving into parts of Seminole County up to Sanford, where I actually did have a report here I wanted to share with you guys. We had a report of 48 miles per hour at the Sanford Airport in Brooks. These winds, these wind gusts are starting to really rise, and that's only going to be through the rest of this afternoon and evening and overnight.
I've been texting my wife in Oviedo, and the power's been flickering on and off, and I think now it's off for good. Oh well, but you know, that's what a lot of us are going to be facing, and if that's the worst of it, that's good, because one of the biggest impacts is going to be the rain. The wind will move in later on tonight, and it'll be pretty incessant. It's going to be howling through the trees. You might hear whistling in the trees. We could have gusts exceeding 75 miles an hour. Right now, 48 miles per hour Orlando, and in Sanford, 44 at Daytona Beach, about 30 miles an hour in Titusville. You know, where things are calm, it doesn't look too bad. This is the Launch Credit Union camp at Port Canaveral. Things are pretty quiet there, but it has been band after band of rain coming in. Remember, the hurricane is way down here. It's over near the Rotunda area, Fort Myers, Englewood. This is South Sarasota County, North Charlotte County, moving into DeSoto County. So this is southern Tampa Bay region, northern Fort Myers area, and it's moving in slowly. It's going to be heading up toward Arcadia down there in DeSoto County, but maintaining enough strength where the Weather Service has said, you know what, we could have hurricane force gusts for a while. And so let's go ahead and extend the hurricane warnings. It now includes Volusia County, Brevard County, Lake County, Seminole County, Orange County, down through Osceola. So just about every core county in the Orlando metro is under a hurricane warning. These are tropical storm warnings to the north and west. Earlier tracks forecast this to slam the Big Bend, and they kind of dodged this one with most of the impacts now well south. Well, speaking of impacts, some of the biggest winds are on the southwest side of the state right now. Look at this video now coming out of Sanibel Island. This is near the Fort Myers area. Oh my goodness, dramatic video. Winds there gusting well over 100 miles an hour. The water lapping up against the pool there and the resort patio. And just amazing to witness the power there of nature. And look what happened just a few minutes later. The storm surge arrived, completely inundating the entire deck. That once beautiful pool now marred with silty sand, and there's going to be a lot of cleanup there. That's the big thing too, is that once the water finally recedes, the pool's filled up with sand. So it's a big cleanup. So yeah, they're having far-reaching impacts there, and the pictures are definitely sobering. Tampa Bay really dodged a bullet with this one. It looked like this was going to hit them right on the chin, and it moved south, eventually pushing water out of the bay instead of pushing it into the bay. So they really got lucky. But I want to show you some of the wind gusts. A lot of folks have been asking us, you know, when's the rain going to start? Obviously, that's now started, but it's really going to start with urgency in a couple of hours, and the wind is going to follow. These are future wind gusts. Tonight at 10:30, we'll see gusts about 52 in Orlando, so maybe a little bit more than what we're seeing now, but not much more because, well, the storm's still all the way down here in southwest Florida. Gusts to 75, 80 miles an hour down towards Sarasota, Bradenton. Fort Meade in Polk County could see wind gusts up to 112 miles an hour. Lakeland tonight at 10:30 could see wind gusts over 90 miles an hour. So this is going to be some very impactful wind for those areas. And by the time we get to 2:15 in the morning, this is where it gets intense. This is where it gets real for us here in Orlando. We could see wind gusts of up to 72, maybe 75 miles per hour. That's a possibility for us here at 2:15 tonight. So it's going to be a long, dark night with a lot of wind out there. And we'll keep you informed here to help keep you safe. If you lose power at your house, remember the Storm Team app has live streaming video. So as long as the cell phone towers work, you can always catch the latest right here. All right, back to you, John. Luann.
All right, thanks a lot, Brooks. Well, NOAA is busy tracking Hurricane Ia right now. It posted this time-lapse video taken from one of its satellites just in the last couple of hours. You can see how big this storm is, and you can also see the well-defined eye with the most intense storms and the cloud movement swirling around it. As it gets closer and closer, you can see right there, and now we know that the eye hit right near Fort Myers, but that storm is massive, and that's why it's stretching really from the Keys all the way up to our area right now, Luann.
It covers the whole state. It goes from the Gulf over to the Atlantic. Well, right now, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are dry and indoors practicing at one of the Dolphins' practice facilities down in Miami. The Bucks are still set to face off against the Chiefs this coming Sunday.
Well, it has been raining pretty much all day here in Central Florida, and it's going to get a whole lot worse. A lot more rain's on the way, Luann.
It sure is. Fox 35's Matt Trezza is in Tavares in Lake County right now. That area has been hit hard by hurricanes in the past. Doesn't look so bad right now, though, Matt. How are things there?
Well, things are looking stormy here, but overall not too bad here. A world of difference from 2017 when Irma really walloped this place. Now you can see there's a big difference between now and then, and now is there are no boats out on these docks. Now I was out here in 2017 covering that storm, and there were only about, I'd say 25% of the boats that were out on the dock had been removed at the time. Now the people at that time were told that they should remove the boats ahead of Irma, and only about a quarter of the boats had been removed. And what ended up happening was when that storm really hit this area hard, those docks were trashed. I mean, the pilings were down. The thing was really in a very, very bad shape. Several $1 million worth of damage was done to the area. We probably have some video of it that I think we can put up on the screen. And just the devastation was really clear. I was staying at a hotel not far from here. I think we can pan around and we can see it. And we stayed the whole night broadcasting from the balcony of the hotel and, just showing over the night when Irma was here in 2017, the whipping wind and the rain. And then we woke up in the morning and we saw that the docks here, the seaport in the city of Tavares, which is the county seat of Lake County, was just utterly trashed. Right now, it is a very different picture. We've got the rain, we've got the gray clouds that are across the water here in what is billed as the Seaplane City. But again, no boats out on these docks right now. It looks like the people here have heeded the warnings and the lesson of what happened back in 2017, and they're deciding to be better safe than sorry when it comes to this major storm that appears to be at this point heading our way. Live at Tavares, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
Matt, thank you. The water along Lake Monroe in Sanford is nearly above the seawall at this hour. This is a live look at the marina on the right now.
And Fox 35's Marlisa Goldsmith joins us live in downtown Sanford. So, Marlisa, you've been out there at the Riverwalk all day long. How's it looking right now compared to what it was a few hours ago?
Well, John, since the last time we checked in with you, we actually moved to a different vantage point of Lake Monroe. I want to give you a look at the images we're seeing right now. You can see just how high this water is. The water almost reaching above the seawall here. And since the last time we checked in, I told you that I thought things were getting better with people staying away from the area. But in fact, since the last hour we checked in with you all, more people have come out. I just spoke with a man moments ago who told me he was out here. He just wanted to get a closer look to see what things were looking like for himself. But I have to tell you that law enforcement, government officials, meteorologists, everyone is urging you to stay away. They're asking that you find your safe place. Flooding is going to happen. It's not a matter of if, but a matter of when. And as we see the sun set and we get into those darker hours, if we have to deal with power outages, it's going to be dangerous. So folks, it's so important that you heed the warning, heed the messages, that you stay away from this storm. It's important that if you can get to a safe location, if you can get to a shelter, that you do so. We want you to make sure that you're taking the messages and you're really understanding the experience of it. Again, the wind has picked up and it's gotten a lot stronger out there. You can see debris has fallen off of the trees. The signs are blowing. We almost thought we were going to lose one of the signs in the parking lot, but it's still in place. We are going to be monitoring the conditions here at Lake Monroe in Sanford. For now, though, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
Wow, I can't believe how windy it is out there.
It's really kicked up. And we were talking about this area here because of the way this storm is setting up. You look over in Palm Bay right now, and it looks like it's somewhat clear over there.
It's not bad at all down here.
So if we have some viewers over in that area, we're curious to see what's going on there. So if you got any pictures you want to tweet our way, because we know it's got to be windy because that's getting those bands. But a lot of people are experiencing this right now, are watching at home and saying,
What are you talking about?
It's fine here right now.
I don't see any rain, but it's going to come.
It's coming,
sure.
right? So we want to hear from you guys. If you got anything that we want to see, send it our way.
And just a reminder, well, actually, Governor Ron DeSantis is speaking, giving us an update on Hurricane Ian. Let's listen in.
Lee, Charlotte, and counties even beyond that. We have seen life-threatening storm surge, as was predicted. We've also seen major flooding in places like Collier County, Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach. You're also seeing inland flooding because of the inundation that you're seeing. So some of the counties in the interior of the state are seeing major water events as well. We do know that Lee, Hendry, and Glades 911 call centers are being rerouted. Those comms are down, so calls are being answered, and teams and the people that are calling are being noted, and then those local first responders will deploy as soon as it's safe to do so. Now, obviously, local responders can make decisions, but by and large, until the storm passes, they are not going to go into a situation for rescue and put their own folks at risk. And so we know that there are folks who are in the really high risk zone A evacuation zones who did not evacuate. Some have called in, and those people are being logged, and there will be a response, but it's likely going to take a little time for this storm to move forward so that it's safe for the first responders to be able to do. We are getting reports, but it's going to take a little bit more time to know exactly in terms of structural damage, but we are getting some reports of structural damage in both Lee and Charlotte counties. But I would say overwhelmingly it's been that surge that has been the biggest issue, and the flooding that has resulted as a result of that. In some areas, we think it's hit 12 feet. Now, it is our meteorologists' view that the storm surge has likely peaked and will likely, be less in the coming hours than it has been up to this point. But we know that this has been a big storm, and it's done a lot of damage as it is. It is going to continue to move through the state of Florida. You're going to see hurricane-force winds in places in central Florida, perhaps. It's clearly a very strong tropical storm all the way until it exits the Florida Peninsula in the Atlantic Ocean. There are, as much as we're focused on Southwest Florida, very important, obviously, when you have a storm of this nature. I think at landfall, it's going to be behind only the Labor Day hurricane, Hurricane Andrew, and Hurricane Michael in terms of intensity. I think we're going to end up seeing that. It may end up being a Category 5, but at a minimum, it's going to be a very strong Category 4 that's going to rank as one of the top 5 hurricanes to ever hit the Florida Peninsula. So that damage is ongoing. It's very, very important. But the fact is, there's going to be damage throughout the whole state, and people in other parts of the state, be prepared for some impacts. And you are seeing counties in different parts of the state issue evacuation orders. Clay County in Northeast Florida, which we do anticipate some major flooding events in Northeast Florida. I think folks that are familiar with the St. Johns River know that when you have weather like this, you will see this. And so Clay County has issued mandatory evacuations of low-lying areas along the St. Johns River. Flagler County has issued mandatory evacuations of its barrier islands, low-lying areas, and mobile homes. Nassau has issued evacuation orders for low-lying areas. St. Johns County is evacuating coastal and low-lying areas, including the city of St. Augustine, as well as the city of St. Augustine Beach. Putnam County has recommended evacuation for low-lying areas and areas that have a history of flooding, and Sumter County is advising evacuations of mobile homes. And so those are places that are hundreds and hundreds of miles away from the initial impact in Southwest Florida, and yet they are having to evacuate folks that are living in vulnerable areas. We have over 1.1 million reported power outages. Now, there are crews that are still working outside of Southwest Southwest Florida, but just understand that number is going to grow. You're going to see more power outages as this storm moves through the center part of our state and before it exits into the Atlantic coast. There are 100 portable cell phone towers ready to be deployed into Southwest Florida once it is safe to enter, and should that be needed. We want to make sure people are staying out of the way of emergency crews and out of flood waters and away from all down power lines. As soon as emergency crews can get in, they are going to get in. As soon as it's safe to go and clear the roadways, Florida Department of Transportation is going to go in and clear those roadways. These are all on standby. They are ready to go. They understand the importance of a really, really quick response. As I mentioned earlier today, we have now officially sent the letter with the request to the Biden administration for a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties, requesting the federal government do 100% reimbursement up front for 60 days to ensure that we can quickly move forward into this response and recovery phase. And I know sometimes they wait till different damage assessments are made, but in this situation, you've got a massive Category 4 storm that you compare Charlie to this. This is way, way, way bigger than Charlie. It was as strong as Charlie coming in, but Charlie was much smaller. So this is a big one, and I think we all know there's going to be major, major impacts. We are, not only are there 42,000 linemen, they are positioned all across the state of Florida. As soon as it's safe to go, those personnel are going to go in to resume power, and that's something that's very, very important. In terms of rescue efforts, obviously there's robust efforts in each of these counties. I mean, some of these are major counties in our state, like Lee County, Collier County. They've got great response teams. The state of Florida, we are providing a lot of support that's staged and ready to go. We have almost 250 aircraft, more than 1,600 high water vehicles, and more than 300 boats of all drafts and sizes, including 250 already stationed in the major impacted areas, and nearly 50 that are staged and immediately ready to come in. And so with water this high, these operations may need to be waterborne operations. Now, there are some where you're going to need to use the water to get to some of the barrier islands anyways. But you look at like Collier County, I mean, downtown Naples is flooded. That's probably going to subside as the time goes on, but they're prepared for a lot of different eventualities. We're thankful for the states that have sent us resources, and we're very, very appreciative of them stepping up and helping Florida. As this storm passes your community, understand it's still a very hazardous situation. You're going to have down power lines. You're going to have a possibility of harm's way because of standing water, misuse of generators. I asked the Department of Emergency Management, Kevin, to produce for me the rundown of the fatalities through direct impacts of storms versus the aftermath. And in Hurricane Irma, there were 7 fatalities directly because of the storm, and there were 77 that were a result of post-storm. And a lot of that is standing water, down power lines, misuse of generators. So please just take precaution. Obviously, a ferocious storm coming in, very hazardous, very ominous. We know the life-threatening nature of that. But once the storm goes, once there's apparent calm, there are still plenty of hazards out there. So just please make sure that you're taking the proper precautions. I'm happy that Volunteer Florida has now activated the Florida Disaster Fund. Sometimes people say, hey, we want to help. What can we do? And there's really two things you can do. One, send some donations, money. The other can be donate your time. What's not helpful is sending items and sending things to us. We have a lot of stuff pre-positioned. If there's a need for other stuff, Kevin and his team will work. FEMA, all these other groups can work to provide that. But if you provide money to some volunteer organizations and charity groups, they can make a big impact in people's lives. And if you're willing to volunteer your time, there's going to be ways you can be put to work, because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to need help on the back end of this thing. So if you want to contribute, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. For those who want to come and volunteer, we have an official volunteer portal at volunteerflorida.org. www.volunteerflorida.org to find volunteer opportunities. This storm is doing a number on the state of Florida. It is going to continue to move through this state today and through much of tomorrow, and there's going to continue to be a number of adverse effects. I can tell you that as soon as it moves beyond Southwest Florida, you're going to see a massive surge of personnel and supplies to be able to help those who are in need, get people back on their feet, and help to rebuild those communities. Kevin?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. I think everybody should know that the governor is extremely committed to being involved in this response, and he was here with me till late last night, and he was here with me early this morning, and he has not been anywhere but very near me the entire time. So, Governor, thank you so much for your leadership in that area. I mean, it means a lot to me. It means a lot to the leadership. As the governor said, Hurricane Ian has made landfall this afternoon as a Category 4. Winds of 155 miles an hour. I'm not going to read all the statistics that the governor has mentioned, but I'll bring a couple of new ones here. 1,100 resource requests have been we've received 1,100 resource requests. We have fulfilled 900 of those. Again, the difference of the 200 is stuff that we just cannot get out on the road right now. We're working as quickly as possible to address those needs. We have well over 200 shelters open. We have 42,000 restoration personnel. We literally have, with first responders across the state and additional ones coming in, there's well over 10,000 responders statewide ready to do stuff. As the storm makes its way across Florida, I remind Floridians to stay indoors if you're in the path of the storm. If you're sheltering in place in the path of the storm and you still have power and Wi-Fi, please visit floridadisaster.org/info to fill out our shelter-in-place survey. We've had a lot of people answer that and give us that information. That helps us provide critical information to first responders about the demographics of your household so that they can aid your family as soon as possible. Please keep in mind that first responders may not be able to immediately enter impacted areas to assist you due to the safety hazards. I will say we are planning a 3-prong response to handle that specific issue. We have personnel staged to come in via ground, via vehicles. We have personnel staged to come in via air with aerial deployed search and rescue assets. And then we also have the Coast Guard and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission ready to come in by sea for those barrier islands and beachfront properties. So we will have a response mechanism that involves all 3 of those arms. Shelter-in-place survey, again, I just reiterated, is floridadisaster.org/info. If you need immediate assistance, please dial 911. That site is not a replacement for 911. If it is calm outside, you may be in the eye of the storm. As the eye of the storm continues to move inland, is getting ready to enter areas such as Hendry County, Glades County, do not go outside if all of a sudden the wind stops. In this situation, that means you're in the eye of the hurricane. Seek shelter immediately, get into an interior room, and protect yourself. Do not walk or drive through flooded areas. Floodwaters can stall your car and sweep you and your car away in the blink of an eye. We received reports of isolated tornadoes across east central Florida. If you're in a tornado warning, again, seek an interior room free of windows. Get low and put something over the top of your head to protect yourself. If a tornado warning, self-deployments. We do not want individuals self-deploying out on their own. That is very, very dangerous. Leave that to the professionals that are trained in how to do that. Do not take your personal boat out in these situations. We do not want to have to respond to yet another problem. The governor mentioned there are more deaths as a result of indirect situations than the actual direct situation of storm surge wind at the beginning of a storm. So please, what we want you to do more than anything else is stay safe. Please be careful out there. Again, Governor, thank you.
We have the Cajun Navy. They're on the way, right?
There are reports that they are on the way.
So I think the Cajun Navy is on the way, and okay, there we go. I mean, look, we really welcome. I mean, those are some really battle-hardened folks, and so Florida welcomes their support, and honestly, particularly Louisiana, because they've dealt with so much, and so the governor's been great. And look, we've got a long way to go before this storm exits the state, and there's going to be a lot of need to get into these communities, particularly in Southwest Florida, and offer the immediate assistance. But I do think the three-pronged strategy, we're going in by ground, air, and by sea, means that all hands are on deck, and there's going to be people that are going to be in harm's way. And what I've said is, the folks were told in these areas of the hazards. They were given time to be able to make arrangements and to leave. Some chose not to do that. They would have probably been better off doing that. Nevertheless, if people are in harm's way, we're going to go and do whatever we can to help those folks. And so that is those operations are going to commence as soon as it's safe to do so. Certainly, I would say, no later than first thing in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no later. As soon as it's light outside and people are able to do it, and then it begins with the clearing the roads, making sure that the electrical folks can get in there. I was able to thank a number of these linemen. We went over to Lake City, where a number of them are staged. These are great folks. They're coming from all across the country. I mean, I met people from Alabama, from Texas, from Louisiana. They're all coming to Florida. When we were driving back to Tallahassee from Lake City, I saw this beautiful sight of all these electrical vehicles coming where they had all the electrical equipment on, and these are folks that are going to help put people's power back on. It was just a procession of them. So we talked about 42,000. I'll bet you after today there's probably going to be significantly even more. So you really are seeing just a great logistical effort to put all hands on deck in this response. Okay, any questions?
Yeah, Governor, you mentioned getting calls from people who have not evacuated, calls for help. About how many calls people were we talking about here?
Kevin, you want to take that?
So right now, I don't want to give you a solid number because it'd be a guess. I know earlier today we had the initial report was 21, and then we, because of the 911 issues in that Southwest Florida area, we had one small rural county that was answering calls for the larger county, saying that they had hundreds of calls. So I can't really quantify that right now, but just go off the words that the emergency management directors at the local level told me. Sorry.
Yes.
Have you spoken to the president at all about getting that 100% coverage? I mean, has he? I know there's a lot of folks out there who are pushing for Florida to get that 100% coverage, but I know. So
when we spoke yesterday, I mean, he said, all hands on deck, that he wants to be helpful, and he said, ask whatever you need, ask us. He was inviting us to request support, and so that we think that this is probably the best thing that we can get at this juncture, given what we're dealing with, and so hopefully we'll get a favorable response on that.
Yeah. Mr. Guthrie mentioned this earlier, but this is obviously a big flooding event, and a lot of these places might not have flood insurance. Do you have a sense of, how exposed a lot of these people are who don't have coverage from flood insurance?
Not yet, but I think the issue is significant in the sense that these are not people that necessarily live in a quote flood zone. They live and they're asked, the realtor says, you're not in a flood zone. Well, they're not going to get the flood insurance, and I totally understand why people don't do that. But just because you're not in a quote flood zone does not mean that you're not at risk of a catastrophic event like this. And so I think you're going to see some clearly. How many, that remains to be seen. Now, there are programs that FEMA has to try to provide relief for people, but it is not going to be commensurate to having had a policy. And so this is an issue that we're going to have to deal with. But I do think it will be something, because we deal with this in other storms across the country, including Florida. When you have this about the homeowners policy will cover certain things, but the flood policy covers probably the most significant risk for most homeowners in Florida, given the risk of flooding that we have in so many different parts of our state. So we're sensitive to that. There's obviously going to be some folks that are going to be in need of support and relief, and we're obviously going to work as best we can. I will say that people have been asking about some of the overall homeowners insurance with like like Citizens. Citizens, I think right now they're between 6 and 7 billion of surplus. Their modeling, based on paying out a lot of money in claims for this, was that they would still have between 4 and 5 billion in surplus, and so they themselves as being able to weather this. Individual carriers, they have to go through a stress test to be able to have their policies approved, and so this year they had tested under a direct impact on Tampa Bay, then what would happen. And so they have policies, they have reinsurance, we have our RAP program, and of course the CAT fund. But for Citizens, they feel very strongly that they're going to be able to handle.
Fox 35 News starts now. Tracking Ian.
Holy that's a tornado.
Just got some unbelievable video into our newsroom from Fort Myers. It's, of course, being hit with the brunt of Hurricane Ian right now. Viewer Becky Henshaw sent this our way, showing the view from her balcony. Now, we don't know yet if what she saw was actually a tornado, but we do know the winds were whipping around fast. You could also see all the flooding out there. The whole pavilion of her apartment complex and the pools completely underwater. She also filmed the stairwell leading to the apartment's parking garage that's totally cut off by floodwaters as well.
Hurricane Ian making landfall here in Florida about 3 hours ago, and a new track was just released an hour ago. That storm is now over Florida.
And the Fox 35 storm team is tracking everything today. So let's talk about the impacts, guys. What are you seeing at this point?
Well, the big rain has started, and it's only going to get worse. Ian and I have been looking at the latest. We're going to get right to the local radar, but talking about where we are now and what it's doing, let's look behind me. Look at this view from Daytona Beach. We are 100 miles from the center of this storm from the perspective of Daytona Beach, and it is absolutely coming down. All right, let's talk about the center of circulation. It just shows you how big this storm is. Let's go to camera 1 and check it out. Yep, there we go. Look at the eye now moving into DeSoto County. It's here. That camera's here, so it shows you just how wide and how wide the wind field is as far as the winds go. And they've seen wind gusts now to hurricane force in Volusia County at New Smyrna Beach. These are sustained winds, gusts over 100 miles an hour, where this is making landfall in Charlotte and also southern Sarasota counties. By 2 in the morning, it's going to make it over southern Polk County near the Fort Meade area south of Lakeland, and we could see wind gusts there well over 110 miles an hour. From there, it'll work northeastward, and by 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, be sitting somewhere over northeastern Seminole County. Now, that's important because this is a pretty long time from 2 a.m. to 2 p.m. That's 12 hours to go from southern Polk County up into Seminole County. That's a very, very slow track, and that's one that is going to dump copious amounts of rain, leading to what could be some acute and severe flooding across central Florida. It remains to be seen. Some of the forecast models are predicting flooding totals of the likes that have not been recorded here, so we don't have the data to speculate as to what the impacts would be, but at the very least, it looks like we would see roads potentially cut off, becoming impassable when you're talking about 20 to 30 inches of rain as a potential. Now through midnight, bands of 3 to 6 inches per hour of rain will be falling. That's 3 to 6 per hour, so you may actually pick up that much inside of an hour, gusting between 50 and 60 miles an hour. From 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. overnight, unrelenting downpours with wind gusts over 70 miles an hour. So the most severe impact from Hurricane Ian for us here in the Orlando region will be between 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. with those heavy rains that just don't stop. And that's when, unfortunately, we could see most of the flooding occurring. Between 7 a.m. and noon tomorrow morning, the heavy rain will begin to back off as the center pushes through Orlando and makes its way to the northeast. Winds will gust between 35 and 55 miles per hour. Future rain, and we cannot hit this hard enough as far as one of the impacts you've really got to consider, and the reason why we're hunkering down tonight. Hopefully you're at the spot you're going to be, because the roads will become decreasingly navigable. And in fact, if we do pick up a stripe of rain where it could fall between 25-30 inches, that is likely to cause a lot of problems, not to mention with travel. So that's the forecast right now. The ground is saturated. It is raining buckets outside here from where we broadcast in Lake Mary. And for that, let's go to Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Ian Cassette for the latest on our radar analysis, and also, Ian, the severe weather threat.
Yeah, and Brooks, we're hearing that rain right outside. This is coming down hard. We've already picked up a few inches of rain here.
We have.
And more is going to come as we go on through the night and into tomorrow. So let's look at what we're seeing right now with the Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. You can bet there is rain on that radar, and we have seen bands of rain showers, heavy rain showers moving onshore in thunderstorms as well. Right now, the tornado threat, it is still present, but we have no active tornado warnings. But zooming in a little bit closer on where the heaviest rain is falling right now, look at this heavy band moving right over parts of Brevard County. So Mims to Titusville, you're seeing some of the heaviest downpours, and this is all moving farther to the west as we see this western movement with these storms. So this is where that focus has generally been so far today, is that we've had that onshore flow bringing those heavy downpours, and right now we have a lot of heavy rain running from DeLand, Deltona, down through Lake Mary, where we're at here, and this is going to continue here into the night. It's more scattered, I would say, at the hour, but check out what's on its way. We don't have a lot of time until we're going to start to see the heavy bands coming from Ian. There's a storm down to the south. Look at the heaviest rain that's now moving into southern Polk County. This is going to be moving to the northeast and moving into Osceola County here soon enough. So we are looking at right now that Hard Rock Hotel camera, and that is showing you those steady, strong, gusty winds that we have had. Earlier, in fact, we had a reported wind gust that was upwards of 55 miles per hour, and we even had a 74 mile per hour wind gust, which is the highest that we have seen so far reported at New Smyrna Beach. Brooks, the winds here, they're going to be an issue tonight, and we're also looking at that heavy flood threat potential that we have not seen here potentially.
We have been watching the lead up to what's happening now for the last, I'd say, almost 2 weeks. And it has really started coming down now. This is a live view from Lake Mary. The flags flying, the rain pouring, and conditions will continue to deteriorate. Coming up, we'll have much more team coverage tracking Hurricane Ian.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. And Hurricane Ian is impacting downtown Orlando right now as well.
And that is where we find Fox 35's Marie Ettinger tonight. So, Marie, what is going on over there?
Well, you just heard our meteorology team talking about those wind gusts, and I would say that's what's going on. So it's been enough to start making downtown Orlando look pretty messy. You can see behind me all the debris in the road. That's been causing some problems for a lot of drivers who've been coming through, which we told you was really not advisable, but we can still see cars moving through this area. Somebody was nice enough recently to go in and take some of the larger blocks out of the road and put them to the side just to make sure that cars were not running into them too much. But this is what it looks like. We think it's some type of foam insulation that must have fallen down from nearby. We don't know where it came from. We were trying to figure that out, but large plates like this were covering the road for a while. All that you see that's in the road right now is stuff that got broken up as cars drove over them. Now, I also mentioned those wind speeds. You can hear me struggling a little bit, but I want to show you guys something. The video journalist that I'm with, Mike Schlissel, excuse me, sorry, we had a little error with that thing I was just showing you. So he brought Mike Schlissel, the video journalist I'm with, brought a wind speed monitor. We were talking about those gusts. We've been seeing more and more and more of them. So we are seeing sustained wind speeds go up from what was about 5 miles an hour to closer to 12, and now we're getting gusts like this. This is the most recent gust that we clocked, the largest one, 40 miles an hour. About an hour ago, we saw one at 37. There was another one at 31. So these are just getting progressively worse and worse and worse, and they're getting more frequent. You can see they're getting stronger. We're getting knocked around a little bit, but I can also show you right now. We can measure it in live time if y'all give me just a second to click through. One of the other things we've noticed about this particular storm is that it's a little colder than other hurricanes we've experienced. So we are going to be trying to talk with our meteorology team about that. It's just under 70 degrees out right now. And as we can see, so the wind speeds right now are not that bad. We're looking at, let's see, coming in just under 10. So as you can imagine, if it's 10 normally, and if you want to look at the trees to see how much they're blowing around just from 10 miles per hour for winds, that's what we're measuring right now. So imagine the 40 mile an hour gust we just got. That's why all of this debris is in the road. You can see the palm fronds. We also saw a construction site that was just drenched. It had been sand. It is now mud. This is going to take quite a bit of cleanup, and we are going to see worse gusts and worse rain, as we've been telling you. So if you are able to stay inside, please do so to avoid gusts and rain like this. Back to you guys.
And she's in the middle of those wind tunnels in downtown Orlando, too.
You can hear
that
the wind is picking up now, yeah.
That is something. All right, and our live team coverage continues with Fox 35's David Martin.
He is in Bradenton today. So, David, what is the situation over there?
Similar. Good afternoon to you, Luann. Hi, John, as well. We are, as you said, in Bradenton, specifically in a neighborhood, a new one called Lakewood Ranch. We were able to secure what we've dubbed a safe house from a friend here in the neighborhood to weather out this storm. So we thought we'd take you here in the front of our house, in the middle of the street, where once we get past the front door area, we got standard wind gusts here from Hurricane Ian. It's hard to complain about what we've seen here because at this point, it's lessening, dare I say, and it feels pretty good coming out here. It's picking up every once in a while. You get the gusts, you get those horizontal rains, but beyond that, there's not a lot of debris on the street, here at least. We will be heading into Sarasota once the storm diminishes to check out how our friends are doing down there. But currently, all's well in Bradenton. I'll send it back to you on the studio.
All right, thanks a lot, David. We'll talk to you in just a little bit. Yeah, that area where he's at right now is kind of in the Tampa area, so you can see the difference again. Fort Myers still getting pounded right now. David's out, obviously got some rain where he is and some wind, but not what we're seeing south of that.
Yeah, oh, looks like we lost David's camera. They call that the clean side of the storm.
Yeah.
Sounds weird when you have a Cat 4 hitting, you know, nearby, but if you're on the left side of that eye wall, things are much calmer. That's what we're seeing in Tampa. That's what we're seeing in Bradenton, Sarasota. And just like you said, a few miles down the road on the right side of the eye wall,
completely different,
storm surge up to the roof of homes, cars totally covered, streets that look like rivers. It's just amazing how different it can be just a few miles away from where that hurricane makes landfall.
And if you think about it, 1.1 million people at last check without power. A lot of those people are kind of in that southern area. So I think 65% of one of the counties, it may have been Lee County down there, 65% without power. So that's most everybody, and that was, what, a couple of hours ago. So again, it's moving up towards us. We're going to be expecting more gusts to pick up here very, very soon.
We are, and we have a brand new update tonight from Orlando International Airport. OIA says it stopped all flights in and out at 10:30 this morning. They say they finished all their hurricane preps, including tying things down and activating its emergency operations center. OIA adds that the airport is not a shelter, so do not go there looking for a safe place to stay. They say if you show up, you're going to be turned away and told to go to a shelter.
And we heard stories about that, people showing up on flights and having nowhere to go, and so they did get taken by bus to a shelter. So they'll take you somewhere.
Frustrating that would be. You think you're going to catch a flight, your flight gets canceled. They say, well, we're closed now, so now you have to spend at least a night, if not two, in a shelter.
And I would assume the hotel there, we'll have to check on this, but it's probably packed out at this point because, boy, it seems like most all the hotels in our area filled up because of all the people coming from Tampa to get away from the storm.
Yeah, I think I saw something from Visit Orlando that said 85% of the hotels in Central Florida are now at capacity.
That was the number. All right, so we're going to take another live look outside at this point. We're back on I-75. Look at this.
Wow.
This is in the Northport area, which Brooks said this is pretty much in the eye of the storm at this point. And you can see that's exactly right. Sideways rain coming at this point. I'm surprised some of these cameras are still working. That's an FDOT camera. And again, Hurricane Ian moving through this area right now. It's still a Category 4. So even though it did come on shore at around 3 o'clock, at least on the Barrier Islands, Luann, we're still to 4. We're still seeing this. What are we, 3 hours later at this point?
It is moving so slow, though, 9 miles per hour. It's not going to get to us until about 12 hours from now is when we'll see that eye over us.
And that's one of the other things that I think people need to be aware of. You've probably heard it by now, but it's going to take 12 hours for the storm to go from the southern part of our viewing area, just south of Orlando, St. Cloud area, all the way up into Volusia County. 12 hours.
Yeah.
That's going to be a long time with these sustained winds like this. It's going to come in as a Category 1 to the southern part, leave as a tropical storm. So we're going to be hearing this stuff all night long.
In 24 hours to get across the state. Can you imagine a whole day from landfall to when it leaves, probably near Daytona? 24 hours to move across the state.
The latest projection on this northern side is upwards of 2 to 3 feet of rain. And you got to also remember the St. John's drains most all of this. And so those areas along the St. John's, they're seeing it down south right now in this area, but we're about to see it up in that northern area. Once this starts coming down, all the tributaries rush into that. St. John's is going to get backed up. So, and as the storm goes all the way up towards Jacksonville, it's just going to get backed up more and more and more.
We saw the waves in Lake
close.
Monroe.
Yeah, we did.
It's looking like the Atlantic.
It does look
almost
like
looks
it.
like you can surf in Lake Monroe. It's so rough right now.
And again, I know people have been watching for hours. We've gotten people who said, I've been watching you all day. It feels like this is going on forever because it is. This is one of the longest storms to go across the state.
And this is just the beginning.
Right, it's not even to us yet.
We have at least another, 24 hours of this.
Yep.
Well, parts of Central Florida are expecting historic flooding from Ian, including some areas right here in Seminole County.
Yeah, the Little Wekiva River experienced devastating flooding back towards Hurricane Irma. Now they're getting ready for even more. Fox 35's Adam Shadoff has more from Altamont Springs today.
Well, we are in Altamont Springs on Little Wekiva Road in a quiet neighborhood, and things are not too bad right now. As you can see behind me, the drains are moving very nicely and water is going where it's supposed to for now, but that is not always the case. You see this marker here with the orange on top of it, this stake. This is what neighbors tell me is where they expect the water level to be. Someone from the city of Altamont Springs came out, a surveyor. They put these posts, and you can see this is probably 4 feet tall. Once these drains get clogged up or there's simply too much water, the water has nowhere to go. It puddles, and as you can see behind me, some of these houses have already done their best to sandbag as much as they can because they know what's coming. This has happened in the past. These houses, people have had to evacuate from these houses. This whole area at the lowest point of this neighborhood basically becomes one giant pool of water where there's nowhere to go. Part of the reason for that is geographically we're at the bottom of a hill. The other part of the reason is behind some of these houses is the Little Wekiva River, which also floods in big rain events in the past. Now, one of the neighbor who did not want to go on camera told me that they did put millions of dollars into trying to fix the Little Wekiva River in the background, and he's hoping that that'll help things out this year. He said, fingers crossed. Unfortunately, none of these neighbors wanted to go on camera. All of them said the water reaches almost up to their house, but doesn't go inside. They're hoping at least for that this year and that it doesn't go a little higher than that, but they're all finishing up their preparations right now, and at some point they're going to leave because they know once the water gets here it stays for a long time and there's nothing they can do about it. For now, from Altamont Springs, I'm Adam Shadoff, Fox 35 News.
I think we're going to be hearing a lot of stories like that, different areas flooding. Fox 35's Matt Trezza joins us live from Lake County as well.
Matt, you are checking out the seaplane base there in Tavares because that was destroyed during Hurricane Irma.
Yeah, things are looking a lot different right now, but you can see how the rain is picked up since you last checked in with me, and you can see how the wind is picked up. Take a look at that right there. That is really spinning, and that's a sign of how the wind, it seems to move in bands here. We have some where at times where it's a little bit calmer and sometimes where it's more like this, a little stormier. Very different though now than it was back in 2017 when I was here covering Hurricane Irma. I was staying in that hotel right over there, the Key West Resort, and we were broadcasting from the balcony out there outside our room, and you could see the bands of wind and the rain that were whipping through there. And then when we came out in the morning, the shock that we had when we saw all the boats that were docked right in the marina over here, and they were just trashed. There were about 25 boats that were destroyed by Hurricane Irma. That was back in 2017. Before that had happened, we were told that the boat owners were told to remove their boats ahead of Irma, and only about a quarter of them did so, and that was the result. Now you can see it's a very different picture. There are no boats out there, and it looks like everyone has heeded the lessons of Hurricane Irma as far as Ian goes. None of the boats are out there. It looks like everyone is bracing for the impact of the storm, and based on what we've been saying all morning, the seriousness of the storm is something not to be taken lightly. So that's how things are looking in Tavares right now. We're going to stick around and see how the storm progresses from here. But for now, reporting live in Lake County, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
Matt, thank you. And our continuing coverage of Tracking Ian continues with Fox 35's Vicki Carr. You know, we have been seeing her out in Volusia County for a while. She was at the marina looking at boats. The thing is, it's just calm right now. We'll get to Vicki in just a few minutes, but things are very calm right now. And I'm just worried that people are going to get lulled into thinking, oh, it's not so bad, I can go outside. But we want to warn against that because this is just the start
Right.
of
You can
things.
see the northern part of the eye. The eye is now all on land at this point. Still a Category 4. Still going to be a Category 1 in the southern part of our viewing area. And so again, when you see the pictures though out of Fort Myers and Naples, you see just how destructive it can be. So people shouldn't get complacent at this point. You got the curfews coming up, so obviously they're taking that seriously. A lot of counties, 8 o'clock. I think Flagler, you said another
Flagler's
one?
under a mandatory stay inside order, and so is Volusia, but we'll see if any of the other counties are from 8 at night until 7 in the morning. So don't go out because, like Brooks was saying, today is going to be the rain event. Tomorrow is when it's really going to get windy, and that's when things start blowing around. That's when you see down trees. That's when you see down power lines, and you don't want to be on the roads when that happens.
Yeah, as we've said time and time again, the emergency crews are not going to go out there. If you call 911, they're going to say you're going to have to wait for a little bit until this calms down. Also, we've been talking about Naples and Fort Myers. The video coming out of there is really unbelievable. I think we have some more right now. Let's take a look at this one.
We can hear it. Can we see it? All right, as we wait for that video to play, the video you were talking about is when the firefighters were stranded in storm surge. Okay, it's ready. Let's play the video.
Hey guys, it's me again, your favorite hurricane girl over here in Naples. Now we have a truck issue and the guys are pushing the truck out of the bay.
Yeah, look at how deep this water is. So this is an area where the fire station is, and you can see the fire trucks. And of course, they're heavy, right? So they're going to stay grounded. Other cars in this area were just floating away. Fire crews having troubles, and they even posted this by Naples Fire and Rescue. Crews couldn't get the vehicles out of there, so what do? They started taking all of their stuff off of those because they were going to need that equipment in other vehicles they could get out of there. Some of the equipment you can see is up to their knees there, up to their waist. It was up chest high in some of these other vehicles. So once again, a good reminder, because we had heard not long after the storm surge came in Fort Myers that people started calling 911 because the surge went all the way up to the roof line of first floor houses.
We've seen it
in
the video.
They couldn't get, some people apparently, according to reports out of there, went up on top of the roof, and they said, we can't get to you at this point. So again, I don't know how all those stories all play out, because they did go out and rescue some of the people. But Luann, if you are forced to go outside when the winds are still 100 plus, that's a scary situation. You don't want to be in that position.
You're putting your own life in danger, and this is why they tell people to evacuate. And it's just so unfortunate that some people don't listen, because this is why this video shows you why they say if you're within X miles of the coast, get out, because we can't get to you. Look, they can't even get out of their fire station, let alone go rescue someone right now.
Yeah, it's going to take a while before they're able to get out. And again, that's the area where the bulk of the 1.1 million without power are right now. And they've even said that they can't get out there to fix the power lines.
And I have an update.
Until the winds. You got another number?
That quick?
Yeah.
200,000 more people are now without power. According to Fox Weather, we have now 1.3 million people here in Florida without power, and it's only reached a fraction of the state.
The eye just came on land not too long ago. So again, and they can't fix this until they said the winds had to be below a certain level for the crews to even get back out there and fix the transformers, put the poles back up. So you're talking Friday, maybe Thursday down in there, those areas.
Yeah, they said Thursday night, Friday morning
before they can even get to it.
Die down. I think we have some more good video from Sanibel Island we want to show you. Let's take a look.
It's white capping on our lawn.
Yeah, this is video from someone's apartment balcony. You can see that there are white caps. This is right outside of their window. There are waves in the floodwater, and those are rushing over someone's lawn right now. Trees from the home's balcony, you can see those blowing sideways. The wind is so strong. Again, this is in Sanibel Island, right south of where the eye wall hit. It hit in Coya Costa, I believe is the name of the island. This is just south of that. And there is flooding everywhere. Flooding there, flooding throughout Lee County. And it's expected to get worse, so stay inside. Because if this is what it looks like for a Cat 4 over on the coast, a Cat 1 is still going to bring a lot of wind and a lot of rain our way here in Central Florida.
Yeah, speaking of Sanibel, we now have a better idea of how bad the flooding damage is there. This is Sanibel Island, Lee County. We want you to watch this video. You see right there towards the bottom of your screen, that's the deck. That's the patio deck of the
with the pool
complex there, right? Nice 3 pools we see. Now you flash forward just a little bit and it's gone. Elise Chingari posted the videos before the storm hit and then after. The whole pool deck, it is now gone deep underwater. And like Brooks was saying, all the stuff in that water from the salt, the sand, all that has to be cleaned up. Again, storm surge, according to the National Weather Service, between 8 and 12 feet of the storm surge in that area. And you can see how quickly it comes up too.
And some roads are underwater in Marco Island as well. This is a neighborhood there. The local police department shared this video of the flash flooding. According to the tweet, the water is about 2.5 feet deep right now on Marco Island.
All right, we want to go back to this shot. I'm glad you guys pulled this one up. Our crew in the control room found this video this is the live view. This once again is I-75. This is a different angle of it. That's in the Northport area, which is down in the Tampa area. And Brooks was telling us this is very, very close to the eye of the hurricane at this point. Again, Category 4, but he says this is what the rain is going to look like in our area later on tonight. Another reason, well, first of all, nothing's open, so you don't need to go out.
There's nowhere to go.
Yeah, but if you try and go somewhere in this, that's going to be a mess. Hurricane Ian moving through that area right now. That is a live view just outside of Tampa, and you can see that actually probably closer to Fort Myers at this point. The FDOT cameras, I still can't believe the FDOT cameras are still working through all of this because this has been going on for we've been watching this camera for probably an hour at this point, and it's been going that strong. And Brooks says that's what's coming our way later on this evening.
The eye of the storm.
That's something.
Well, Fox 35's Vicki Carr is with us tonight. She's continuing our live team coverage of tracking Ian.
Yeah, Vicki, and we had heard a report earlier that we got some hurricane force winds on the Atlantic side. So you're in an area that not only floods, but now you're also getting hurricane force winds too.
Yeah, John, I heard Ian and Brooks talking about the wind picking up here in Daytona Beach, and I can confirm, you can see it, and there's just a constant howling here in the sky. We've been here at the Halifax Harbor Marina for about the last 2 hours, and we've just had gusts moving in. There's actually one moving in right now. Some debris that is scattered here throughout the area. So a big concern with that is a lot of the boats here. So we've been talking to the boat owners, what kind of preparations they're making here at the marina. You can see the boats are not moving around too much because they are tied down securely, but still the wind is strong enough that it's moving around. I'm told a lot of these boat owners spent much of yesterday and earlier today making their preparations. I talked to one boat owner. He says he lives about a mile away from here, and he doesn't actually keep his boat in this marina, but felt like it was safer here. Take a listen to what some of the preparations that he did for his boat.
Have double lines on the bow and the stern and on the mid cleats, and just have some bumpers along the side where the boat is up against the dock, and just double lined it all.
And that is the boat owner. That's Gary Marks. So I asked Gary, hey, so what do you think? Do you think people are in these boats right now, staying there and hunkering down? And he said, absolutely. He said that there was some boat owners that are staying in their boats and riding out this storm. One thing I did want to mention just in general for Volusia County is we do have a curfew that starts at 8 o'clock. Overall, we've seen very little people out on the roads, but still some people out there. I've seen some people walking, still some boat owners coming out and checking on their boats. But for now, that is the latest here in Daytona Beach. Vicki Carr, Fox 35 News.
Hey, Vicki, I get it. The people want to be on their boats, and they say that it's going to track up and down as the storm goes, but that's a scary place for me, Luann.
Yeah.
I don't want to be in the boat.
I barely have a wave, and I'm like seasick, so that is not a place I could spend any amount of time. Well, our partners over at Fox Weather are tracking the power outages all across the state of Florida. Check it out right now. 1.3 million people are without power tonight, and this is just after Ian made landfall. You can see it's about a third of the people who are going to probably experience power outages within the next 24 to 36 hours. Most of the people people without power right now are in Charlotte County, followed by Lee County, and actually the top 5 counties are all along the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, look at that. Charlotte County, 96% without power. Almost everybody in the entire county is out. Lee County at 85. That's about the same situation.
Yeah.
It's dark down there right now.
As the storm moves eastward, I'm assuming those numbers are going to go up and other counties are going to be added to that list as well.
And you can see the trend. It's just moving right up, more or less I-4, right towards us as the power outages continue.
Well, our team coverage continues now with Fox 35's Deborah Cho. She is live in Ormond Beach.
All right, so Deborah, what are you seeing out along that coast tonight?
Well, I can tell you both, it is very windy here at Ormond Beach. I'm actually standing right behind a barrier, but if I just took maybe 2 feet that way, I would probably get knocked over. The wind here is obviously very strong. You can see the waves are chopping here behind me. And Evan, my photographer, I want him to kind of show you just what it looks like outside, and also some of that sand that you're seeing just moving right across the beach. If you step out in that, it's gonna whip you and it stings. I was actually talking to some people that were out here earlier just getting some video, and they've been Floridians their whole life, and they were telling me this is pretty strong. This is pretty strong, and even for the hurricane that's not even on this side of the Florida coast yet, they said they can't even imagine what tomorrow is going to be like, but they are, you know, hopeful that everything is going to be okay. But like I said, not very many people out here, just some people stopping by just to get some video. We were seeing some, actually earlier, I forgot to mention, we actually saw a woman in the ocean. She was just hanging out, which is obviously something that officials have been telling everybody not to do just because of how dangerous this wind, and obviously you can see the rip currents and the waves and how dangerous that can be. Even just driving up along the beach on Atlantic Avenue here earlier this afternoon, we saw a lot of tree debris. We saw a lot of things in the roadway. So of course, as Hurricane Ian approaches this side of the state, we'll keep a close eye on it. Reporting live here in Ormond Beach, Deborah Cho, Fox 35 News.
So Deborah, I see some big waves out there. Have you seen any surfers in the water yet?
No, thankfully I have not seen any surfers, but I have seen at least one woman was out there earlier this afternoon just hanging out in the water. Not sure what she was doing out there, but we did leave for a little bit. When we came back, we saw that she was gone. So hopefully no one else comes back out here, because it's pretty dangerous.
Yeah. Deborah, also, I know a lot of people live along Ormond Beach there. Does it look like most of those people have evacuated, or are they riding out the storm there?
Yeah, you know, actually, I was talking to some people and I said, are you guys boarded up? Are you guys going to head out? And they said, no, you know, we're not going to leave. It's a Cat 1 by the time it gets to us, or diminishing Cat 1. They said maybe if it was a Cat 2 or 3 at Ormond Beach, they would leave. But I have seen some houses boarded up. For the most part, though, people had their lights on inside. They were looking like they were going to hunker down as the storm moves through.
Yeah, they're getting almost hurricane force winds at this point where she is.
A lot of people say, hey, we've been through this many times before. It's on the other side. It's on the Gulf. We'll be fine.
But isn't that something? So the storm, as you can see, is still about right here down in the Fort Myers area. But you can see behind Luann, those bands are going all the way out into the Bahamas and all the way up close to Jacksonville, if not past it at this point.
It's amazing how big this hurricane is. Our live team coverage of Hurricane Ian continues right now with Fox 35's Valerie Boy. She is joining us live from Celebration.
Okay, Valerie, you're at a shelter there. What's going on?
Hey there. Well, right now there's around 70 people that have taken shelter here at Celebration High School. Take a look behind me. This is the kitchen where they are serving meatballs and some other goodies to residents who have come here for protection. And if you take a look down over here to the right, Abby, you're going to see lots of water for all the residents who get thirsty. My gosh, you must have hundreds of bottles. Joining me now is Justin Siebelt, who is a volunteer. And Justin, tell me, how many people do you expect here today?
Right now, so we're about at 70. We're probably going to continue to just get people throughout the night. It's kind of honestly a little bit hard to tell, so I think it kind of probably depends on the storm and, like, you know, people are losing power. If there's still people that are still evacuating from the coast, we have some people that don't live in Osceola that they're coming already from the coast anyway, so it probably just depends. I know there's other high schools on I-4 as well, so, you know, as they're coming up I-4, we're right off the interstate, so it's an easy shelter to get to.
Okay, and what's the mood like been here?
It's been really well, really good. I mean, everybody's in positive spirits given the circumstances. Everybody kind of has their own space. We have plenty of space still, so if anybody needs shelter, you know, feel free to come out. We have meals ready for people. The sheriff brought some board games and some other supplies earlier for kids, so kids have things to do. We have the basketball in there. So, you know, all in all, given the circumstances, like, everybody seems in pretty good spirits.
Will there be a certain time when you lock the doors?
No, we are going to continue to stay open through the night. We'll take shifts, me and the other administrators here. We'll just take our night shifts and kind of go in cycles, and if anybody's coming through the middle of the night when the storm, if it's getting worse or anything, yeah, we'll be here.
Okay, thank you very much.
welcome.
And we're going to go over this way, and you can see some people. There's a lady eating over there, and a lady over here working on her computer. This family actually said that they would talk to me. Hey, you guys, what's it like for you to be here at the shelter?
It's very new, very new. It's kind of weird, but I mean, we're making it, I guess.
And who did you come with?
My family. My daughter is right here, and Logan, and Landon,
Hoda,
the rest of us.
Oh, a lot. How do you keep them all occupied? How many kids do you have with you?
We got 5 plus 2 adults and 2 teenagers. We're all trying to make it out here.
What did you bring with you tonight?
A bunch of board games, cell phones, food baggies and stuff, Legos. It's pretty all right.
Okay, and you got other kids too they can entertain themselves with, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And this is one of 5 shelters. There's also another special needs shelter off of 700 Generation Point if you needed a special needs shelter. So we will have more for you a little bit later on. I'm Valerie Boy reporting live at Celebration High. Back to you guys.
Valerie, before we let you go, I just wanted to ask you, why are you hearing most of the people there evacuated? Did they live in mobile homes? Are they in flood zones? What are you hearing?
That is a good question, and I plan to find out those answers. Literally just got here, Luann, so I'm going to be feeling these people out. I can ask this guy real quick. Hey, sir, was your home underwater at all, or what's happening?
No, we moved from Savannah, Georgia, down here, and we've been staying in motels back and forth, and they resorted all the motels, but when we go to restart our motel, they sold out on us, so we've been up here for the past few days until Friday.
Okay, so you need shelter just in general.
Yes, ma'am.
Got it. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to find out what's going on with the weather conditions here in Osceola. I know I could tell you that I was just in Orange County. Again, I just got here. Over in Orange County, it was getting kind of windy. But here in Osceola, we just got here, and we're going to find out some more information for you. Just give me a few more minutes, and I'll get back to you.
Valerie, you asked the question I was wondering, too. I mean, when you have that many kids all needing a place, I mean, you have nothing else to do at home. For these families, at least there's something for them to do, and it's safe.
Yeah, actually, if you want to walk over here, let me show you the gym real quick. I just want to take a quick look because obviously, you know, we want to make sure people have their privacy. But if you just kind of I'm going to stand like at a distance just because I don't want to get in anyone's face. But from a distance, you could see the kids playing. They're playing some ball over there. And I see residents on the side just kind of sleeping and all. So I'm going to give them their piece. I'm not going to go right in there just yet. But it looks like they're having actually a really good time right now. Maybe in a few hours, maybe they'll be a little tuckered out. But again, we're going to be here for a while, seeing how things go.
Oh, Valerie, that's so good to see. It's almost better to be at the shelter because the kids have something to do. They can run around and burn off that energy.
Well, yeah, and I know Valerie's gone to these time and time again because you talk to families and they're like, we had nothing to do for 2 days. At least the kids have something. Yeah. And it's a safe shelter. That, to me, that's the best thing about it.
Safe, you got food, and you can let the kiddos run around, Val.
Yeah, they were making beef stew and meatballs and some other really great stuff. So I think it's a good deal over here, for sure.
Nice. If the weather wasn't so bad, maybe we would go down there and stop by, right? All right, Valerie, we'll check back with you in a little bit. Thank you for that. We appreciate it. Well, Seminole County has issued an evacuation order right now. The order is for flood-prone mobile homes and people with special needs. Here are some shelters that have opened up today. Lake Mary High School and Lyman High School in Longwood. They are both open, as well as Midway Elementary School in Sanford. Winter Springs High School is also open as a shelter, and Bentley and Layer Elementary Schools offer shelters for special needs. The county is preparing for major flooding.
From a National Weather Service call this morning, we had, unfortunately, some additional bad news, and now we have major flood concerns along the Little Wekiva River and also the St. Johns River. We knew those would go into flood stage, but today we heard that they may go into major flood stage, possibly historic flood stage. So we will be ready to respond to those.
And the fire chief is urging everyone to stay off the roads. Once the winds hit about 50 to 70 miles per hour, it's not safe for the first responders to go out. All right, let's get a check on where exactly Hurricane Ian is at this hour.
Yeah, you guys have some videos behind you. Once again, I see, Brooks and Ian, you've got the East Coast, which is not even where the storm is yet, but it's looking pretty rough over there.
Yeah, Daytona Beach is seeing hurricane force gusts, especially New Smyrna Beach, a recorded 74-mile-per-hour gust. Ian and I have been tracking this all afternoon. The rain is only going to continue. And Ian, tonight the rain's going to be unrelenting, right?
The rain and the wind. I put out a tweet earlier about the fact you're going to have that whistling wind tonight, some without power, and that's going to be an issue for those that are light sleepers. It's going to be a long night with those winds that we're going to be seeing increasing throughout the course of the rest of today into tonight.
And we're concerned because you see the video on the right-hand side of the screen. That's going to be in this quadrant of the storm. That's near I-75 in the Northport area. And so this is going to be sort of the western eye wall, and that's exactly what we're seeing on that DOT cam on the right-hand side of the screen. That is just driving rain coming down the highway. It's probably a sustained wind of 75, 80 miles an hour with some higher gusts. And when it does that, the rain falls horizontally. Now, as this makes its way up toward Orlando, that core is going to come our way as well, this core of clouds in rain and wind, and bring with it rainfall rates that we've not yet seen during the storm so far. You know, we've already had some trees fall. Saw a photo out of Oviedo of it looked like maybe a 15 or 20-year-old live oak tree that was just toppled over, wet ground and gusty winds. This storm's still 100 miles away. So as it comes through, yes, we're concerned about the wind, obviously. It's going to dissipate, though, in its strength. That's good news. It's going to be down to 85 miles an hour by 2 a.m., which means on the ground, probably blowing sustained 40, 50 miles an hour, maybe gusting to 70, 80 miles an hour. And as it works toward Orlando, it'll become a tropical storm by tomorrow afternoon. It's a slow trek. The system is slowed down. It's going just 8 miles per hour at this point. So it's going to travel about 100, 107 miles in a period of 12 hours. So you do the math on that. I mean, we're looking at a storm that's just crawling. You could walk that fast. And that's where it's going to be tomorrow afternoon, which means we've got a ton of rain. And the pictures you see on the right-hand side of the screen, we could see a semblance of that, some sort of a resemblance, probably not quite as windy, but it's going to be torrential rain like that. It's going to look like a hurricane overnight tonight across parts of the area, and that's something we haven't seen yet along and just west of the center. So it's going to pass through Fort Meade, southern Polk County, work into Kissimmee. We could see rain like that in Kissimmee. Also rain like that could fall at the attractions. I mean, if you see it on the right-hand part of your screen, like, can you picture that up and down I-4 on this section? So this is something that we're watching, we're concerned about as far as power outages and also just making matters worse because, frankly, power is already out for a lot of folks, and that's just going to make it even worse, exacerbating the power line situation. From there, it'll work toward Daytona Beach, so there could be a time in Sanford and also into Daytona Beach before it makes it offshore back into the Atlantic where we could have pretty intense winds gusting. Oh, look at that car going by, or that truck with the lights on. But we could see winds gusting good 70, 80 miles an hour, especially along the coastline. So it's kind of a 1-2 punch with this thing. We've got the rain and then we got the wind. Let's talk about the rain. The rain's going to be a big deal for us because and it could be the deal. The rain may be like the legacy of this system where obviously the wind is a big deal. We could see an additional anywhere from 15 to 24 inches of rain. We've already had 5 to 6 inches across a big swath of the area where it's been raining this afternoon. And when you see rainfall totals like this, that would indicate that the infrastructure to handle that water cannot support something like this, and it would result in flooding that would cut off travel, make some roads impassable, might even flood some neighborhoods. So stay tuned on this one. But that core of rain you're seeing on the right-hand side of the screen, that's what's coming up our way late tonight in a slightly lesser version, slightly lower wind speeds, a lesser version of that. But we're still going to catch all that rain as it just curls up our way. All right, this is Lake Mary, live view right now. Cars zipping by. Wow, that guy was going really fast. Anyway, where it's not raining, and right now from where we broadcast, it's not raining. It's okay, it's passable as long as the roads are somewhat passable, but it's going to get worse. Down through midnight, 3 to 6 inches per hour where it's pouring, winds of 60. From 1 to 6 a.m., unrelenting downpours are likely in that stripe I showed you, and it's going to resemble the picture on the right. Gusts to 70 plus miles per hour. Tomorrow from 7 a.m. till noon, heavy rain backing off. Wind about 35 to 55 miles an hour. The wind will eventually back off by late in the day tomorrow. Future radar, we're going to see, here's Orlando, we're going to see that rain that's bringing all those really severe conditions to Northport. And the picture to the right, working up through Fort Meade, Lakeland, and Kissimmee, and eventually Orlando between about 2 and 6 in the morning, eventually pushing toward the northeast and making its way slowly out of the region, but not after leaving that legacy of very heavy rain. We're also seeing the winds gusting, and so that's going to make the water-sodden ground really prone for trees to fall. Look at that wind gust, 78 miles an hour in Sarasota, 51 miles an hour in Orlando. Ian, what's the latest on the radar? Because I mean, here at Lake Mary, the rain's quit, but it is anything but dry in some communities.
It is wet in many communities. We are seeing those showers that continue and those heavy thunderstorms that are continuing to push through. And we have that onshore flow just coming directly almost east to west right over parts of Orange County.
Right off the Atlantic.
Yeah, Brevard County into Volusia County. They're getting more rain, and Seminole as well. We're looking at some rain still on the radar. So let's look at the radar right now. Our Fox 35 storm tracker radar has been monitoring that heavy rain that continues here, and we'll have more of that here tonight. And I was looking at things, and if those of you to south, it's been dry for a little bit. We've had a period of some grace from Mother Nature before things really start to pick up as we go on into tonight. Now, the movement of the storm is important where it goes, and that is going to lead to the heaviest band of rain, the heaviest focus of rain, where that shield of rain will be passing over. That would be Lake County up to the northeast. Right now, the heaviest rain we've seen is from east to west over Volusia County, Brevard County, some of these heavy downpours. This is right over our radar. I'll pause that. So Bithlo, University Park near UCF getting tropical downpours, and you can see that here with the rain rates. As I pull that up here, we are looking at 5 inches per hour. A little bit less so to the northeast, but some of those heavier downpours that will push along through. So it won't always be raining heavily, but when it does, you'll pick up a quick inch or two, and that will only add more and more. Earlier, Brooks was showing you how much rain we could see. That was from this point onward. So that's just showing you how much more we have, as we do have plenty more rain on the way that's going to continue to push through our area, with the heaviest rain coming from the southwest. There is the giant shield of rain that is going to be working its way to the northeast with what will become a downgraded hurricane as it gets closer to us. We're talking about a strong tropical storm to a low category hurricane, but it's going to bring the rain, and we're going to see those stronger winds that will be moving to the northeast. So all of this whole area that I'm showing you, that is from Pasco County to the east, running over Orange County into Volusia County, Seminole County, and also up to the north into Marion County. These are areas that I'm expecting that heaviest line, that swath of rain that's going to be pushing through, where we will have those rain totals that could be up to 10 to 20 to maybe even 25 inches of rain, where roads will be completely impassable. Rain totals that we haven't seen. We have not seen. These are record-setting rain totals if we were to see that. And Brooks, we will continue to watch for that threat of tornadoes that will continue to this evening and possibly tonight, with that tornado watch extending until 1 a.m.
Yeah, I was looking at that rain core, and the National Weather Service's Weather Prediction Center just put out a statement, guys, about that rain coming our way. And they're saying that easily with that band where we saw the horizontal rainfall, 5 to 10 inches, maybe up to 20 inches in spots.
Wow.
So these computer model projections may seem a little bit out there, but I mean, it's happening right now.
And one reason, Brooks, is because it's creeping. This thing is just creeping along. It's slowed down to only 8 miles per hour.
You could walk or jog as fast.
Yeah, so that's just this rain on the same area, right? It's just going to be coming down.
Exactly. It's coming down. It's going about 100 miles. It's travel. It'll take over 12 hours to get there. So from Port Charlotte to the Orlando area, it finally arrives here tomorrow morning. But all the while, it's going to be dropping that 3 to 6 inch per hour rainfall rate in a swath that'll probably be about 40 miles, 50 miles wide, but a stripe from the Port Charlotte area all the way up to maybe Daytona Beach, depending on how exactly that tracks.
Well, this is one of those times when you don't like to say you're living history, but this was, I mean, with the fourth most powerful of all time to hit Florida at this point.
That's right.
And Luann lived in South Florida. I lived down there. People still talk about Andrew. And this is just kind of a little bit behind Andrew. So we'll be talking about this one by the time this is all said and done. This is going to be one that we don't want to remember, probably. probably.
Hurricanes come in all shapes and sizes. Some are small, some are large and powerful, and this is definitely in that camp of the latter. It's large and powerful. And another thing we'll witness with a storm like this when it makes landfall as a really strong Category 4, almost a Cat 5, is that it will take all of that energy, and while it loses the forward wind speed due to frictional forces on the ground, you've got trees and buildings, that slows it down, it kind of transfers into the rain, and suddenly the rain production can increase. And especially compounding all that, at night, the boundary between the dry and the really heavy rain gets really tight. And so that makes the rain heavier than it would be during the day. Making
so
it even
tonight
worse.
it could be even worse.
Yeah, it seems like these flood events always hit at night, and that's the reason.
And let's talk about the wind, because now the projection has changed. We could see a Cat 1 in parts of central Florida when this gets here, right?
Yeah, and with that in mind, they've extended the hurricane warnings from Orange and Seminole counties up to Volusia County as well. So, I mean, it's expected to be a hurricane straight across the peninsula. We could see gusts between 1 and 3 in the morning over 75 miles an hour.
Yeah, and you look at that camera right there on I-75, and you just pointed out the vehicle, and we don't know who it is. It might have been a first responder, it could have been a doctor going in, whatever. But I can't imagine driving in that, and that's what we're going to be seeing here very soon.
That's very dangerous, and one thing that we're not seeing in that picture, but could be happening in other parts of that region, is that the water is now starting to pool and pond, and once it gets to about 6 inches high, I mean, even with a big truck, it's really hard to ford through that, and you can't tell how deep it is. So it's another reason to hunker down, because at this point, it's getting to be pretty dangerous down there.
All right. Thanks, Brooks. All right, Michael Brennan, he's joining us live right now. He is the acting director of NOAA's National Hurricane Center in Miami. We're going to learn a whole lot more about this storm. So, Michael, first of all, have NOAA's hurricane hunters been in the eye of the storm? They were in there earlier today. What did they find when they went in just before it came on landfall?
Well, they found that the system made landfall as a strong Category 4, unfortunately. But now that the center has moved inland, it's no longer safe for the hurricane hunters to fly over land, so the reconnaissance has stopped. Nonetheless, you can see the system has still got a well-defined eye. Strong winds occurring, especially in this really intense rain band that's to the north. It's going to be a long night for people along the path of this system.
What can we expect for the rest of this evening and even into tomorrow? Because it's moving so slow that this is going to be a long duration for us here in Central Florida, isn't it?
Yeah, the slow motion is really a big deal, and maybe people don't quite understand that because everybody focuses on the peak winds or storm surge. But the slow motion, what that allows is the wind to sit over an area for a long period of time, and the rain. And I want to draw your attention to the radar here. You can see this area kind of clear or no rain, and then you can see a line almost forming, like right in here. That's probably the first signs of a line of heavy rain, really heavy rain, and flash flooding potential to develop overnight into tomorrow.
First of all, Jamie, I apologize. I couldn't see you when you popped up there. We have Jamie Rome with us. I want to make sure we have you correctly identified. Jamie, you've been watching this since we talked to you, I guess, a couple of hours ago. What's developed since then that maybe has your eye? Because for us now, we're hearing it's going to be the rain for us. What's standing out to you?
Yeah, it's going to be the rain. And because your viewers are inland, I fear that maybe they're not going to take this seriously. And when the sun comes up tomorrow, they're going to want to venture out and look around. And I just plead with people not to do that. It may look safe or you may feel safe, but when you get your car and drive around, you can encounter flooded roads, flash flooding, down trees, and down power lines. And so I really want people to be patient and stay in their house until this event has completely pulled away.
And Jamie, we're noticing something interesting with the radar here. Typically, the southeastern portion of a hurricane has a lot of rain and it's dry. We're like, what is happening that is making that portion so dry right now?
Yeah, this is what we expected. So it starts to pull dry air around. So remember, the flow is like this. It starts to pull dry air around and erode the radar. And then what you get is the northern side begins to get the most intense radar reflectivity. And this is why, and this is, I'm glad you brought it up, this is why we've been anticipating the heaviest rain and flood potential to be along and north of where where Ian tracks across the Florida Peninsula.
I was just looking at the radar behind us, same one you have right there. Does it look like it's keeping that track going right up towards Volusia County, or is it fluctuating at all that you're seeing, or anything that might impact it to move?
Yeah, it's going to wobble around a little bit, and you can see that, and don't get too, fixated on the wobbles because the overall track is unchanged.
All right, Jamie, before we let you go, just tell us what you want our viewers to know tonight, tomorrow, and into Friday as well.
I want you to stay in your homes and stay put. I've got family in Lakeland right here, and they just texted me that they lost power. So I understand what you're going through. I feel it myself. But please, I want you to stay put and not venture out.
Well, you made a great point. There's nothing to see out there, right? Everything's closed at this point.
No mini
golfing. The roads are going to be right. So there's no sense going anywhere. Jamie, do appreciate your time today, and we'll talk to you a little bit later on.
All right, thank you.
All right, so yeah, again.
Are you guys okay?
All right, we'll get right to this video. Yeah.
Video.
All right, Naples fire crews rescuing a person caught in the floodwaters there. In the video, they're walking up in water past their waist, sometimes chest high. And then when they get back in the fire station, water filling the first floor as well, forcing them to go to the second floor just to find dry ground. So again, another reason why you don't want to venture outside, because that can happen. There it is again.
Yeah, and I'm surprised they're even out there. This must have been an emergency for them to look at. It's almost like shoulder deep as they're rescuing that person there. Dangerous situation because you really don't know what's in the water.
Yeah,
or if there's a down power line.
Everybody, a lot of people have seen it by now, but there's sharks in the water, there's snakes in the water, there's all these things out there.
Alligators,
right? Oh yeah, in this area, I'm sure there are. So again, if this pans out and we see this continuing the way it is, and we get upwards of 30 inches, 36 inches of rain here as this thing parks on us until early Friday morning, we're going to have situations like this, and it's no joke. We've been, and again, everybody knows, oh, I shouldn't go out, but we see stories of people going out because you could get into cities like this.
Yeah, take a look at this video. You can see water here has filled the streets. This is downtown Fort Myers. They were just south of where Hurricane Ian made landfall. So they're on what is called the dirty side of the storm. That's where you get a whole bunch of rain, very strong winds, and potential tornadoes as well. This is video from Fox Weather's Robert Ray. He has been tracking the storm surge in that area, and you can see tarps from businesses were partially torn off due to those high winds as well, but that's probably the least of their issues at this point.
And again, that's one of the most beautiful parts of Florida. You've been down there, I've been down to take your families down there. It's beautiful, and I guess it was maybe a month ago when I was driving across I-10, I still saw some of the damage from, I guess it was Michael up there, and so much damage, 4, 5, 6 years later, it's still lingering, and so I hate to see what we're going to see come Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in that area, because they're seeing a significant, maybe a Cat 5 that hit there.
Yeah,
by the time
it
it's all
looks
said
like
and
right
done.
now it may have been 2 miles per hour shy of a Cat 5.
Yeah.
So I know when Michael came ashore, they thought it was a Cat 4, but then they actually upgraded it to a Cat 5 once they saw the damage. It's just heartbreaking when you see that video, because you know there's going to be probably millions, if not billions of dollars worth of damage.
One of the estimates came out. They're already looking at upwards of $100 billion worth of damage, because, I mean, let's be honest, that's some of the most expensive property in the entire state of Florida along that area, too.
And then you have all
thousands
the barrier
of houses.
islands, Sanibel, Captiva, Marco Island.
Well, when they said, and we'll get to this next story in just a second, when they said that they were looking at a storm surge upwards of 10 to 12 feet south of Fort Myers, one of the people pointed out all those barrier islands are only 3 to 4 feet above sea level when the tide is high. They're all under. A lot of houses out there too. So there's a lot yet to see. Okay, let's go back here locally. Seminole County also seeing some heavy rain right now. We actually saw some sideways rain in our area recently. At least one tree, a couple of power poles knocked down at this point.
Yeah, let's get right out to Fox 35's Adam Shadoff. He is in Geneva right now.
On our way to a story at Lake Harney here near Geneva when we came across this in the neighborhood. This is a gigantic tree that came down. It is kind of windy, but it's hard to know whether or not it was the wind or the water and the flooding underneath the root system of this tree that forced this thing to go down. Probably a combination of both, but you can see the size of this thing is massive, and I know that's one of the big concerns is flooding and then trees going down because of soft turf. But this is obviously a tough situation for the people that own this house. Obviously a big old tree, and now it's down.
And John, that is exactly what meteorologist Brooks Garner, Ian Cassette were talking about yesterday. We're going to get all this rain, and then behind it comes the strong winds. And we haven't even really gotten to the strong winds yet.
But this area did. Take a look at this one caught on camera in Lee County by the sheriff's office there. That's that storm surge we were talking about and the flooding. So again, Fort Myers, the roads look like rivers at this point, just floating that trailer down the street right there. Water high enough and fast enough to just move that large trailer right down the road. More storm surge headed to that area. Could rise as high as 12 feet by the time all is said and done.
There's the trailer right there going
back
down the River Street is what you call it.
You know, a lot of these areas here, whether it's Volusia County, Seminole County, a lot of these trees do have that shallow root structure.
They do.
So it doesn't just mean that the limbs have to come down. I remember 2004, Winter Park had so many of those trees that had been there for a long time. Charlie had so many of those old growth trees. They found out the roots weren't very deep and they were falling over. So again, another reason why you got to be very careful when you go out. So a reminder, curfew also in effect for Volusia County. That begins at 8 o'clock this evening.
And then it goes till 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Volusia County officials hosted a news conference this afternoon, and Sheriff Mike Chitwood had a harsh warning for anyone even considering committing a crime during this emergency.
The worst is yet to come. My next message is for the opportunists out there that are going to take advantage of the state of emergency and think it's a good time to go out, to burglarize a business, to break in the cars, or to commit any other nefarious acts. I can tell you all of Volusia County, all of the law enforcement agencies are full staffed, and we are out there working. So be wise, because again, the penalties for committing a crime are enhanced during the state of emergency.
Mike Chitwood is not having it. Not having it.
Yeah, and they're out there in full force. We saw it coming into work today. Officials also put out video about dangerously high surf coming to Volusia County beaches. As of last check, just under 160 people are staying in the storm shelters all around that county as well, but that number's probably going to go up too.
Absolutely. And we continue tracking Hurricane Ian, which is still a Category 4 at this hour. Fox 35's Vicky Carr is moving around Daytona Beach, checking things out there. Vicky, you're down by the pier right now. What are you seeing?
Hey, yeah, John and Luann, I'm actually standing next to our work vehicle because I want to show you just how strong the wind is. So we're going to move away from it because right now the wind is being blocked by our car. But now we're standing in windy conditions. You can see just how strong the wind is out here. We have seen it pick up over the last hour or so, just getting some major gusts that are moving through. This right here, you're looking at the Daytona Beach Pier. That's Joe's Crab Shack right there, the fishing pier. Of course, nobody is out here. You can see the ocean there. I heard Jamie King describe it earlier today, an angry ocean, and that is absolutely what we're seeing out here. And again, the wind just picking up. As far as debris, you see some branches that have been kind of flying around. We've seen that scattered around here in Daytona Beach, but right now, nothing major. This area, there's a lot of businesses around here. All of those appear to be closed. We're standing right next to the Slingshot. There is a pizza shop down there that looks like it's still open, but we're gonna walk over here this way. All of the shops out here that are usually bustling with tourists, everybody out here is gone, truly looking like a ghost town. And Luann, you had mentioned a curfew that starts at 8. That's actually going to be starting here in less than an hour. We haven't seen many cars out on the roads. We have seen some people walking by, maybe 1 or 2 cars, but it looks like everyone is hunkering down inside. For now, that is the latest here in Daytona Beach. Vicky Carr, Fox 35 News.
Well, it looks like things are picking up.
Fox 35 News starts now, tracking Ian.
You are watching Fox 35 News at 7 o'clock. We are continuing to track Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, so we have our whole crew in. They're going to be here for the next couple of days as well, making sure we are all up to speed. We have Brooks and the Chief, Jamie King, join us once again. Fellas, what do you got for us?
Well, we got a lot of wind, a lot of rain, Brooks. It's going down right now. Daytona Beach getting clobbered with the gusty winds. Tropical storm conditions playing out all across Central Florida at this moment.
Yeah, people have been asking, where's the rain? But it seems like they've stopped asking that. So I think the rain's moving in.
Exactly. Yeah. Winds now freshening on up. So again, we're going to take a look here, live look at what's happening out of Daytona right now. And what you see there is, I call it as a surfer, we call that victory at sea, Brooks. It's,
that's a foamy one.
Yeah, it is a foamy one out there. And you can see water levels running high right now, and the rain blowing sideways at this time. I want to give you a look here at the current track on this thing. Again, we're looking at current sustained winds at 125 with some higher gusts. Obviously, we made landfall in southwestern Florida now, and boy, is it moving closer to the metro here as a Category 1 as we look longer term, and then right on out to sea as we see that increase here right over the open Atlantic and into the coastal Carolinas. You know, a lot of you here on vacation, I'm assuming. Again, the tourist district was booming just the other day, and I know a lot of you do come from the southeastern states, so we do thank you for joining us here for continuing coverage of Ian. Also of note is what's ahead here if you try to make your way home as we get to the back end of this week, into the weekend time frame as the track takes it into this general region here in through coastal Georgia and up to the Piedmont of South Carolina. So that's going to contain a lot of heavy rain and some windy conditions at times up that way. So we talk about the rain and the extreme amounts that the forecast models are dealing with. Brooks has been doing a great job illustrating the interaction with the front that's stalled on top of the region. That is wringing it out like a wet rag right on top of the area. So our numbers are coming in pretty thick now. At it to land 24 inches of accumulation on top of what we've already received. This will take us into Friday at 8 o'clock in the morning. Down toward Orlando, 17 additional inches, and then we'll peel back the amounts as you go out to the west. Right now, live look outside our studios here in beautiful Lake Marion, Seminole County. Winds are whippy, rain going sideways. So our Ian timeline for you now through midnight, bands of 3 to 6 inches per hour. 3 to 6 inches per hour, friends. When we talk tropics, when it rains, it pours. Know that. Gusts to 50 to 60 miles per hour from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. Unrelenting downpours. Looks like 70-plus mile per hour winds. It's going to be blowing real heavy out there. And then from 7 a.m. to about noon tomorrow, looks like heavy rain backs off. Winds begin to decrease a touch, but still quite sporty at 35 to 55 miles per hour. Now, another aspect of all this is keeping a live track on our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. I want to go over to meteorologist Brooks Gardner now with the very latest here in the Storm Center. And Brooks, I got a lot of rain on that right now, and you've got that front drawn out. Yeah. Tell our viewers about the interaction, what's playing out, because there's a lot of dynamics, a lot of meteorology behind this.
There is, and this is what's going to make it such, I don't want to go as far as saying unprecedented, but in something we haven't seen in a lot of memory. That is the amount of rain we're expecting, which could exceed 24 inches tonight. Additional rain, that's a big deal. The reason, we've got a front right now that's stalled across north central Florida, so north and west of it, not much going on, but this is going to serve as a focus for the core of Ian as it works northward toward Orlando overnight to wring it out. It's going to be like a really wet rag. You're wringing out, and unfortunately that's going to happen right over our area. So we've got already the equivalent of a serious fire hose of rain, where this core alone, where it's tracking, can easily drop 6-10 inches of rain, and it's going to be only slowly walking northward. And by walking, I mean the system's going north at 8 miles per hour. And so let's put the ruler on here and do the math. So it's about 77 miles between the core of that and Orlando, and that's going to be at least 8 hours from now before it arrives, and we've got all of the stuff out ahead of it. We've got all of this rain that's falling right now, and this is already dumping inches and inches of rain. We're already seeing some flooding around the area, already seeing a lot of trees where the roots are so saturated that just a little bit of wind will blow them over. Seen a couple of those in Oviedo. But once this comes up and works up toward our way, this is going to represent the core of the flooding. And if you look at your screen on the top right, that shot of I-75, I believe it is, in the Northport area, that's basically where this is and where this has been. And so that's what you can expect. It's just driving rains coming in around the circulation. And the heart of this right now is in the Fort Meade, Arcadia area. This is going to be Hardee and DeSoto counties up by Wauchula. But in our region, if you're at home right now, maybe you're watching us on the live stream on the Fox 35 Storm Team app, maybe you lost power and that's how you're watching us right now. We've got a fetch coming off of the Atlantic from east to west, just feeding through the region. And this is one of those bands of rain we were talking about, where you get pulses of downpours. It goes on and on and on, and each one of these could drop a quick half-inch of rain, and it really starts to add up. Right now, we've got the heaviest rain happening in places like Titusville, right over the Mims area, right over I-95, where it's just blinding rain. Farther toward the west in Oviedo, more rain falling. Winter Springs, this area now largely without power. And as the evening progresses, as this core down here across southern Polk and also northern Hardee County works straight across Orlando. If you think it's rained hard now, just wait about 7 to 8 hours from now, because we're going to be in for a wallop here, Jamie. And I'm saying that with that phrasing because I think it's important to let people know that it's not a good time to go out there and explore, that roads can become impassable with that kind of rain.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. So watching that in that area of rain, they're moving now toward Orlando, eventually coming up this way. Concerning and great job explaining, Brooks, how again we developed that stout breeze off the Atlantic. When you mentioned that fetch, that's that wind blowing over a long duration, for an extended period of time over a real big expanse of open Atlantic, and that's funneling in all that moisture. So there it is playing out right now. The gusty winds, the heavy rain, and what's to come down to the south. Just incredible right now. Just huge rain amounts right there. Arcadia over to Fort Meade in the Sebring, and again at any time we can get some rotation within these bands. We've had quite a few tornado warned areas today, and we mentioned, Brooks, when it rains and pours with the tropical connection, our rainfall radar, our radar's dual pole, so we can literally examine the insides, the guts of these areas of heavy rain as they move across, and right there yielding 8 inches, friends, per hour being dispatched from the bottom of these clouds here.
And that's not just an anomaly. You know how sometimes apps and technology can kind of lead you astray and maybe give you a wacky number? This is accurate. In fact, during Hurricane Harvey, we were seeing 10 to 12 inches per hour, and this may be underestimating it.
Well, tropical systems are proven performers, as we say.
They sure are.
Yeah, they put down a lot of rain. All right, so we're going to stay on top of it. We want all of you to depend on us, trust us here at the Fox 35 Storm Center, Brooks and myself, Ian in house this evening, and we're going to do our best to keep all of you safe right here in our viewing area. For now, we'll send it on back to you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. And Ray Vieta is joining me now at the desk. Welcome in.
Thanks so much. Good to see you guys. Have been doing a great job covering us and guiding us through this storm. And it's getting scary. It's getting scary out there.
Things are starting to pick up outside. So we're going to be here throughout the night, throughout tomorrow. We are not leaving you. We're staying on the air 24/7 as we track Hurricane Ian. And right now, it's actually impacting downtown Orlando.
And that is where we find Fox 35's Marie Ettinger. She is live at Lake Eola. Marie, I know the area well. Tell me what it's looking like out there.
Yeah, so I heard our meteorology team mention a second ago that this is raining sideways right now, but I want to explain it isn't one direction of rain. It is all of the sides all at once. The poor video journalist I'm with has been cleaning off our lens constantly. I do want to show you an example of the wind that's blowing right now. You can see the fountain behind me here at Lake Eola Park. See the water coming off and just getting blown to the side? That changes with every gust. So some of it's heading to one side, the wind will change directions and it blows towards us or in another direction. So that's been a good little metric for us to see, to monitor the wind a little bit. And you can see the waves are getting pretty bad. It might be a little bit hard to see from a distance, so I do want to bring you up closer to where it's lapping up at the shore. That's getting bad enough so that some of them are splashing up over the sidelines. We're not seeing that too bad just yet, but we are expecting that that could change. As we mentioned, it's going to keep raining, and the rain right now is going to get even worse in the next few hours. So we are going to be keeping an eye on that. We did get a report of flooding that we weren't able to confirm, but it is something to certainly monitor. You can also hear the bandshell behind me. I'm not sure if you can hear it, but we sure can over here. The wind is enough so that it is clanking on that metal right now, making it kind of groan and moan all through the evening. You can see the wind in the trees over here, and I do want to point out, you see that one car there? I was just about to mention we haven't seen as many drivers out right now, so that's a shame, but we don't want people driving. I do want to point out here it is not quite as bad for debris in the road. Elsewhere in downtown Orlando, it was looking pretty bad with palm fronds and small branches or clusters of leaves. No big branches yet that we've seen in this area. And as I mentioned, right here in Lake Eola Park, it's not looking all too bad for debris in the road. But I do want to point out, it is starting to get dark, and that makes the roads very difficult to see. So although there isn't flooding here right now, we did see some ponding happening elsewhere in downtown Orlando and throughout this area. If it's at night, you cannot see how deep that water is. That is really, really when you want to be off the roads. We were hoping people would be in by earlier this afternoon. This is the time that you want to make sure you are sheltered, you are safe, because you might not notice a puddle. You might think you see a shallow one and it turns out to be deeper than you anticipate. We don't know when water like this could come over. It's all things. There are all these different factors that you don't want to mess with. So if you are not inside yet, please do so. Ray and Luann?
Marie, I was going to ask you, you're at a very popular spot, really like the crown jewel of downtown Orlando. Are you seeing a lot of people walking around there? It's usually a very busy, popular spot with people walking around at all times of the day and evening.
Yeah, I saw one guy just a little bit ago out on a jog, which was interesting to me because this is not my preferred type of weather personally, but he seemed completely fine with it. But as we mentioned, this wind is going to get worse. A little bit ago, in downtown Orlando, we clocked wind speeds of a gust at 40 miles an hour. We clocked another at 37, 31. So the winds are picking up and the rain is only going to get worse. So if you are a Floridian thinking it's fine, we deal with this, we can put up with it, it's just some rain, it's just some wind, you are really going to want to get off that high horse soon because it is getting dangerous out here. Do not go outside. Don't go for a jog. Just maybe, do some laps around your house if you can.
All right, Marie.
Thanks, Marie. And one good thing to point out too is it looks like electricity is still on where she is because the fountain is still on, and so are the high rises.
And you see the water blowing in the wind coming out of the fountain.
Exactly.
But
so that's
Lake
good to see.
Eola, not the only lake seeing some action. The water along Lake Monroe is almost above the seawall at this hour. We're going to show you a live look at the marina coming up now.
And that's where Fox 35's Marlisa Goldsmith joins us live in Sanford. Marlisa, you're right along the river walk, braving the weather, which only seems to be getting worse since I last saw you.
Absolutely, Ray. It has gotten worse. It seems like hour by hour, this wind is picking up more and more. I want to see if you can get a good look at the palm trees here. Of how strong these winds are. Our meteorologists have been warning us that winds would continue to pick up, and that's exactly what's happening here in Sanford. If we get a little bit closer to this Rainfall journalist, Jeremy Rice, working with me today, I want you to take a look. Earlier, no one was out here. Now, more and more people are coming out driving. The law enforcement has warned, government officials have warned. Our storm team has warned this is dangerous, and it's only going to get more dangerous. The conditions are now worsening. The wind is picking up. The rain is picking up. And as you just heard Marie mention just moments ago, that's going to create flooding. It's going to create ponding. And as our light begins to fade away, we're not going to be able to see that. And that's when it becomes even more dangerous. Folks, I need you to heed these warnings because you can see people still driving out here. Not too long ago, we saw people out here. They wanted to get the sights for themselves. They're out here taking pictures. They're taking videos. And it almost seemed like for the younger people that they were having a good time. There's absolutely nothing fun, nothing exciting about this. These are dangerous conditions, and I really hope that people start to heed these warnings because earlier we saw law enforcement officials going up and down the boulevard here asking people to leave. They were helping people get to shelters, get to their safe place. I want you to take a look here at Lake Monroe, which Luann just mentioned not too long ago. Can you all see that? The water is almost above the seawall. It's getting higher and higher, and if you're familiar with the area, this is nowhere near where it's supposed to be. Pretty soon that water is going to make its way over the seawall, and we're going to see it all across here. It's going to create issues. It's going to create problems, not only for drivers, for the people walking in the area. We are standing next to an apartment complex, so I imagine it's going to create issues for them as well. Folks, again, we ask that you heed the warning that officials are making and take this very seriously. This is an update from Sanford tonight. Let's go ahead and send things back to you.
All right, Marlisa, thank you so much, and stay safe out there. I can hear the rain just getting worse for you out there,
Yeah,
so
it's
be
hard
safe.
to believe that she's only by Lake Monroe. It sounds like she's by the Atlantic. The wind is so strong,
and
it's
the
hard to
rain,
hear.
it's hard to
That's
hear
what you
her.
normally see, like at the peak of a hurricane.
And just to give you an idea of the difference, too, you hear how she's not that far away from us, but we're not hearing that downpour over our studios where we can usually hear the rain coming down really hard.
We're hearing a little bit, but that's how these squalls are.
Exactly.
It could be a downpour one area, a mile away you could just be getting a drizzle or nothing at all.
So
that's why they're saying, Floridians are known to have hurricane parties. I know you're new to the state, but this is nothing new for us, right?
Exactly.
So a lot of times people get together with their neighbors, they go outside, but of course it's not advised. It seems like it's not so bad right now, but as Brooks and Ian and now Jamie have been telling us, this is going to pick up throughout the night, and it's going to hang around all day tomorrow as well.
And it's interesting to point out that she was saying law enforcement is out there trying to tell people to stay away from these areas because they don't want anyone getting hurt. They don't want anyone getting caught in these surges and in this storm and that water lapping. I mean, she said it was coming up. So something to keep in mind as we see this weather move its way closer to us, and you can see it right behind us there as it's closing in on our area. Right now, Lake Harney is swelling over its banks. This video just came into our newsroom within the last few minutes. It's showing how choppy the water is there. Wind speeds are also starting to pick up on the Volusia County side of the lake. Definitely time to get indoors if you live nearby. Fox 35's Matt Trezza is joining us live from Lake County.
Yeah, Matt, you're checking out the seaplane base there in Tavares because that base was actually destroyed during Irma. How are things looking tonight?
Yeah, things are looking pretty quiet out here. We've had just a couple of people driving around. We had a guy come up to us a little while ago, asked if there was any place open to eat. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be. Everything's pretty close and hunkered down here in Tavares, the seaplane city. But there aren't any seaplanes except for the one that's parked right there. Everything else, the docks are totally clear. It looks like the people who had the planes and the boats that are normally out on those docks all took the warning of Hurricane Irma from 2017 and got all those seacraft out of the water. We were back here in 2017 with Hurricane Irma, and this place just got walloped. The dock got destroyed, and there were a lot of boats there. About 25 boats got trashed. So this time around, it looks like everybody decided to get their boats out of the water ahead of this storm, and it looks like it is a good thing that they did. Right now, we have a little bit more calm than the last time we checked in with you about an hour ago. The rain was a lot more, and there was a lot more wind. Except right now, it seems noticeably chillier. Now we still have quite a bit of wind out here, but the rain has lessened, and it looks like it's one of those parts in the storm where we have a little bit of a lull right now. However, that could change as quickly as maybe 15 or 20 minutes time, and that's basically how things are looking out here. Again, you can see the wind kind of like whipping up the trees around here. There's a little bit of lightness in the sky. It looks like we're perhaps having, one of those breaks in the bands from the storm. But again, that's how everything is looking here in Tavares. When you check back in with me, though, it may be a totally different picture for the next hour. So for now, we're live in Tavares. Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
All right, Matt, thank you. And our live team coverage of Hurricane Ian continues now with Fox 35's Valerie Boy. She is live in Celebration.
And Valerie is at a shelter there. And I'm wondering, Valerie, if you're seeing more people coming in as the night progresses.
Yeah, right. We are seeing a few people coming in as the night progresses. In fact, right now I am actually at the check-in table, and you can see some games and forms right here as people come in. But there's a big need for supplies, and joining me right now is Connor Gilbert. He is a volunteer. Connor, tell me, what are people asking for that we just don't have right now?
Right now here at the school, high school is just a regular high school. We're just not equipped to really handle like the toiletry part. We hadn't really thought that through. When we're opening as a shelter, we're just trying to provide them an opportunity to get away from the storm. But since it's going to be a while, we want to make sure that we're opening up our locker rooms and things like that so that they can go and take showers. But then, a lot of them just didn't bring a lot of toiletries with them, and they didn't bring, especially their like a bath towel. They didn't bring a towel with them either. So we're trying to provide the things that we have here available at the school. There's just a couple things that some people just didn't bring with them. So those are the things that we're really looking for right now.
Okay, so if they come here to the shelter, make sure you bring your blankets, your towels.
Right. Anything like that you're going to need. We just want to make sure that we're providing a good space and we can get them some food and some things like that to eat. But as far as just toiletries and things like that you're going to need, your medications, things like that, you want to bring those with you.
And what kind of residents are coming in here?
Goodness, we're getting residents from all walks of life. We're getting residents that are homeless and just trying to find a way out of the storm, to we have tourists who are here just trying to find a safe place to ride it out. This is something that a lot of them have never experienced. So they're just really looking for a place to be and to hunker down and to stay safe during the storm.
And is there a time when you're going to lock the doors, or will they stay open?
I'm never going to turn somebody away. If they come here, we're going to get them in and we're going to take them out of the weather and just try and provide them a safe space. So I want to encourage them to come sooner rather than later. I don't want anybody out on the road, but I'm certainly not going to turn anybody away.
Okay, thank you very much, Connor. All right, so as Connor was saying, we have people from all walks of life staying here at the shelter, and I'm actually going to walk into the gym here and talk to a gentleman who is staying here at the shelter. He lives in an RV, and he's very concerned about it. So, you know, regarding those supplies that Connor was just talking about, I did talk to the sheriff of Osceola. He says he's going to work on that and bring in blankets and towels and things like that. So hopefully they get those supplies soon. And this is Fabian. Okay. And so, Fabian, can you tell me why did you come here?
So because of the high rent prices, I've been forced to rent a mobile home. And it's just not stable. I was sitting in my mobile home and it was swaying back and forth, and it was starting to leak from the roof. So it just was not a safe place to be.
And so what did you bring here with you today?
So a lot of the essentials, just whatever I was able to bring, like passport, IDs. My brother did pass away from cancer 4 years ago, and so the thing that's most important to me is my picture of my brother now.
That is very special.
Yeah, so you just have to grab whatever you can, because you don't know what you're going to have when you go back.
Okay. And so how long do you plan to stay here?
Well, it's not looking like we'll be able to go back out maybe till tomorrow night, Friday morning. I honestly don't know. We're not too sure. So we're a lot safer here as long as it takes. So luckily we are lucky enough to have a safe place like this to go to.
Right.
Thanks.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so I'm just going to give you a look. We're going to do like a wide look, just so people have their privacy. We have several people in here, senior citizens, even children. They're playing, trying to play games, trying to play ball, trying to keep busy, right? That's the hardest part about being here and sheltering in a storm is, you know, what do you do next? A lot of people just playing on their phones. We got a couple right over here, just kind of spending the time reading, things like that. So again, this is one of 5 shelters here in Osceola County, and the biggest complaint is that residents really need towels, blankets, and maybe even a cot or so. So we're going to see if the sheriff comes through and is able to help them here. Otherwise, they have plenty of food, and they are really, really glad they have a place to stay here. So even if they don't have their pillows and blankets, they are grateful that they have shelter over their heads. Back to you guys.
Hey, Valerie, I was going to ask you, what is the capacity like at the shelter? And it doesn't look like they've met the capacity yet, so there's still plenty of room for people if they need to show up.
Oh, yeah. Right now, there's around 70 people here. I mean, there's probably capacity for, I don't know, 100, couple hundred. So like Connor said before, he said he's not going to turn anybody away. If someone needs to come in, they will find the space, and they're not going to lock the doors.
It's great to hear. Thank you so much, Valerie Boy, reporting to us from Celebration. We appreciate, Valerie, that update. We want to tell you an update now from storm shelters in Flagler County. The Flagler County School District says 2 schools have fully transformed into shelters. Rimfire Elementary and Bunnell Elementary are ready to take people in. We're told a small number of people were lined up when doors opened. The important number you should jot down is the Flagler County helpline.
Yeah, you can call 24/7. That number is 386-313-4200. Again, 386-313-4200. If you have any questions about Hurricane Ian, call that number if you live in Flagler County.
And hundreds of thousands of people along the Gulf Coast are seeking shelter, of course, because that's where they got hit first. Ian bringing catastrophic flooding to the Gulf Coast that they are dealing with right now.
And Fox 35's Ashley Soriano is live for us in Tampa, where storm conditions are getting worse tonight. Ashley, we see your hair and your jacket whipping in the wind there. How you doing?
Good evening, Luann and Ray. Well, yeah, you can't miss it. These winds are very strong. In fact, I had a hat on right before speaking with you guys, and I almost lost it to the wind here in downtown Tampa. The winds and the rain are picking up. I have been out here in a covered parking garage for hours and hours all day today, and this is probably the worst of it that we've seen in this area. The state of Florida does have more than 1 million people without power. Luckily, in this little downtown area where I'm at specifically has not lost power just yet. Hopefully it doesn't, but definitely things are picking up out here. Luann, Ray.
Hey, you know, Ashley, I was going to ask you, it seems pretty quiet where you are. We're not seeing a lot of people. Have you been seeing a lot of people? And if so, have you been seeing any emergency vehicles? Because I imagine there's going to be a good amount of emergency vehicles out there if there are people out there.
Yeah, great question. So there have been a handful of times since sitting in my car throughout the day in this parking garage that I have heard emergency services passing by with their lights and their sirens going. You will see an occasional car go by or a person walking seeking shelter, but it's very rare, almost like a ghost town out here. Of course, no businesses are open except for just a few hotels.
Ashley, we see there's a lot of wind over there in Tampa. Have you seen much rain this afternoon and evening?
You know, I will say that the rain has not been as bad as you might expect, but that wind is really what is pushing that rain to hit you. You can probably see it hitting my face right now.
All right, Ashley Soriano live for us in Tampa. Thank you very much. We'll check back with you later tonight. Now we want to get a check on the very latest with Hurricane Ian. You see it right there. The eye has moved inland after making landfall over in the Gulf about 4 hours ago now.
And you know, there are power outages is the big story tonight, of course. It's one of the many big stories. And it's interesting to point out that in Ashley's live shot, we still saw some lights on in the background, even though more than 1.1 million people are without power right now.
Yeah, most of the people without power are south of where that hurricane made landfall. They're north. So that's the good news, is that they're on kind of the cleaner side of the storm. The winds were really bad south of where Ashley is, just a little bit around Fort Myers, where that eye wall came ashore. Let's check in with the Fox 35 storm team with the latest on Hurricane Ian. Gentlemen.
Yes. Good evening. Good evening. Hello. Yes. Still watching rain going sideways. All of our live reporters doing a great job. Brooks, everyone's staying safe. That is also a primary concern of us here.
Number one.
Our people that are bringing you the action and the story as it unfolds here locally in Central Florida. Now we're talking about the winds. We're talking about the rains, the impacts, as we suspected, friend, spreading out far and wide from that center of circulation.
Yeah, if you look at a similar path like Charlie back in 2004, much different storm, very compact. This one has a huge wind field extending out well over 100 miles from the center. We've already had hurricane force winds at Daytona Beach, New Smyrna Beach, 74 mile per hour wind gust, trees down around parts of Seminole County from all the rain that we've had, the new rain plus a little bit of wind gust action. And now we're talking about overnight the possibility of 6 inches per hour.
Incredible.
For several hours.
Incredible.
So we're going to see a lot of rain. In other words, we haven't seen the core of the storm yet.
Right, and we liken the radar imagery here behind you as almost that big broad area there that's coming up from the south as kind of the big club that's coming in here that's going to really bring that pounding of rain on in. We've measured some of this rain, Brooks, per hour, estimating per hour with our rain rate. As I mentioned earlier, our live radar is is dual pole, and we can really examine the innards of these things.
Come on,
yeah, we might as well, and show you again that we've got rainfall rates at almost 8 inches per hour. So a lot of that is going to have a tendency of moving northbound and impacting our local skies here. So just incredible rainfall rates at this time.
Jamie, this core right here is the one we've been tracking, where this is essentially the northwest quadrant of the eye wall. And actually, Luann alluded to it, talking about the clean side of a storm versus the dirty side. Usually the east side of a storm is the dirty side, because that's where you get most of your tornadoes, that's where you can get your heaviest rain. But with this system, it's unique in that it's interacting with a cold front that's just to the north, and that cold front is going, I'm going to draw it on here, the cold front is going to essentially squeeze out the rain that's on the southeast side and kind of transport it to the other side. And so we could see some of the heavier rains not on the dirty side, but on the clean side. And in this case, as this core rolls up, that's what our concern is tonight.
Right, and as we take a look, too, you did a great job earlier talking about this freight training effect of these rains coming in. So we talk about that again, coming in off the Atlantic, and what we call a fetch of wind, right? So that's some strengthened winds blowing over a long area of ocean for a long period of time, and that sets up, again, that corridor very, very heavy, just super soaked air air, and that moves on in and just unloads here. So that is increasing with the winds across the coastal zones. You mentioned the hurricane gust, Brooks, out in coastal Volusia County, and that is why they expanded the hurricane warning, which is a great call earlier today to keep everyone safe down there. Just fascinating, all we say in weather, the dynamics, all the ingredients going into this super soaker event, and a laundry list of impacts to the region because of Ian here.
Yeah, and with what we've had, this has just saturated us even further, and we're seeing retention ponds starting to fill up. What we may see tonight and what the computer models are reflecting could be a core between 1 foot and 2 feet of rain. Right. And that would, in theory, send a lot of the retaining ponds that haven't experienced that surge of moisture maybe over their banks, and that's when we could see some flooding.
And on top of it, we've had a fairly robust rainy season here locally, so we saturated soils. You know, our soil here is very sandy, and I liken it almost to like coffee grounds, right? You could brew through the coffee grounds, you get a couple cups out of it, next thing you know, it doesn't work much anymore. So, you know, we've got that.
Very well said.
Thank you very much. I can go for some coffee right now.
It's that color too. It's that tannic acid brown, you know, that you see flowing through some of the rivers.
Exactly.
And it's hard to see. You can't judge how deep it is sometimes or what's under it. So if you're fording through floodwaters, it's not advised. Be very careful.
Okay, so we've got the alert system on. This comes to us from our partners at Fox Weather, and this will also show national warnings and watches and such. You can see here, though, sandwiched in between the very latest on Ian. So it's a constant flow of information coming into the storm center. So this allows us to really essentially, Brooks, not miss a beat, right? Keeps us on top and on top of our game here. This is Orange County Live Look City Furniture Cam. What was striking to me earlier, Brooks, was how very quiet the tourist district was today. I mean, there wasn't a soul around. Wow. Just incredible.
For good reason, right? With everything coming, but amazing to see on an otherwise busy period of time when it's not busy at all. But yeah, these bands of rain will continue to come in. This is kind of a preview of what's to come as this rolls northward. It's going to start to interact with the front, and it's actually going to get even heavier than it is now. So there's going to be a stripe of about, what is this, about 40 miles wide. Here, let me back up. I'm kind of doing it left-handed.
Sure.
We'll go back to this section. And so we're going to see basically from here to here, about 40 miles wide. This stripe, as it works to the northeast, this will be the area that gets the most rain, and it looks like it's making a beeline right for Kissimmee, Dr. Phillips, and Orlando.
Right, so up the gut here, Osceola County, likely probably going into the metro, right?
That's
downtown Orlando into Seminole County, and maybe spreading north from there. It's interesting, though, how we've got things working here, directionally here, approaching from south to north, and then that big flow. This is impressive to me, and I'm real curious to see the end result. This is really a classic setup as we look at it now as a whole, with the inflow coming in off the Atlantic, the speedy winds, just a lot going on here.
That's right. And also the ever-present tornado threat. We haven't had any, fortunately, now. Hopefully that doesn't pan out, but sometimes on this you can get these tornadoes that pop up. But Jamie, where's the hurricane center right now, and where's it going to go by tomorrow morning?
Well, that's again moving slowly right now. So let's go ahead and take a look at that forecast track here for you on the big wall, if you would. And we want to give you the latest intel coming on into the area. So again, it's all about what is happening now, where this thing is headed. Current winds at 125 miles per hour, higher gusts, northeast movement at 8 miles per hour. So it isn't breaking any speed records here. Kind of taking its time. We'll move up in through the metro area and then exit off stage right into the open Atlantic and in toward the coastal Carolinas, the Piedmont of South Carolina. There's Charleston, Florence, up to Charlotte. So still, you know, while it will be decreasing in intensity, it's still going to be a tropical storm as it comes in off the Atlantic and moves into these areas. So tropical storm warnings have been issued for that particular region here on the map. Again, back to our live scan here of what's happening with the very latest from our partners at Fox Weather, our live alert system. 132 mile per hour gusts now recorded near Port Charlotte earlier as Hurricane Ian made landfall. So some very potent winds. You can see another update right there. And as we give you a look here at our exclusive Fox model, what we're showing you is a pretty darn good track here as far as following in line with the National Hurricane Center thinking. This model in particular is exclusive to us here at Fox 35. You'll see it nowhere else in town. And one of the things in our arsenal that really allows us to really fine-tune the forecast details, bring that to you to keep you and your family members safe. But just a wonderful tool we have here as it shows, again, that rotation moving across. So as we take a look here at the future rain amounts, does show on top of what's currently on the ground 24 inches, big stripe here of heavy rain there through Volusia County. That is likely the modeling keying in on that increase in wind we showed you in Volusia County and how that is transporting that big corridor of heavy rain, that heavy moisture back across Volusia County. So that makes perfect sense there. Obviously, we trail the rain amounts back a bit to the west, and as we look at our high resolution future radar, it shows the circulation lifting up and out. So again, this is going to be a long night around here, and for the duration of tomorrow, it's going to be very, very active until Ian is out of the equation. And once that begins to move out into the Atlantic, while the rain begins to ease, there'll be some gusty, some pretty speedy winds on the backside of this, finally separating from that circulation as we go through possibly late tomorrow night and into early Friday morning. So we'll be tracking that for you. So current wind gusts for you now across the state. What you see is what you get, pretty active scene, and that circulation still down here riding steadily off to the north and east, with impacts likely around Orlando and the surrounding metro areas as we go through late tonight and first thing into Thursday morning. That's all for now. Brooks, we'll go ahead and send it back to you. Going to do a little radar analysis for us now?
Yeah, let's do it, Jamie. So we've been talking about the dynamics that make this such a unique system, and just zooming out real quick for the big picture, this green polygon is a big flash flood warning. This extends from the Bradenton area down through Sarasota County into Charlotte County, DeSoto County, Hardee County, and into areas like southern, I should say, but this is Polk County. And so this is really advancing. I mean, this is within reach of Orlando at this point. The core of this rain is about 68, 70 miles to our south, and it's moving north at about 8 miles an hour. So it's still some hours away. And as we had talked about a little bit earlier, we've got this fetch of Atlantic moisture wrapping around Ian's circulation. And so that is pre-saturating most of Seminole County and Orange County. There's been a very conspicuous dry area for much of this for southeastern Orange County and also for eastern Osceola and Brevard County, kind of free from those bands earlier it rained. But this perpetual stuff that's coming in, this is already producing flooding. And as far as what we're going to see here for the upcoming hours as we go farther toward the south, the thinking is that as Ian, the center, works northward in this fashion, this core of rain on the north side of it will follow and also work toward the northeast. And going to our viewing area, you can extrapolate the line of the heaviest rain and just sort of draw it, just literally like that. And you can say, okay, well, based on the real-time analysis, based on our Fox 35 storm tracker radar, from Haines City to Kissimmee, to Rockledge, to Port St. John, Titusville, Orlando, Oviedo, maybe even Sanford, and up toward Bethune Beach, it is going to start to rain tonight in a very unrelenting way for a period of hours, and we could get 4 to 6 inches of rain out of this per hour for a period of, say, 4 to 6 hours, and that could easily drop more than a foot of rain. So this is just the beginning, and while there are big puddles out there, we're already seeing a couple of tree falls. Roads are somewhat passable. That may change a little bit later on tonight. You know, Jamie, one of the things we also track at night with tropical systems is that the boundaries that define the dry from the heavy rain tighten up, and it's like having a hose that you put on the laser, and it just gets heavier. So that's another thing to watch out for.
Yeah, that's a fact. I'll tell you. All right, so again, we do our best to keep you up to date. I think we just accomplished that, Brooks. Again, lots of great information coming into the Storm Center at this time. We'll continue to live track and keep everyone up to date here from the Storm Center. Time now 7:40 here for you on this Wednesday Eve, and we'll send it on back to you, Ray and Luann.
Jamie and Brooks, thank you so much. And you know, when you're talking about flooding, you got to be careful not to go out in it, because you never know what's under that water, and it could be dangerous, especially with the winds that are coming and more of the rain that keeps coming down.
Definitely.
And we've got an update now from the Orange County mayor.
The Fox 35's Connor Hansen is joining us live tonight and explains, Connor, they're saying if your lights have not gone out yet in Orange County, they could very soon.
That's right, Luann. You should be prepared for that to happen at some point tonight. I'm standing in the Emergency Operations Center for Orange County. This is where Mayor Demings and other county officials will be staying throughout the storm and giving us updates right here at this podium. We got one just a few minutes ago. Mayor Demings' message to everybody in Orange County is you need to stay inside starting right now until the storm has passed. Now, there are several shelters throughout the county. He says right now there are about 1,100 people people in them, and they have other places they can open up if they need to. Right now, there are no mandatory evacuations in the county, though firefighters did go around earlier this week to mobile home communities, telling people there they should definitely get out. Now, Mayor Deming's also warning the worst of the storm could come tonight. There could be up to 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 2 feet of rain. Again, he's warning everyone be prepared for your power to go out. Take a listen to that press conference.
Should people in Orange County be prepared for widespread power outages? The simple answer is yes. This is going to be a significant wind challenge for us, and because of that, we know that we're going to have down power lines, etc. So they should prepare for that.
Now, throughout the past week or so, you've probably seen bottled water flying off the shelves in stores all over our area. We got the chance to ask county officials if they expect any issues with drinking water. They say no. Even if the power goes out, your water should be fine unless there's a major issue with the pumps. If that happens, they'll put out another update. Now, again, Mayor Demings and other county officials plan to stay here overnight through this storm and provide any updates. We're expecting another press conference tomorrow morning, but we'll let you know if there are any other major updates. Back to you.
All right, Connor, thank you. Well, our partners at Fox Weather are tracking the power outages across our state, and right now, another 200,000 people have lost power tonight. We're up to 1.5 million people are without power at this time. Most of them are in Charlotte County. You can see the list of counties on the right. That's followed by Lee County. And the top 5 counties are along the Gulf Coast because that's where Hurricane Ian made landfall. And we're expected to lose more power as that storm moves eastward.
And you know what? Just as far as a minute ago, Fox Weather updated that to 1.6 million
It's happening fast.
It's happening fast, and Lee County schools are closed through Friday. So it just goes to show you how fast this weather is moving in. And I did want to point out something that Connor brought up that was interesting. You know, we saw a lot of people making a run for water, and he was saying the water is still safe to drink right now, and that, you know, we should, it's a good thing.
No need for bottled water
no
yet.
need for bottled water just yet.
Just fine.
Yeah, that was a good point, wanting to drive that home.
Hurricane Ian is expected to impact this area with high winds and heavy rain. An evacuation of all mobile homes is recommended.
And that right there is Orange County Fire Rescue crews heading out to mobile home communities, issuing evacuation recommendations. The crew shared the nearest shelters people could remain safe in and dry as well. Hurricane Ian is passing through the state, so they want to make sure everyone is safe. There may be a point you won't be able to escape to a shelter due to high winds, so it's important to find a safe place as soon as possible.
And as we said, right now, more than 1.5 million people are without power across the state. That number is expected to grow exponentially. Power trucks are headed out from Lake City, Indiana, in the northeast part of the state to help restore power. They're coming down our way. Most of the power outages are in the southwest part of the state, but we are hearing some reports of homes right here in central Florida, in Orange County, and in Seminole County are starting to lose power. So we have a whole bunch of extra people coming from the north. They are stationed here close to the storm, and they will jump into action after the high winds go away, and they can get in there and, you know, put up power poles, Ray, restore the power lines, and they're going to try to get power restored just as soon as Hurricane Ian moves offshore.
And we know the Tennessee National Guard is also on its way down to help as well. So a lot of help coming into Florida from around the country, help that will be needed, as we can see by the fast growing number of people who are losing power. We also just got in, Naples has been showing us a lot of video of what they're dealing with. This is from the Naples Fire Department, showing them on jet skis driving along the flooded road. You can see there's a firefighter on the back of one of them. The caption of the video says, "Sometimes we just need a ride to the rescue." And, you know, their fire department flooded. They showed a fire station as well that got flooded. They actually did a high water rescue as well. The water is, high water there is a really big story happening in their area because of Hurricane Ian.
And also what's interesting to point out in that video, it seems like the worst of the rain and wind is over. Now they're just dealing with the flooding, because look at the trees. It's still a little windy, but they're not having the rain anymore. So as Ian moves to the east, Now they're doing the rescues. They can actually get out there since the wind has died down. They can get out there and save any people who didn't evacuate and are trapped in their homes.
Yeah,
so
now
that's
it's
good news.
Assessing the damage.
Absolutely, and waiting for that water to recede as well. Well, let's get back out to Fox 35's Vicki Carr. She's been moving around in Daytona Beach, checking things out over there.
Yeah, and Vicki, you're down by the pier. So what are you seeing? And I'm seeing you holding on to your hat. How are the conditions out there?
Yeah, Ray, holding on to this hat is an absolute must. I want to show you, we're by the Daytona Beach Pier, and it is incredibly windy out here. The wind has just been throwing us around. The palm trees have been moving around. Hopefully you can see a little bit there. The ocean, you can't see it anymore because it is really dark. We have a big gust moving in right now. But as far as people out here in this area, we haven't seen really anyone. I did see a guy walking around, but just for perspective, this is a very major tourist area for Daytona Beach, so this is usually full of a lot of people, a lot of visitors. Right now, all of these businesses, of course, closed down. I did talk to a pizza shop that was open. You can see it's the one that's right there behind the slingshot. They were open. And I went over there, I was talking to the owner, and he said, no, we're closing up now because of the wind. It's just gotten too bad. Take a listen to what he said. He said people were coming in to get the pizza, and then they couldn't. Take a listen.
Yeah, a lot of customers, they came picked it up because they understand the situation is. But now even the customer, they cannot get in.
That business owner tells me he's been here for years. He said all the way back to Andrew. He told me he's actually concerned because he has to drive back to Port Orange. So they're packing up that business. But I did want to mention that it is now curfew here in Volusia County. It's 8 o'clock or so. So people are now being told to hunker down as this storm moves through. For now, I'm live in Daytona Beach. Vicki Carr, Fox 35 News.
All right, Vicki, thank you so much. Stay safe out there.
We want to take a look at the hurricane hunters that were in the storm earlier today, checking things out with Hurricane Ian. They are the ones that said it was right near a Cat 5 when it made landfall, just a few miles per hour short of being a Category 5 hurricane when it made landfall just north of Fort Myers.
And much of the data that they collect much of the data that we collect for the hurricane forecast, rather, is thanks to the elite crew that's flying into the middle of the storms, and that's the video of them flying into it. They're called hurricane hunters, and they risk their lives in each mission to get us the information, the life-saving information that we need.
We want to talk live now to Jamie Rome. He is with the National Hurricane Center. He is live right there and in person, the man who knows it all about Hurricane Ian. We've been talking to you pretty much every hour, Jamie. What can you tell us now about where Hurricane Ian is? Is it still a Cat 4?
The winds have come down a little bit. It's now a Category 3 with 125 miles per hour. You can see it right here in the radar, sort of approaching Sebring. So Sebring, Florida is right here, Port Charlotte. So it's about halfway between Sebring and Port Charlotte.
Jamie, we had heard that one of the hurricane hunters who entered this storm earlier today to assess it called it one of the worst storms he's ever seen. Why would he describe it as such?
Well, sometimes storms that are organizing or developing or intensifying often have a little bit of turbulence. The wind flow is not as symmetric, if you will. And we see this a lot with our hurricane reconnaissance. They often get a pretty tough ride when a storm is developing or intensifying.
All right, Jamie, that's all the time we have. We'll talk with you later this afternoon and into tomorrow as well. Thank you so much for joining us live. We appreciate it.
Holy, that's a tornado.
We just got some unbelievable video into our newsroom from Fort Myers. They took the brunt of the storm there. Viewer Becky Hinshaw sent this our way. It's showing the view from her balcony. Just look at the wind picking up that water. We don't know yet if what she saw was actually a tornado, but we know the winds were whipping faster, and you can see all the debris floating around as well outside her window, outside her balcony rather. The whole pavilion of her apartment complex and pool are entirely underwater. She also filmed the stairwell leading to the apartment's parking garage. That's totally cut off by flood water. Fox Weather's Robert Ray has more from Fort Myers.
What we are seeing these massive storm surges coming into the downtown area, flooding all of these sports here in Fort Myers. You see, as these hurricane force gusts continue and look at this river in this downtown area. It is so unfortunate, and I want to turn the camera so you can see exactly what is happening. It's block after block of the water that has come in from the river over there. There is debris floating and flying. Boats are untangled. Vehicles are submerged at this point, and you see the wind just pushing the water all around the surge in. It is phenomenal. The power of Hurricane Ian, even at this point, right now, you see in the water, parts of palm trees and other things are flying around right now. As we go into the night, we are losing light here in Fort Myers, and yet this storm just continues to wreak havoc here with these gusts. Look at this. Hard to even walk. All these storefronts are taking it. And this town of Fort Myers, look at that. The wind just pushing. It looks like white caps out here. It's not safe by any means. The power of the storm is being unleashed. The energy, and it's nowhere near over. As it will continue up the peninsula, there are over 1 million power outages here this evening. And it's not even dark yet. Down here somewhere, but it is difficult to traverse because of the storm surge. Right now, reporting in Fort Myers, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
Wow, pretty incredible. You can barely make out what he's saying there. Good thing he's wearing that helmet because of those whipping winds.
Yeah, that was during the height of Hurricane Ian. It appears as it was coming ashore, but we've seen since then the wind and the rain has died down a little bit. So that's the good news. But when Ian was coming ashore, boy, it was bad.
It
really
was
bad.
And Key West was hit first with the impacts. The area saw flooding and strong winds. The Coast Guard tells us the crew in Key West already performed 7 different rescues this morning.
We've already had one crew down in Key West respond to several calls for help, as well as a distressed sailboat mariner and his dog. We were able to get them off the boat and safe and sound really early this morning as the winds and storm surge was coming through Key West. Search and rescue is always the #1 priority, with making sure lives are safe and everybody gets home to their loved ones at the end of the day. The next is making sure that maritime commerce is able to actually happen through all the ports in Florida, as well as Georgia and South Carolina.
A very important mission that they have. The Coast Guard is reminding people to be in a safe place because they and other emergency crews may not be able to get to you until after the storm passes.
And despite the hurricane and tropical storm warning, some people still headed out to splash around on Cocoa Beach. No surprise that the water got pretty choppy there this afternoon. We spoke with one woman who says she was packing up early because she went through Hurricane Irma back in 2017, and she was not taking this storm lightly.
Irma was really bad, and we were without power like for 2 weeks or so. It was bad. So now we take it serious. So when they say take it serious, we just take it serious.
And Fox 35 spoke with a few other families, some who were nervous about experiencing their first hurricane. Some said they were just out there at Cocoa Beach to see some of the big waves before they hunkered down inside to ride out the storm. And we want to get the very latest from Hurricane Ian from our Fox 35 storm team tonight.
The chief meteorologist, Jamie King, and Brooks Garner is joining us. You know, guys, I wanted to ask you, this is something we were talking about off camera. We're hearing the rain here in Seminole County. We're seeing the rain in Orlando. Can both areas handle that? Can the infrastructure handle all of the rain that we're expecting to see in the next few hours?
20, 30 inches.
Yeah, great question, Ray. And yeah, I would say, yeah, you know, we've seen this before. We saw it with Irma while we did have standing water and quite a bit of flooding. You know, eventually that peels away pretty quickly. So yes, to answer your question, and this event likely probably following suit. Now, the concern is the rain we've been showing with the possibilities up in Volusia County. You know,
it may take time to run off. So there could be a period. It's not going to be standing water for weeks on end, but it might be a couple of hours or maybe up to a day, right, where we have some flood spots, some trouble spots, and also along rivers and places where it's slower to recede. But as far as the big picture stuff, you're talking about how a lot of the lakes downtown are almost like kind of giant retention ponds.
Exactly. Hey, with some really good bass fishing in them, that's for sure.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
tell you
true.
that right now. But I'll tell you, this is very impactful rain. What's coming up, but we've been showing that's down south, now migrating northbound. So it looks like there may be strips, corridors, if you will, of 10, 15, up to 20 inches plus of accumulated rain, Brooks.
And that's a lot of rain, Jamie, coming overnight in one big wallop. And the problem is that while the infrastructure can handle that up to a point, at some point it rains too much and then it kind of overflows. And the concern would be that overflow period if there's neighborhoods in the way or sometimes roads to get in and out of neighborhoods more likely. Roads could be cut off. And so there's just a little bit of a period as far as the intensity. If you get 20 inches of rain inside of 4 hours, I mean, that's going to flood. It's not going to flood forever, but it could do some damage.
And the impacts we saw, and I tend to measure in recent, in my memory at least, here for Irma in 2017, the saturated ground and all the trees that came down. You know, we were talking several days ago about this when we were kind of looking at the modeling, going, okay, we may have some business to tend to here, tropically speaking, by this time, and about the heavy rains and the possibility of downed trees and obstacles and roadways and such.
That's the danger,
that's the big danger there. So, all righty, well, we'll continue our tracking efforts, Brooks. I want to get right to the cone now and give you all the latest stats and facts on Ian. Let's go ahead and take a live look at it for you now. Tracking this for you and shows us current winds at 115 miles per hour. So making landfall a few hours back and on its mission or its track now off to the north and east. And that journey takes it here through the gut of the state, Cat 1 status up near Orlando, and then making a move heading offshore as a tropical storm and then heading on into the coastal Carolinas. They've got tropical storm warned areas, so you know, up in this area right now in anticipation of that. And their threats will kind of mimic ours, not as intense, certainly, as we had the peak winds here on the southwestern peninsula. But this thing's going to bring a little bit of extra juice and punch to the local atmosphere up there in the Carolinas and coastal Georgia. So our what we're calling our impact tracker shows what we call in the world of weather helicity, spinning air, right? Like a corkscrew that rotates through the air. These are the rain bands moving through, and sometimes those rain bands will inherit the spin, consider the source, right? Coming in off a very strong hurricane. So as those bands move on in, they can and notoriously do produce tornadic spin-ups. Myself and Allison Gargaro, we tracked a couple tornado-warned areas down in Brevard and Osceola, Indian River County early this morning, and then Brooks and Ian did a great job, really nice job tracking in Brevard and Osceola this afternoon. So that was kind of the hot spot, but you can see on the impact tracker how everything starts to spread on out as we get in through tomorrow morning. We have active tornado watches in play now, so we'll see if that's extended into the Thursday time frame. Right now, it does look like that circulation is going to roll on through. We'll start to see the winds coming out of different directions by that time on the backside of the circulation, and that could help to peel back if not totally mitigate the chance for any isolated tornadic spin-ups out there for you. So the future radar, as we see it now, it's rain, rain, and more rain, right? And there's no getting around it. So as Brooks did a great job illustrating on our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, the two heavy corridors of rain, the one up in Volusia County now, if you live there, you know what I'm talking about, and then the one that's down south as you get down toward Hardee County and a little bit closer south of the I-4 corridor. So we're waiting on that to move on up. As we get to tomorrow morning at 6:30, I'll be here live tracking for you with Allison Gargaro. And bottom line, there'll be more rain. You can see the winds shifting direction. Looks like we'll start to crank them on out, eventually coming out of the north and west by tomorrow night at 9 p.m. as the circulation makes a track over to the open Atlantic. Now, we talk about the rain. We showed you the huge corridor of concentrated moisture rushing in off the Atlantic, and it's taking shape right here. What's neat about it as we look at it now is how you can see in real time now and then look into the future with our future modeling how that is going to play out. And we're talking upwards of almost 2 feet of rain, if not maybe more, in areas in that white zone there. That's pretty much a bullseye there in much of Volusia County, looking at Oviedo to Sanford on down to Longwood, much of Seminole County at about the 18-inch mark. And that's on top of what we've already received. So it keeps on raining out there. Wind gusts for you now, showing us a 46-mile-per-hour gust. So tropical storm force Orlando on down to Sarasota, Miami, West Palm also with some pretty speedy winds, and it lessens some at Jacksonville up to Tallahassee. Here's the outlook now, the watches and warnings for you. Volusia County on down towards Seminole, Orange, basically all the red zones here are active hurricane warned areas. These are tropical storm warnings shaded in the orange. And for our viewers up in Fox 51 country, WOGX TV up there in north central Florida, a good evening to you. We're watching and tracking your weather always and showing you up that way. That's a tropical storm watch at Alachua and Gilchrist County. So current wind gusts for you. Want to give you another look here as we're waiting on information to come out of Lakeland and Palm Coast. So I do apologize for that. We'll wait till that populates here, but I want to show you that gust right now. Currently at Daytona Beach at 53 miles per hour, 41 at Sanford. There's that 46 Orlando, also Brooksville, and 33 up at Alachua County in Gainesville. For more right now from the Storm Center, Brooks, we're going to head on over to you. You've got up our Fox weather alert system.
Got some new information,
Tell us
and
about
this
it.
is what we could be facing tonight. This is very important. Last time I saw this was during Hurricane Harvey in 2017 in Texas. There's a flood emergency that the National Weather Service has issued for Manatee, Sarasota counties, Hardee, DeSoto counties, and down into the Charlotte County area. That's what they call when there's what is determined to be life-threatening flooding, where you get freshwater flooding that rolls into neighborhoods. Maybe they could be submerged or swamped by the flooding, with 12 to 19 inches of rain prompting its issuance. And that, Jamie, is what we could face tonight if these models verify in our area. So let's take a look at the radar in this area and see what we're dealing with. So here's Orlando. Of course, we've been tracking the rain coming in waves off of the Atlantic, and it's been a nuisance for sure. We are seeing flooding. Oviedo right now is some high water, getting some texts out of that area. But this is the region of that flood emergency. And let's zoom in here and check it out. This is going to be now the core of Ian. This is the eye of Ian right here, and it's moving a little bit to the north here. And what you're basically seeing is the eye wall, the northwestern eye wall or the northern eye wall, and we're going to see, unfortunately, as Ian makes its track up this way, this eye wall rolling right up through Orlando as well. We too could be in that zone where it just is too much too soon and it kind of starts to overflow, and there's some issues. By the way, we also just didn't have a flood warning issue. This is just a lower degree of flood warning for the Orlando region, including Osceola County, Orange County, Seminole County, Volusia County, Northern Brevard. Let me draw that a little bit better. This polygon right here, this is a flood warning, meaning that flooding conditions are being observed. We'll take the animation off. So the ground is already saturated. It's already raining very hard. We'll go to our local radar here and check out the actual rates. Our rainfall rates falling right now are exceeding in spots between 4 and 6 inches per hour. And then you've got that core coming in from the southwest.
All right. And the southwest core, as you look at that eye wall there, that is obviously a shadow of its former self. Buried within there, though, I'm curious about the winds in there, Brooks. What's coming up from the south and west? If we do a velocity on that, let's see what those values are there, because we always try to look ahead, right? That's what it's all about, staying ahead of any threats. So as we survey and scan that area there with our live Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, we're able to go in and take a look at the winds coming toward and away from our weather radar. So these are some substantial winds that Brooks is querying right now.
80 to 100 miles per hour.
Incredible, incredible. So, all right.
We're going to keep on tracking this. So, so Jamie, compounding the threat with all of the extremely heavy rain prompting this flash flood emergency. Now we've got winds here that are blowing at 80, probably ground truth, maybe 60 to 70 miles an hour with higher gusts.
And that's in the forecast. I mean, the National Hurricane Center, they expanded yesterday the hurricane warnings, and for good reason. While the sustained winds are not really near hurricane force, the gusts are 74 plus miles per hour. So that is in the cards, friends. So we told you yesterday, prepare for some impactful winds, prepare for the impactful rains. All threats now coming together. We're live tracking here, Brooks, and I want all to depend on us here in the Storm Center. Keeping you and your family members safe is our top priority, and we mean that from the bottom of our hearts. So keep it here. We're going to keep you up to date. For now, we're going to send it back to our wonderful anchors over there. It's your turn to talk now. We'll send it back to you.
Some unbelievable new video coming out of Fort Myers here. You can see all the flooding. That is a trailer floating down the middle of a street. Viewer Becky Hinshaw sent this video our way showing what the view was like from her apartment building. I saw the extended version of this rain. It actually shows boats as well in the streets, which now look more like rivers.
Yeah, and that is like 12 feet. 12 feet of water. That's why you're seeing that trailer float away like nothing, because the street has turned into a river.
That's what they were saying. We could see storm surge 12 feet high. We did, and that's what it turns into.
Holy that's a tornado.
All right, here's some more video. This is from Fort Myers as well. You can see the trees whipping in the wind there.
This is a balcony view right there.
Yeah.
And it actually, it looks like a tornado because we could see the winds are whipping there. You can see her whole pavilion right there floating away. There's some debris right there outside her balcony as well. And actually that staircase led to her garage. It was cut off.
Garage.
Yeah, it was cut off because of all the water that came whipping up, and you could just see how incredible that is. The wind just picking up and pushing that water all around. She's basically cut off until that water recedes.
Yeah, and she says all the cars down in the parking garage are of course now
flooded
underwater. Yeah.
And one of the areas we've been showing you that's been hit the hardest so far is Sanibel Island. That's in Lee County. We've got a better idea of just how bad the flooding damage is. Elise Shengri posted videos from before the storm hitting, and you could see it right there. You could see where her pool is, and that pool is about to get a lot more water.
That's pre-Ian right there.
Yeah, that's pre-Ian. That water's making its way right over there.
And post-Ian is coming here.
Yeah, the whole pool deck area is now so deep underwater, it looks like it's part of the ocean. That's what we're talking about right there. The National Weather Service expecting between 8 to 12 feet of storm surge right in that area.
And that is why they told people to evacuate, because they were expecting exactly that. A Cat 4 hurricane, Ian, coming ashore just a few miles per hour shy of a Cat 5. It is now the 4th strongest storm to ever hit Florida. And check out this video showing rain whipping across the overpass on I-75 North. Look at how strong that is. This is in Northport on the west coast of Florida at the exit for Toledo Blade Boulevard. And when this was happening in real time, Brooks was telling us, I think that is the eye of the storm.
Wow.
So that is right around 150 mile per hour winds whipping across I-75 there on the west coast of Florida. And we are seeing the winds start to pick up here in central Florida as well. Fox 35's Deborah Cho is joining us live from Daytona Beach shores.
And Deborah, they are starting to shut down bridges where you are.
Yeah, around 7:30, we saw Daytona Beach police or Daytona Beach shores tweet out that they were going to start closing the bridges just because of how strong that wind is getting. But I can tell you, we have seen trucks actually go over that bridge. I will also say that me and my photographer, Evan, did go over that bridge thinking that it was going to get closed. We went over it, and I can tell you it's very dangerous to go over that. It was very windy. You can feel the cars shaking. You can see how the rain was just pelting against the windshield, and it was really hard to just see. You can see some people even just walking across the street right now. But as far as that wind is, that's really picking up here along the shoreline. And you can also see, I don't know if you can see around this car, Evan, but there was some trees and some power and some signs over there in the corner that were just moving around, just showing you how strong that wind is getting. And the rain, of course, too. That is still a problem here in Daytona Beach. I was talking to some people earlier tonight, Luann and Ray, and they were telling me that, you know, they're Floridians. They're used to tropical storms, are used to hurricanes, but for this one to be as strong as it is as early on, of course, we know Hurricane Ian has not even really reached this part of the state yet, and we're already seeing these impacts. We're already seeing bridges closed down. People have boarded up. They're hunkering down, and they know they have more to come, of course, with Hurricane Ian. So we're going to continue to stay out here and watch it, but you can see that truck just going right up over that bridge. Again, we are told that it is supposed to get shut down here because of that dangerous winds that we've been experiencing. But as of right now, it looks like at least the bridge that I'm at Halifax Avenue and Seabridge Boulevard, that one is still open. So of course we're going to, stick around, stay out here, and we'll of course keep monitoring this. Reporting live here in Daytona Beach, Deborah Cho, Fox 35 News.
Hey Deborah, I was going to ask you, as we're seeing the weather get worse, are you seeing any emergency response where you are, trying to tell people to get out and go inside because the weather is getting worse?
Right. I have not actually. In the areas that we've been in Ormond Beach and then coming up to down to Daytona, we haven't really seen anybody really out here. It's pretty quiet. It's very eerie. At one point, we did see some police at a hotel, but it's not sure, if that was emergency related or storm related. But it's very quiet here. I will say, stopping at a gas station at a 7-Eleven in town, I was talking to some people and they were hunkering up, and 7-Eleven was closing down. They're like, we're going to close for the next couple of days. So I hope people got a lot of their gas and all their needs with that. But as far as emergency crews, I haven't really seen anybody out in this area, at least that I've been in.
All right, Deborah Cho reporting to us live from Ormond Beach. Thank you so much, Deborah.
Hey guys, it's me again, your favorite hurricane girl over here in Naples. Now we have a truck issue and the guys are pushing the truck out of the bay.
It's not just ordinary folks. Even firefighters are having some major problems with flooding. This was posted by Naples Fire and Rescue, showing crews there doing everything they can to try and get one of their fire trucks out of their fire station that is now completely flooded. Water is seen here higher than the firefighters' waists. Teams eventually decided to ditch the truck in the water and then unload all of that essential gear. As a reminder, Naples could soon see storm surge higher than 10 feet, as per the National Weather Service.
And they already conducted high water rescues, and we actually saw them on jet skis as well. They are making sure to get to whoever they can, even despite all of the flooding that they're seeing in that area, and they're posting a lot of it to Facebook, so they're giving us a first-hand account of what they're dealing with right now. Well, many people are hunkering down as Hurricane Ian moves inland.
Strong winds are a big concern, especially because they can take down some huge trees. And Fox 35's Marie Edinger is in Belle Isle tonight. And Marie, that's exactly what you're seeing there.
Yeah, unfortunately, just in probably the past hour or so, maybe a little bit more now, this tree behind me came down over this house here. It's kind of half a tree. We're going to walk you around. This tree is divided into two portions, but you can see it's straight over the house. Fortunately, everyone in that house is doing okay. No one was hurt by this. This is actually their first hurricane, a neighbor told me. So they are new to Florida, and boy, are they getting the Florida experience. So this tree landed over their garage and their kitchen area, none of the bedrooms or living rooms, where we really start to be fearful of anyone being hurt. And you can see just a little bit ago, the way we found out about this is because a neighbor across the way sent us video warning, hey, this tree looks like it is going to come down. You can see just how badly it's swaying in that video, and obviously, of course, that's exactly what happened. So that video was taken around 6, excuse me. And we got here a little after 7, and as we pulled up, we were expecting to see a tree that was nearing a time where it might fall, and instead we saw what we are seeing right now. So just that half portion of the tree, because it is, as I mentioned, kind of divided in two, but I want to bring you around to the other side to show you something else that we've been talking with neighbors about. You can see, especially from this angle, just how badly that tree is leaning, and when there are bad gusts, it gets even worse. A neighbor actually is an arborist, and we were speaking with him. He says he is expecting that this tree is likely going to fall down over the road. Fortunately, there are 2 ways to get out of this neighborhood. They also mentioned that when that tree first came down over the house, the family here actually still had a car in the garage, and you can see there's a, in the driveway, and you can see there's a branch there right now. The neighbors rushed over and said, hey, you are going to need to move that car because this portion of the tree is coming down too, and you don't want your car there when it happens. They were able to get it out, which is fortunate because you can see how much debris is still in that driveway right now. But man, that is looking bad, and we are expecting this tree is likely going to come down over this road at some point today. Again, fortunately, everyone here is all right. We saw another branch, big branch, further down the road from here that came down as well and destroyed a mailbox. And I'll walk you over to this side. So it's kind of interesting because this is all looking really, really bad, and over here you can see everything somewhat clear. It's kind of varying in this neighborhood, either a lot of branches down or not many at all. But if you can see down the road there, I'm not sure how well you can tell from this angle, but there's a house there that has 2 new looking trees. That's because they had to plant 2 recently when one gigantic one came down in the last hurricane. So it seems that this neighborhood tends to get hit pretty hard. It is coming down pretty hard right now, and we've been saying all night it's only going to get worse. So we'll see what happens after that. Ray and Luann?
Hey, Marie, I was going to ask you, I know where you are. It's a very residential area. There are a lot of developments around there, and it looks pretty dark. So I'm guessing power outage situation where you are?
No, I can, it's probably just dark in the immediate spot where I'm standing, but you can see here lights are still on at this house, and over here it looks like we're doing pretty well. Probably the power is out at the house that might have been affected, but there's still power here.
Okay, well, that is good to know because we are seeing a lot of power outages throughout the state of Florida. Marie, thank you so much. We appreciate it, reporting live from Belle Isle. And much of the data surrounding hurricane forecasts is thanks to an elite crew that flies into the middle of storms. They're called hurricane hunters, and they risk their lives in each mission. Jamie Rome joins us now live. He's the director of the National Hurricane Center in Miami.
So, Jamie, Hurricane Ian is such a slow mover. It's only moving at 8 miles per hour right now. What does that mean for us here in Central Florida?
It means, unfortunately, the flood threat is extremely high. If you look at the radar imagery behind me, this really bright area of reflectivity, indications of precipitation rates of 4 to 5 inches per hour. That's an astonishing rate. When it rains that hard, you almost get instant flash flooding. And look at where this is headed. It's headed off in the general northeast direction, possibly impacting Orlando later tonight and tomorrow.
Moving so slow, do you think that our infrastructure can handle that much rain? Is there precedent with Charlie, for example, to handle as much rain as we're about to get here?
And Charlie was a totally different storm. First and foremost, it's very small. Ian is very, very large, so it's casting its damage across a huge chunk of the Florida peninsula. Charlie also moves very quickly, sort of in and out, if you will, whereas Ian is crawling across the Florida peninsula, which means you're going to get heavy rain, flooding, and then the risk from winds. You're just increasing the damage and duration of the wind as Ian crawls across the state.
Jamie, how this storm is shaping up is very interesting to me. I've been through several hurricanes, being in South Florida, now in Central Florida. Usually the right side of the eye is the dirty side that's getting tons of rains and potential tornadoes. This one is shaping up where the left side of the storm is actually more rainy, and that's where we're seeing the tornado threats.
Yeah, that's right. Now, the right side was the rough side down here where it made landfall. Down here, Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, Naples, that got hammered earlier with wind and storm surge. That was on the right side. But now, as Ian is pushing inland, the left side is now developing into the more difficult side of the storm.
Well, both sides of Ian, the left side and the right side, which are kind of flipped, dirty and clean sides right now, the people who are living in the right side, you know, Osceola County, things like that, can they expect to see less rain because of that?
Yeah, they'll see less rain, but they'll still see wind. And I want to emphasize that just because the radar isn't necessarily filled in down here, you're still going to see wind and damaging potential for trees to come down and power outages.
Is there any chance that we're going to see this storm slow down at all or pick up speed? Is there any chance it's going to change at all anymore, or are we pretty much set with what we're seeing?
Unfortunately, I fear the cake is baked on this one. As it moves across the Florida Peninsula, it's just going to dump a tremendous amount of rain. It's going to saturate the soil, and then the winds are going to topple trees and create a ton of power outages.
The wind and rain hasn't been too bad here in Central Florida right now, Jamie, but I know things are going to get worse. Kind of set the stage for our viewers on what they can expect in the immediate future.
I can, and this is something personal and near and dear to me. My family is right about here, and they've already told me a couple hours ago that the power is out and starting to get damage in and around the house. So you can see when that higher reflectivity pushed in, that's when it happened. Now look at Orlando. You're kind of on the edge. That higher reflectivity just hasn't quite made it to you. So it's going to go downhill overnight, probably after midnight.
All right, Jamie Rome, Director of the National Hurricane Center down in Miami. Thank you so much for joining us live tonight.
Thank you.
Well, Seminole County is seeing some heavy rain right now, and winds have already knocked down at least one tree.
Yeah, let's get right out to Fox 35's Adam Shadoff. He is near Geneva with more from there. Adam.
Well, we are on our way to a story at Lake Harney here near Geneva when we came across this in the neighborhood. This is a gigantic tree that came down. It is kind of windy, but it's hard to know whether or not it was the wind or the water and the flooding underneath the root system of this tree that forced this thing to go down. Probably a combination of both, but you can see the size of this thing is massive, and I know that's one of the big concerns is flooding and then trees going down because of soft turf. But this is obviously a tough situation for the people that own this house. Obviously a big old tree, and now it's down.
Hard.
Ian is creating some wild weather phenomenon as far away as Georgia. This was the scene earlier from Jekyll Island when the first big bands from Ian swept over, creating this interesting jet stream effect.
And right now, a big warning tonight from the Seminole County Sheriff's Office. Stay off the roads. And here's why. The Sheriff's Office posted this video saying it's working with FHP to clear a tree that fell, and now it's partially blocking I-4. And it's all hands on deck with our Fox 35 storm team.
We have meteorologist Brooks Garner and the Chief Jamie King joining us now. What are you guys looking at this hour?
Well, a long list of things right now. We are taking a look at a lot of rain amounts that have come in now. We're currently using our high resolution wind plots to really take you on down into the metro to show you about these speedy winds. I mean, we hear it outside the building here at Fox 35 at our studios in Lake Marion, Seminole County, and the volume's a bit turned up, so to speak, right?
It is, and a lot of people are starting to get a little bit nervous now. And just a reminder, you know, we're going to get through this. We're going to be fine. We're going to give you the information to help you stay safe in this thing. But night is falling, and the wind is blowing, and the rain is really coming down. And we're starting to see it right now across the metro region, and we've got a lot more of it to the south to get through. We're likely going to see a lot more rain tonight, and unfortunately, some flooding around the region.
Exactly. All right, so I do want to give you the latest on Ian right now, so let's go ahead and take that track for you. As we see winds at 115 miles per hour made landfall a handful of hours ago, southwest Florida. I tell you, some of the images that we're seeing on social media, if you're on the Twitter platform, you can see everything as it played out, and just incredible stuff that happened down on the southwestern side of our state. So the track on this brings us as a Category 1 closer to Orlando, essentially through the metro, and then we see things moving out into the Atlantic as a tropical storm, but still will have a tendency of battering the coastal zones pretty good. It already is. The winds have really increased. We've had Hurricane Gusts reported out at Daytona Beach, coastal Volusia County, getting slammed pretty hard today. So hope everyone's staying safe there. I hope you're with us here for our continuing coverage of Ian. And I want to also reiterate that should the power go out where you live, because there are areas now experiencing power outages, and you've got our Fox 35 Storm Team weather app, well, you can stream our live coverage. Myself and Brooks and Ian, we're with you here in the Storm Center this evening. We're going to take you on through this event. Want to keep you safe, so I want you to just stay with us. We're going to keep you updated on the wind gusts. I want to let you know, too, about the hurricane-warned areas here. All the red shade, unfortunately, we have advanced into that mode of warning. That happened earlier today for Volusia and Brevard County, and yesterday evening for the metro of Orlando, back out toward the Lake County area. Down into Polk and then point south, and our orange here showing us the tropical storm warning. So still a lot of areas we're continuing to track and watch for you. Live look here at one of our latest cams coming in here to the Storm Center. Not sure where that is, Brooks. Do you know where that is there on the screen? Rain's going sideways and wind. It could be anywhere. Could be anywhere right now, right? What is that?
DOT cameras somewhere in Florida.
Okay,
yep, it's raining.
Fair enough. So you get the general gist, right? What's happening outdoors. So I do want to cover our high resolution wind speeds for you. These are sustained winds currently coming in, and we're elevated. So 36 miles per hour on the east side here of Orange County along the 528, the beach line. So we're seeing gusts that are hitting upwards of 45, maybe 50 miles per hour. These are going to increase, if anything, as we start to see that decaying eye wall approaching from the southerly direction. Brooks has been doing a great job highlighting that track, and as we also show you, we've got the active tornado watch until 1 o'clock this morning, and also in this green polygon here, we've got some flood issues here. You can see how the rain is stacked up over the last 12 hours, and you can see that peels all the way out into the Atlantic. So that train of heavy moisture continues in the coastal zones. Our excessive rain outlook for the rest of today is in that high range and probably in that same realm yet again for tomorrow. So this is one of the main hazards. We talk about the flood potential, the standing water, the downed trees, and ultimately the power outages as a result. So our future radar shows the circulation. Look at all that heavy rain up and down the I-4 corridor, I-95 up to north central Florida. We've got some pretty heavy potential through Brevard County, but as this goes twirling on through, we get to tomorrow morning at 6:45, while there's still the opportunity for heavy rain as we go deeper into the day and start to separate a little bit more from Ian circulation as it heads out in the Atlantic. Some better conditions should arrive as we go late tomorrow, certainly into Friday. Still breezy, still some rain around. By Saturday, Sunday, we're back to mostly sunny, and the Florida is back that we know and love, right? With all that sunshine, we'll start drying out and assessing any damage across the region. But fascinating to me, Brooks, as we continue with this big area here, modeling, generating. Most models we've looked at are showing us these super hefty amounts in this corridor right here. So it's been a funneling effect, if you will, of that moisture blowing in off the Atlantic. We call that a fetch of moisture. These are strong winds blowing over a pretty large expanse of Atlantic Ocean. We're bringing that moisture on in on the gusty winds, and the end result are these super high rain amounts. So, Brooks, we're going to send it back to you now in the Storm Center on our Fox Weather Alert System board. What are you showing there, friend?
Well, we've got an emergency setting up across southwest Florida. It's called a flood emergency, and this is an advanced form of a flash flood warning. Basically what that means is that so much water has fallen so fast that it's impacting homes, and it could be a life-challenging event. Obviously, people are hunkered down. Hopefully people aren't driving around, but this kind of a thing is a very serious warning. This is for Highlands, Manatee, Sarasota counties. Life-threatening flooding is ongoing, says our Fox Weather Alert System. Up to 19 inches of rain has fallen, and indeed it has. Let's check out what's going on. Just for reference, here's Orlando. We're getting our own rain. I'm going to show you that in a second, but this is the flash flood emergency zone, and this is associated directly. That circle is the center of Hurricane Ian. This is the western eye wall and now the northwestern eye wall. And if you can eyeball this, this is going to head right up through Orlando and through Seminole County a little bit later on tonight. And that's going to make for some absolutely torrential rains. Let's zoom in here to our local area. Got to show you this. We've got absolutely torrential rains rolling in from the east, taking this off. I mean, any one of these bands right here could produce anywhere from 3 to 4 inches of rain. We're already now, I'm getting reports reports from contacts in Seminole County in the Oviedo area of water now entering a neighbor's garage. So, Jamie, this is probably just the beginning for a lot of big problems tonight.
Yeah, it really is, Brooks. And the heavy rain threat continues. The winds are going to continue to freshen on up. We'll be here live tracking. Again, we want to keep everyone safe. We want to assure that you are calm. And joining us in our live coverage here, extended coverage of Hurricane Ian in the Fox 35 Storm Center. We got you covered, Central Florida. We'll have more for you coming up in just a bit live here in the Storm Center. Back to you for now.
Jamie and Brooks, thank you so much for guiding us through this hurricane. An Air Force C-130 Hurricane Hunter made its way into the eye wall of Ian early this morning.
Yeah, and one pilot is calling it the worst flight he's ever experienced. Fox 35's Madison Scarpino is joining us live. So, Madison, why exactly did he call it that?
Well, this was a flight like those hurricane hunters have never experienced before. I'll get to that in just a second, but we were on board that 9-hour mission into the eye of Hurricane Ian, and it was definitely not smooth sailing the whole time. There was even a moment where we dropped 1,200 feet in just a matter of seconds. Watch. Just to give you an idea of what we were dealing with, here's some video shot during some of the terrible turbulence and what the crew called some of the worst weather they've ever seen. After taking off from the Air Force Base in Biloxi, the aircraft went in and out of the eye wall heading towards Florida 4 separate times. Turbulence was moderate initially, but after a few go-rounds, it became nearly out of control, and the pilot called it a, quote, war story. The crew went on to say that the turbulence we all felt was not normal at all for these Hurricane Hunter flights, and it's clear this isn't your average hurricane as well. While this mission is dangerous, it's incredibly important because going into the center of the storm is the only way the National Hurricane Center can get this critical data like wind speed, where the storm is, and how strong it is.
We got rocked, like to say, like a boxer. The aircraft was basically overmatched at one point. We were max power, trying to gain speed. We were basically diving, losing air. It was a mess. It was the worst thing you could want to happen as a pilot.
These flights have been running a few times a day since over the weekend, but the last scheduled mission just landed a bit ago. Back to you.
All right, Madison Scarpino, thank you so much. Fox 35's Matt Trezza joining us live from Tavares in Lake County.
Matt, how are the conditions out there right now?
Well, it's interesting. When I got set up to talk to all of you, I was saying the rain was pounding down. But you know what? Now that you've actually spoken to me or speaking with me, the rain has lessened. It has been like that on and off throughout the afternoon and now into the evening. It's these bands, it kind of looks like, or these just swaths of weather that seem to be coming and going and coming and going. And so at a certain point, it will be pouring, driving rain and a lot of wind. And then at times like this, it'll be relatively calm. And that's what we're seeing here in Tavares. Now, there are very few people out on the streets at this point. There's only 1 or 2 businesses that we've even found open. I'm surprised that we even found those. The lights are on. There haven't been any significant power issues here in downtown Tavares, which is the county seat of Lake County as of yet. There are no, I know it's very dark out there on the water, so we can't really show it to you, but there are no boats out on the docks. That was a lesson that they've learned in 2017. This area got really whacked by Hurricane Irma, and 25 boats got swamped and the docks got destroyed. Now there are no boats out on the docks, and it looks like everybody's learned that lesson of protecting their property ahead of a major storm like this one. That's essentially how everything's looking down here. Very, very quiet. There's some of the folks who we've seen on the hotel balconies, just looking out the windows and trying to see how bad the storm is, or how it's getting. But so far for now, this is one of those moments where everything is calm. Again, 15 or 20 minutes, that could change. We're live in Tavares. Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
Good to see things calm there, Matt. Thank you for that report. We appreciate it. Well, it was really bizarre because the water receded from Tampa Bay as Hurricane Ian came ashore, and then some people were putting their lives at risk waiting out where there would normally be water.
So now we want to see if that water is making its way back. So for more on that, let's turn to my friend, Fox 35's Evan Axelbank. He's joining us live right now. Evan, is that water making its way back into the bay?
No, not yet, Ray. As a matter of fact, they don't expect that to happen for several hours. And the good news is that our forecasters here, and I'm certainly not one of them, but our forecasters here believe that because of the way this storm is setting up and the way it's moving through Tampa Bay right now, that the water is not going to come rushing back in. It's going to come in very slowly. That is a similar thing. That is similar to what we saw back in 2017 when Hurricane Irma went through. All of Hillsborough Bay and part of Tampa Bay receded back further into the Gulf. And so we are expecting that the water will not come rushing back in, but just come in slowly, which is very good news, because if it came rushing back in, we would see significant storm surge here. It does not appear that is going to be the case. So that's good news. Let's show you what it looked like a little bit earlier, right before the sun went down. You can see people were out there exploring on that ground that was now there for them to see and to explore. Ordinarily, that's covered in several feet of water. Dozens of people were down there checking it out and enjoying really a sight that you only see once every 5 years, and probably longer than that in most cases. We watched some people walk hundreds of feet out to where the water started again, maybe as long as 2 football fields away from the shore. The police definitely cracked down on it. They didn't want to see people doing that. It's an obvious safety issue because of how unpredictable this situation is in many respects. Police came and closed off the area and shooed people away until those sightseers left. People, though, did say to us it was an unforgettable sight.
Gone and drained. It's insane. It's like mind-blowing to see that nature could do that.
I enjoyed everything about it. It's very mindful, like very peaceful. You get a different view at life. I mean, it is a serious moment right now, but that right there takes a lot off your mind.
We do have video of one sightseer who needed help freeing themselves from the mud. That's one reason it's dangerous. The mud only got worse as the night went on. Lots of people also had well wishes for those who are down south. Obviously, at one point, Tampa Bay was expected to take the brunt of this storm. That did not happen, and so what you're seeing around me right now, it's certainly not ideal. It's certainly not a great situation here. Things have definitely got worse over the last couple of hours, but in this case, it is not nearly as bad as what people in Tampa Bay were expecting. Things have definitely gotten worse, as I said. The wind appears to be going maybe 60, 70 miles an hour at a pretty sustained clip. So that is the latest from here in Tampa. Ray, certainly good to see you. We haven't seen each other in person in about 20 years, but it's good to be connected like this, even under these difficult circumstances. We went to college together in upstate New York, so it's good to see you in this case, Ray, hopefully under better circumstances next time.
It is, Evan, and I hope that you're staying safe. You haven't changed a bit since our college years. I was going to ask you, Evan, are you seeing widespread power outages?
It's in my college year.
It's a bromance. It's so cute.
Have you seen any power outages there?
I mean, we are seeing some power outages. Areas in South Tampa don't appear to have lost power. The building that I'm standing next to right now that's protecting us from a lot of this, that building has not lost power. Some of the neighborhoods north of us, I know some folks in a neighborhood called Seminole Heights, they have lost power. Tampa itself is not taking the brunt of this storm. Pinellas County has had about 100,000 people lose power. Counties south of us, I know Sarasota has had about 100,000 people lose power. But Tampa itself, Hillsborough County itself, have not taken the brunt of this storm yet. I know that my house, for instance, has not lost power. I'm checking the security cameras every once in a while, Ray, and those are still working. So, we're going to see what happens in the next couple of hours here, and then tomorrow we'll be able to gather and reassess everything.
All right, Evan, good to see you. Stay safe, and congrats on being a father. Tell Haley I said hi.
Thank you. Will do.
And just an update on power outages. We now know 1.8 million people in this state are without power, and that number is expected to grow as Ian makes its way across Florida. Well, water and electricity do not mix. We all know that. And as the storm drenches more electrical equipment, electrical fires will be a major danger. Naples Fire Rescue shared video of this sparking fire. It was most likely coming from a dangling live power line. Down lines can also electrify standing water, so that is just one more reason to stay off the roads.
Seminole County is already feeling the effects of Hurricane Ian, everything from power outages, down trees, and even flooding.
And joining us live now is Seminole County Emergency Manager Alan Harris. Alan, thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
What is the latest there in Seminole County?
Well, we're starting to feel the effects of the storm. About 10,000 customers without power from FPL and Duke's. Last report was just a few moments ago. We're seeing some trees start to come down, power lines come down. So it is right now not safe to be traveling around in Seminole County. So hopefully everybody is in their homes, safe, and ready to ride this storm out. Our shelters are open and operating. We have almost 400 people, so a little bit lower than what we had anticipated, but almost 400 folks in our emergency shelters. They're all safe and secure, and quite a few pets, of course, of theirs as well at our pet friendly shelters.
Alan, one question I keep asking and that, is on top of mind is, of course, we're talking about flooding being a possibility with so much rain coming our way. Is Seminole County equipped and ready to handle all that flooding we may encounter?
Yeah, so we have some swiftwater rescue teams. We have high terrain vehicles as well, some what we call deuce and a halves and low terrain vehicles. So we have multiple vehicles that can get into flooded areas. We've done this before. We actually did it in Hurricane Irma. We had to go into certain communities and rescue some folks from their homes. We hope that that's not the case, that they've actually decided to evacuate this time. But if not, then we are ready to respond to those areas. We've moved our vehicles to proximities that are close to those areas in the event that a 911 call comes in. We'll do our best, of course, to respond, but as the storm gets closer, it will be unsafe at some point for those emergency crews to respond. And at that point, then we need to just tell them, try to get to as high ground as you can, and we're coming as soon as it's safe for us to do so.
Considering you guys know that some neighborhoods flood, did you issue any mandatory evacuations, or was all of this voluntary?
Yeah, so we just issued evacuation orders. So we issued evacuation orders in low-lying areas. We did multiple calls out to folks that are in flood-prone areas. We requested a mobile home and manufactured homes also to evacuate, and then persons with special needs. So individuals, we knew that there was going to be major power outages across the county. In Irma, we saw 75% of our population without power. So we knew that that was going to be an issue here. So we requested that those folks as well evacuate to a friend or family member's house, or certainly if they would like to come to an emergency shelter.
Any curfews in place in Seminole County tonight?
So right now, no, but as the storm gets closer, we will start to discuss what timing will look like for the curfews. Obviously, if it's unsafe, power lines down in the roadways, traffic signals out, things like that, things that will, could cost lives. We will certainly issue a curfew at that time to encourage people. Again, please do not get on the roads. But without a curfew, the conditions are going to continue to get worse throughout the night, and it's just going to not be a good time to be around. So really appreciate a lot of the businesses closing down. Most of the businesses now are closed in Seminole County. I think the only thing that's really left open are critical infrastructure, like hospitals and things like that. Of course, they will remain open, but most businesses now are closed. So hopefully everyone has gone home or found a shelter of someplace and is safely in that location.
And Alan, you mentioned some low-lying areas. Are you seeing any problem spots right now as that weather starts to move in?
Yeah, so we're already seeing at the Little Wekiva River, the gauge is showing that we are in, that we're getting close to action stage, could be in minor stage, even in moderate to major flood stage in the next, it looks like about 3 or 4 hours, according to one of the guides I'm seeing here, maybe a little bit longer than that. But this is something that we're going to be closely monitoring. We have had issues in that area before with flooding, and so we're certainly able, at this point, able to respond to those areas. Hopefully, again, those individuals have chosen to evacuate. The St. John's is a little bit different of an animal. The St. John's will flood for a while, so it's actually going to take in Sanford multiple days. So the storm will be gone. Really, most everybody will be picking up the debris and doing what they need to do, possibly even getting back into school. And that's when the Lake Monroe flood will occur. So that'll be midweek next week when we start to see the effects up there. And it's just the way the river is outlined traveling north at bottlenecks and then bottlenecks and then bottlenecks one more time. So we'll see the effects first on Lake Harney. We'll probably see those by Monday, Tuesday. So again, multiple days. This storm will be gone. It'll be moving up the Atlantic Ocean. And then on that side, we're going to start to see some flooding.
Yeah, we're in wait and see what Hurricane Ian's going to bring us. Before we let you go, Alan, what is your message for people living in Seminole County tonight?
You know, the emergency crews have been working nonstop here in emergency management. You can see all the people behind us, FPL, Duke Energy, Power, Public Works, Animal Services to help with pet-friendly sheltering, the health department with special needs, all the different agencies that are here. That we've been planning for this. We've exercised this. We have been preparing for this particular storm very closely since last Wednesday. So we anticipated that this would come somewhere in the state of Florida. We were really hoping that it wouldn't be as strong as it was when it hit, and we wouldn't get a direct hit, but it does look like that is the possibility now based on the forecast. So if you are at home, please stay safe. Please don't go out until it is safe to do so. Certainly not tonight when conditions are going to continue to get worse. We don't want to risk our first responders' lives trying to save individuals if we don't need to.
And Alan, I'm sure you're already coordinating the cleanup, what you're already talking about that will go into next week.
Yeah, so based on the estimates that we have, and we have some models that we can run things like that, it looks like we would have about 1 million cubic yards of debris at this point, based on the current forecast, the current modeling that we've done. 1 million cubic yards of debris. I want people to, it's hard for me to put that in my head. 11 spaceship Earths. Most of us have been to Epcot Center, seen the ball there. 11 of those we'll have to pick up after the storm. That's the model again. So a lot of debris out in the roadway, a lot of debris in people's yards, things like that they'll be clearing up. And then we'll have to have our units go through, our debris contractors and folks to go through. So it's going to take us a while, weeks, months, to get all the debris picked up if this model is realized.
That is a lot of debris. Great analogy. I can now picture that. Yeah. 11 of those big old balls. All right, Alan Harris, Seminole County Emergency Management Director, thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Alan. Thanks. Well, now let's go to Fox 35's Connor Hansen. He is continuing our team coverage.
Yeah, Connor, you are live outside the Orange County Emergency Operations Center. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, that's right. This is where a lot of the top county officials are hunkering down throughout the storm. It's also the fire rescue headquarters for Orange County in Winter Park. But take a look. They have this whole place buttoned down with these big black screens, keeping everyone safe in here. But we're going to show you what it's looking like outside. We're really starting to notice the wind picking up. Not so much the rain, but I'm going to let Joelle stand out this way. The wind really picking up here. Take a look at these flags. They've just been whipping around, and obviously it's coming in waves. So every once in a while we'll hear these gusts really fire up. A few minutes ago, it sounded like a freight train was coming through here. You can see these trees starting to bend over a little bit as this rain just whips through here. So people obviously coming and going, but a lot of people just hunkering down in this headquarters, directing resources where they need to go. This is also where the county is going to be giving any of its major updates. We heard from the mayor and some other top officials here earlier tonight. They're telling us they're warning everybody in Orange County from here until the storm passes. Stay in your homes if you can. Right now, no evacuation orders or anything like that. They did ask people in mobile home parks earlier this week to evacuate, but it was not mandatory. Again, they're saying that late tonight will be the peak of the bad conditions here in Orange County. They're expecting up to 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts and up to 2 feet of rainfall. Now, they're saying you should be prepared to lose power for a significant amount of time. If you do live in this area, it's very, very possible. They say they don't plan on having any issues with drinking water or anything like that. If that changes, will give us an update. There are several shelters open here in Orange County. Mayor Deming's telling us 1,100 people in those shelters right now. They're not full yet, and if they do fill up, they'll open more of them. But for now, they're just hoping people will hunker down for now. And again, I'll give you another quick look at what we're seeing out here. This is actually a calmer part of what we've seen in the past few minutes, but just whipping these flags around, have been people going in and out to grab things from their cars. But for the most part, people are hunkering down here through the night. The mayor's going to be here at least through the night and plans to have another press conference for us tomorrow. Back to you.
Thank you. Hurricane Ian has now been downgraded to a Category 3, but it is still a very dangerous storm. Let's check back in with the Fox 35 storm team for the very latest.
What are you guys working on now? What are you seeing?
Well, we are tracking the potential for some real strong winds coming up toward Orlando. We've been doing that with the velocity scan on the Fox 35 storm tracker radar. And the tremendous amounts of rain now falling all across the land. Nowhere in Central Florida, really, for the most part, is exempt from this heavy rain this evening, Brooks.
This is the event. It's here now. It's going to be here for the rest of the night. This is the wind. This is the rain. The power outages are becoming more widespread, Jamie, and we've been watching that core of rain, which has prompted this flash flood emergency in Southwest Florida moving our way overnight. We're already soaked from the saturation from earlier today, and now we've got more of it coming our way. Here, step on over here. We're on the big screen. Come on with me. Yeah. So, Jamie, you and I have been tracking this core, and let's bring it over to the Tampa radar to check out the latest. And the heaviest rains are indeed right here over, you could say, Highlands County and Hardee and DeSoto counties. And this is heading toward the northeast in this general direction.
Okay.
Not that one.
Exactly. All right. So the deal with this is sometimes, these hand trackers here. Let's take a look, though. Around the Orlando area now, we've got some flood issues, we can say, that's been stacking up, and some tracking now of some of the more hardy returns here on the radar. So those of you around Timber Creek High School, down toward Union Park, Century Plaza, Conway, and Goldenrod, looks as though this is going to be moving in your direction. We time this out anywhere from 3 to a 15-minute arrival, so some super heavy rain there. As we take a look at what's going on here, let me clean this off here for you and show you what's going on as we show you the area now that is seeing that very, very heavy rainfall. And in regard to that, we call this the rain ray, where we can actually take you on in here and show you what's going on. And go ahead and query that. We could show you rain amounts in some of these areas now coming down to about 3 inches per hour. So that in itself, Brooks, it can be very impactful, and it's just repeated rounds of this on already saturated grounds. And look what's happening out near Avon Park and Sebring, just tremendous.
6 to 8 inches per hour falling, and it's verifying too.
It is. It is. And what also now has been happening as you go up to Volusia County now, we've had this freight train effect of heavy rains coming in off the Atlantic. That continues streaming on in, so it'll be interesting to see how much we get around the I-4 corridor in Volusia County and then back out to I-95. We've had, again, this area, you described it as what we call a fetch in the world of weather, is that strengthened wind coming in off the Atlantic and for a good duration of time and over a fairly large expanse of open ocean. So that is helping to wick that moisture on in here, and that's where everything has been very prominent in the rain totals. And we look at some of the modeling, and it has been showing us amounts upwards of over 20 inches when it's all said and done.
And Jamie, look at the last hour, how right here we're seeing the rain really picking up right over the Orlando area. What we'll often see with these storms is that you'll have winds coming in from one direction. It's kind of bumping up against another air mass here to the northwest. And in this case, there is a stationary front just to the northwest. So we're going to get kind of a squeeze effect where you've got moisture being forced northwestward, and it hits basically a brick wall in the atmosphere, and it's forced to ring out. And so you can see that enhancement right over Orlando. And this is, if you will, I don't want to call it bonus rain, but rain happening before the main core of that flooding rain moves in tonight. So this is super saturating us.
So on top of our recent heavy rains, on top of that, and now the stuff approaching from the south. So kind of a triple threat, if you will. And as we look at this, go ahead and put the velocity scan on. I do want to take a check of these winds here that are coming up and out of the southwest here, a little closer to the metro eventually.
There we go.
And as we plot this out for you, what we're showing you here, friends, is winds coming toward and away from our Fox 35 storm tracker radar. So we measure this out, and still very, very potent. Now,
100 miles an hour, look at that.
Likely it's going to diminish some on the way up, but still we'll be packing a mighty punch, Brooks, by the time it gets up here. So we, again, have advise you. We started yesterday advising folks to prepare for the strong gusty winds. We're getting calls into the newsroom earlier today and said, hey, we just have rain here. What's up with that? Well,
and now it's verifying.
Right.
Yeah, you know, one more interesting thing that this velocity shows us is that, do you see this kind of, in this gray line, this sort of backwards S?
Yep.
So that's a classic velocity tool to tell which way the wind is blowing. And in this case, the backwards S means you've got a north or a northwest component. And conversely, when it's a forward S, it's warm air advection. So it's your classic velocity stream. And so that indeed tells us that we here are on the northwest side, if I can get this to plot, the northwest side of it with winds now coming in from this direction, which means that the core of Ian is going to be located right about here. It looks like it's entering at this point Highlands County. So let's go back to our reflectivity and see that indeed putting this in motion, you can see that's generally the center. So as this plots up through the region, there's also been question of, is it following the track as forecast by the National Hurricane Center, but it's such a big system that if it wobbles here or there a couple of miles, and it'll wobble to the right and wobble back to the left, the effect is much the same. We've got the torrential rain, and we've got the wind rolling in later tonight.
Exactly. All righty. Well, let's give them a look here. I got a live picture for you out at Daytona Beach. I want to take a look at the Hard Rock Hotel cam. Thank you. And shows us that at times you can see we've got the flaring of the heavy winds, the rain buckling up against the sides of the buildings. Looks like someone's got a pressure washer on the other side there. The lights of the night with us, but very dreary, kind of a dark view there. Beachside in Volusia County, we've seen a few gusts reported now at hurricane force along the Volusia County coastline, and the rain is rather plentiful right now, to say the least. So it's coming on out real hard right now. The outlook on Ian showing 115 mile per hour top sustained winds. That's a north-northeast movement at 8. So that explains that great analysis Brooks just did, showing us the velocity scan, the general motion now of the storm, and the way that this patterning of this heavier wind down to the south is riding on in toward the area now. So Category 1 coming up and over through Orlando will diminish on approach to the Atlantic side of the state, and then out into the open Atlantic there, heading up toward the coastal Carolinas into the Piedmont of South Carolina with some impactful rains there. So let's talk about the timeline. It's been a bit since we visited this. I want to give you an update here, what we expect now through midnight with bands of rain. We're talking 3 to 6 inches per hour. The wind gusts will repeatedly head upwards of 50 to 60 miles per hour with ease, and then from about 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. we're looking for unrelenting downpours, and these winds upwards of 70 miles per hour plus. So that wind's going to be cranking up, that rain's going to be coming on down. From 7 a.m. to noon, heavy rain backs off, and the winds at 35 to 55 miles per hour. And a look here at the hurricane warned area here for you. Incredible. Look at all the real estate now just smothered with active hurricane warnings. Now, the areas with tropical storm, don't let your guard down. They're still susceptible to some gusty winds and some heavy pockets of rainfall, but it seems the emphasis now will be kind of correlating into this region right here, and then hopefully as we separate with time from Ian circulation, all these warned areas will gradually begin to fall on off. But you can see right now current wind gusts impressive at Sebring at 75 miles per hour, 41 at Melbourne, 54 Orlando, and Tampa now at 59 for the current wind gusts. So that's a look at the atmosphere here locally right now. Myself and Brooks Gardner, we are committed to keeping you safe. We want you to depend on us this evening here as we track Ian live from the Fox 35 Storm Center. Great analysis on Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, Brooks, and we're on top of it for you here to keep you safe, and we'll have more for you coming up in just a bit. We'll toss it back to you now.
And gentlemen, we appreciate you guiding us through this hurricane. Fox 35's Vicki Carr continues our live team coverage.
And she is live tonight at the Volusia County Emergency Operations Center. So Vicki, we hear bridges are now closed down and a curfew is now in effect.
Yeah, guys, and you can see a much different situation here where I'm at, more inland. This is, DeLand, Daytona border area. But if you saw our earlier shots, we were out on beachside, and the wind was just incredible out there. It's still a little bit windy out here, raining here and there. We're seeing some gusts moving in. Actually, I'm going to see if I can show you the flags here, just to show that it is a bit windy out here in, again, the Emergency Operations Center. This is by the Volusia County Jail, if you're familiar with that area. But I did want to mention the bridges are closed, and we were actually coming more inland when we realized that the bridge the bridge to get out was fine, but getting in is when we saw the trucks that were already blocking that, and we're told the bridges are closed off for the Halifax River. But like you also mentioned, there is a curfew, and that curfew started at 8 o'clock. It goes until 7 in the morning. They're asking people to stay off the roads. Of course, emergency personnel is allowed to be out on the roads, and people, if they have businesses, that type of thing. But in general, they're asking everyone to please stay off the roads. And I'm told that that curfew is also going to be in effect for tomorrow at 8 until 7 in the morning. For now, that is the latest here at the Emergency Operations Center in Daytona Beach. Vicki Carr, Fox 35 News.
Hey, Vicki, I was going to ask you, obviously the lights are on at the Emergency Operations Center, but have you heard anything about power outages in that area?
No, but that's something that we're monitoring. We haven't heard about any power outages just yet, but I want to mention too that the Emergency Operations Center here, this is where a lot of the top officials are hunkering down for the storm. I actually talked to Sheriff Mike Chitwood. He's going to be here a little bit later. He's going to be here in about an hour. So they're here monitoring all those types of things. This is where the 911 center actually is. So this is a very important building. But yeah, we haven't heard about anything as far as houses.
Yeah, also, Vicki, I know up and down the coast, some people aren't seeing that much right now. What are you experiencing at this point? I just see a big gust just went behind you. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, it's kind of like on and off. Out on beachside, we were seeing the wind picking up severely out there. You probably saw our live shots. We were whipping around here. It's a lot different. It can get calm, but then we do see some gusts that are moving. Actually, someone that was inside the Emergency Operations Center, they came out. They're like, I came to take a video of what the wind was looking like. So it's just kind of come and goes as we've been standing out here.
All right, Vicki Carr reporting to us live from the Emergency Operations Center. Vicki, stay safe. We appreciate your work. Parts of Central Florida are expecting historic flooding from Ian, including areas in Seminole County.
Yeah, they're seeing it already. The Little Wekiva River. They had devastating flooding during the Hurricane Irma years, and now they're preparing for even more tonight. Fox 35's Adam Shadoff has more from Altamont Springs tonight.
Well, we are in Altamont Springs on Little Wekiva Road in a quiet neighborhood, and things are not too bad right now. As you can see behind me, the drains are moving very nicely, and water is going where it's supposed to for now, but that is not always the case. You see this marker here with the orange on top of it, this stake. This is what neighbors tell me is where they expect the water level to be. Someone from the city of Altamont Springs came out, a surveyor. They put these posts, and you can see this is probably 4 feet tall. Once these drains get clogged up or there's simply too much water, the water has nowhere to go. It puddles, and as you can see behind me, some of these houses have already done their best to sandbag as much as they can because they know what's coming. This has happened in the past. These houses, people have had to evacuate from these houses. This whole area at the lowest point of this neighborhood basically becomes one giant pool of water where there's nowhere to go. Part of the reason for that is geographically we're at the bottom of a hill. The other part of the reason is behind some of these houses is the Little Wekiva River, which also floods in big rain events in the past. Now, one of the neighbor who did not want to go on camera told me that they did put millions of dollars into trying to fix the Little Wekiva River in the background, and he's hoping that that'll help things out this year. He said, fingers crossed. Unfortunately, none of these neighbors wanted to go on camera. All of them said the water reaches almost up to their house, but doesn't go inside. They're hoping at least for that this year and that it doesn't go a little higher than that, but they're all finishing up their preparations right now. And at some point, they're going to leave because they know once the water gets here, it stays for a long time, and there's nothing they can do about it. For now, from Altamont Springs, I'm Adam Shadoff, Fox 35 News.
Also, a new video tonight from St. Augustine. This is video of the ocean there, and it's very choppy up in that area. They are getting some of those spin-off waves right now. The woman who took this video says the water's starting to breach the seawall. The National Weather Service warning people to shelter in place and to expect life-threatening storm surges there. And it's also important to note that this storm, if it goes out into the ocean, could produce a bigger rush of water back this way because then it would be on the western side of the eye.
So it's something for folks to make sure to think about and not to to avoid that area, rather. Caught on camera in Tampa, a Tampa police officer saw a traffic light come crashing down in front of his car. Ooh. You could see it right there. There were live wires all over the ground. This is why first responders are urging people to stay off the roads. Wow, if a car had been under there, it could have been a much worse situation.
Yeah,
you could see them dragging the light away there.
All right, Fox 35's Deborah Cho joins us live once again. She's in Volusia County tonight.
And Deborah, they're starting to shut down the bridges there.
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys remember, just a little bit ago, I was saying at Seabreeze in Halifax, I didn't see anyone shutting it down. Well, we drove down International Speedway Boulevard, and on the side that you're trying to come into the beach area, that side has been closed. So we're on the safe side here where people are able to at least leave going over that bridge. And again, me and my photographer Evan went over that, and there's a reason why, of course, they're closing that. It's because the wind gusts here are picking up. It's very strong, and the car was moving around, so it's just showing how strong these winds already are here in Daytona Beach. And we can see, the palm trees over there. You can see the power lines starting a little sway a little bit. The water fountain over there, you can see all the water moving across the area. Now, I did see several trucks on the one side of the bridge. So the bridge, the part that you're coming in to Daytona Beach area, that was closed with several big trucks in that area. But again, I did see some people were able to get over on the other side. Of course, officials here in Daytona Beach are asking people to try to not get out on the roads if you don't have to. Of course, there is a curfew that is in effect for people. So we did see some people walking in the area, but for the most part, it's been pretty quiet, which is a good thing. People are staying inside and trying to stay safe. John, Ray, back to you guys.
It's interesting to know too, there aren't many cars there because of the bridge situation.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's right, Ray. And it is, of course, very dangerous out here, too. And so we haven't seen very many. But the other side of the bridge, when I was over at the Seabridge Boulevard area, we saw a couple of trucks. But since we've been parked here for about 5 minutes or so, I haven't seen any, maybe one or two, besides some emergency vehicles that were headed onto the other side.
All right, people are heeding the warning. Yeah. Thank you so much, Deborah.
Finally, I just checked out in front. I-4 completely deserted here in Seminole County at this point. But we're also getting some reports. We just saw Kissimmee and Apopka and a couple other towns in Lake County seeing significant rainfall. So we had that lull again. Yep. And again, that's what they talked about, the complacency. Nothing's happening in my area right now. It's not going to happen.
But just wait.
And then here it comes. Yeah. So Kissimmee apparently getting pounded right now. There's a lot lightning in that area, too. We haven't seen much lightning yet.
You could see the radar right behind us, too, how that storm is slowly moving our way. They told us it was going to be a slow crawl, and that's what we're seeing right now.
Certainly slow. But Southwest Florida, of course, is the one who took it the worst. There are many areas there completely underwater.
Just take a look at what Fox Weather's Robert Ray was dealing with earlier today.
We are seeing these massive storm surges coming into the downtown area, flooding all of these sports here in Fort Myers. You see, as these hurricane force gusts continue and look at this river in this downtown area. It is so unfortunate, and I want to turn the camera so you can see exactly what is happening. It's block after block of the water that has come in from the river over there. There is debris floating and flying. Boats are untangled. Vehicles are submerged at this point. And you see the wind just pushing the water all around the surge in. It is phenomenal. The power of Hurricane Ian, even at this point, right now, you see in the water, parts of palm trees and other things are flying around right now. As we go into the night, we are losing light here in Fort Myers. And yet this storm just continues to wreak havoc here with these gusts. Look at this. Hard to even walk. All these storefronts are taking it. And this town of Fort Myers, look at that. The wind just pushing. It looks like white caps out here. It is not safe by any means. The power of the storm is being unleashed. The energy, and it's nowhere near over. As it continue up the peninsula, there are over 1 million power outages here this evening. And it's not even dark yet. We're going to hunker down here somewhere, but it is difficult to traverse because of the storm surge. Right now, reporting in Fort Myers.
Yeah, you can barely make out what he's saying because the winds are so strong. Well, speaking of strong, a strong warning from the Collier County Sheriff's Office. There's a mandatory curfew in place between 10 tonight and just about an hour until 6 tomorrow morning. Violation of this curfew is considered a second-degree misdemeanor. The Sheriff's Office says it's getting a significant number of calls from people trapped by water in their homes, but officials say these calls will have to wait until the water recedes. They will only be responding to life-threatening medical emergencies. And you know, this is the thing they were telling you, evacuate if you live in an area that's prone to flooding.
And even in that Facebook update right there, I mean, he paints a pretty dire picture saying we just can't get out there to you right now. And when they says we're getting calls from people with water creeping up into their houses, you're going to have to stay. I mean, that's a scary situation. There's another video going around right now. You probably have seen it. A lot of people have seen it, of all the boats that became unmoored and they were just floating down the middle of Fort Myers.
It looks like they were
like it was a parade at this point. Nobody. And so think about all the cleanup that has to take place. They said tomorrow morning it's going to be a little calmer in that area. They'll be able to get out there and look, but the amount of damage. Oh my goodness, can't imagine. All right, we're going to check back in right now with the Fox 35 Storm Team for the latest.
Hey, what are you guys seeing right now? Jamie and Brooks, the hardest working men on TV right now.
Well, I tell you now, it's all about the wind gusts, and we're live tracking obviously the motion of Ian now, moving very slowly, Brooks, across the peninsula, northeasterly at 8, winds now at 105 miles per hour. We look at the impact at the left here, the big scar in the southwestern peninsula, and where it stands now. So it's interesting that we still maintain some semblance of hurricane strength getting closer to Orlando.
Yeah, it'll be going really slow from here at 2 a.m. tonight or early tomorrow morning to finally here in Seminole County, Jamie, at about 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. So that's a slow crawl, and there's a lot of rain that's going to be happening, not to mention the wind.
Right. Now, for folks that have interests up in the Carolinas, coastal Georgia, this is going to bring a little bit of action into that region as well. I mean, we still have a full-blown tropical storm as it exits out of the Atlantic and then moving out maybe toward the Savannah River Basin here, toward the mouth there, maybe even into the Piedmont of South Carolina. So impactful indeed.
You got Tybee Island right here. You've got the Golden Isles of Glenn County. There's going to be a storm surge of some 2 to maybe 4 feet. So it'll inundate the marshes up there and then work up through Beaufort and then on into Columbia, South Carolina, the Midlands, and then up into the mountains with the big flood threat there.
Yeah, but they don't call it the low country of South Carolina for nothing, right? Yeah,
that's right.
There are areas that are way low. Beautiful part of the country, but susceptible to flooding. So we look at the timeline, and we're thinking bands of rain about 3 to 6 inches per hour within these bands, gusts about 50 to 60 miles per hour.
We're getting those now.
And we are. And now through about midnight, and as we look at 1 a.m. to 6 a.m., this is going to be a pretty rough go here.
Yeah, unrelenting downpours, Jamie. The kind of rain where it starts and it just doesn't stop. So far today, we've seen these sort of intermittent downpours pick up a quick inch. This is the kind of stuff as the core of Ian makes it through central Florida. If you're in that 40-mile swath, there could be 3 or 4 inches, maybe 6 inches per hour.
Right. 7 a.m. to noon, Brooks, heavy rain, backs off. And then the wind's still cranking pretty good, 35, 55 miles per hour, enough to take down trees, displace objects in yards, turn objects into missiles at, you get to that threshold of tropical storm force. Trampolines, we've seen that during severe weather events, winding up from someone's backyard into another backyard or swimming pool. So stuff does happen. Now, as we look at the warnings areas now, we've got tropical storm shaded there in the orange, and then over toward Orlando, out to the coastal zones, all that red there, that is the hurricane warning. And these came down earlier today for the coastal areas, Volusia and Brevard County.
As the storm was strengthening, as it came in a little bit more intense than earlier had been thought, it had winds of 155 miles an hour. It was forecast to be 130. They thought, well, it may take a little while to wind down, so we could see hurricane force gusts, especially on the coastline.
Right.
We've already seen them.
Yeah, we have. And thank you for pointing that out. While the winds won't be sustained hurricane force, 74 miles per hour higher, the gusts are going to manifest in that general range. So we want to cover all bases, right?
Definitely. New Smyrna Beach has already gusted to 74 miles an hour, 100 miles away from the center of Ian, so it's a huge wind field.
Incredible. So Sebring now gusted 70, Fort Myers at 50. You can see we've started to inherited the higher gusts in Orlando at 56. So
there it is.
These are what we call impactful winds. These are damaging winds. We talk about, like during the summertime thunderstorm, 58 plus miles per hour. That's not too far from the mark there. We know what can happen with a quick pop and burst during a severe thunderstorm during the summer season.
Yeah, and then once you get past about 55, 60 miles an hour up to the 70 range, it's like exponentially stronger. So you start to get trees that the root systems have been softened by all the rain, and they start to go over. Big old live oak trees, for instance. We've seen that today so far in Geneva and also in Oviedo.
Yeah, you sent me a picture from your neck of the woods in Seminole County, and God, it was just so impressive how that wind just toppled that tree, takes the ground with it.
Yeah, just the whole thing goes up, but it's unsettling because we have oaks around our house, so I'm of course wondering about that. So hopefully everybody out there is safe. But we're going to get a lot of rain tonight, Jamie. This core of rain is something else, isn't it?
It really is, and we show you this future radar. This is what we call high resolution model. I always like to tell you that we input data into this each and every hour, so it does a fantastic job in portraying what the atmosphere holds in store for us here in Central Florida over the next several hours. And as we ramp up in through the overnight, early morning hours of tomorrow, Thursday, you can see still rain bands twisting, turning through the area. Brooks, as we go later into the night tonight, I know that eventually the tornado watch is going to fall off. I think the early morning hours of our Thursday, 1 a.m. I believe, right, was last check.
That's right.
Once we start to see winds changing direction and Ian begins to make a move toward the coastal areas, might that threat start to diminish? That's the question.
Definitely, yeah. Once you get into that, we were looking at this earlier, the quadrants of a hurricane. If you were to draw a straight line between the center of circulation and break it up into like fourths, the northeast part of that is the tornado part. That's where all the real bad stuff is. But once the center of circulation passes Orlando, we're not in the clear because we're still going to have wind, but we're not going to see the tornadoes and we're not going to see that incredible rainfall rate. So once tomorrow comes around by daybreak, we should see conditions improving, but it's what happens tonight that's going to be this is the heart of it tonight, really.
Yeah, and it's rain, and more rain. I mean, that has been pretty much the theme of this. We've got the real sporty, the strong winds, but the rains are going to unload across the region tonight, and that in itself is a concern because there are other hazards that are tied to these types of rain amounts.
Right, a lot of hazards. Of course, we've been talking about the basics of flooding and roads closed. You never want to try and drive through floodwaters. There's that old saying, turn around, don't drown. Don't do it at night. You can't judge how deep the water is, and also if the water's flowing, it could wash the road out. We've seen that, especially with our sandy soil. If you get flowing water, you may be driving down through a lake thinking you're good to go, and then the road's just not there. Watch out for fire ants. That's a thing when you're cleaning up tomorrow or on Friday.
In regard to that, some of the most interesting images I've seen during heavy rainfall events are how fire ants try to cope with the flooding.
Oh, I've seen that.
They kind of ball on up. It is a fascinating feat of Mother Nature. Yeah, exactly. Staying buoyant.
They take turns breathing, where a million of them on the bottom will hold their breath, and then they crawl to the top and they catch their breath. But you have this ball of fire ants, and if they connect with your leg, if you're staying in a puddle, you don't realize it. They'll crawl up to you because you're dry land. But then you have a million bites. So that is a thing. And also watch out for obstructions underneath the water. Not to mention the possibility, of electrical situations.
Exactly.
People sometimes running generators, plugging into the house, hot plugging it. They're not supposed to, and it electrifies lines that wouldn't have otherwise been.
Right, and make sure the discharge from the generator is far removed from the house.
Right, carbon monoxide issues too.
Yeah,
that's a huge thing.
I mean, each and every tropical event we have, small or large generators seemingly are always used, and unfortunately, there's always fatalities tied to that. Are folks that get real sick from those fumes.
Right. Don't ever run a generator inside your house.
Never.
If you got a new generator, it has to go outside, away from the house. The fumes coming in, it's carbon monoxide. You can't really detect it, but it'll kill you. And every storm like this that happens, people might set up in the garage, and the fumes come in from the garage. You've got to keep it. What is it? About 50 feet from the house, 25 to 50 feet.
Yeah. You really want that separation. You want the separation. And a lot of them, they're built modern age. They can withstand the elements of Mother Nature. Take a good soaking, the gusty winds, so no issue there. Speaking of gusty winds, I mean the observation tower.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at it shaking like that.
Got a little wiggle waggle there this evening. About 80 degrees there. Yeah, 80 degrees. Very tropical. And northeasterly now 25. This is our launch credit union cam. Normally we use this during Good Day Orlando to bring you images of the cruise ships there port side this evening, though, illustrating the strength of the wind. And we talk about the strength of that wind. What we've done here, we show you sustained winds and then the wind gusts right next to that in the light blue. And these are potent winds. No other way to describe it.
Between 1 and 5 a.m. Between 1 and 5 a.m. tonight, we're going to see 50 to 70 mile per hour gusts in the Orlando area. So with all the rain we're getting, the gusts are going to take down some trees, right?
Oh, for sure, yeah. So again, we're tracking the main threats for Orlando Metro. We'll make it clear. There is the isolated tornadic risk, Brooks. Of course, the very heavy rain that we've done our best best in tracking. Brooks, you did a great job with that. I appreciate that. And of course, the inbound winds coming to the area.
Yeah, so in addition to the rain, so we get 20 or 30 inches of rain total. In the map we showed was additional rain. We've already had 6 to 8 inches across a lot of locations. But then the winds, the final thing. So, you know, Jamie, how long do you think, based on your experience with Irma and previous storms, how long do you think power will be out for some communities?
I mean, it really depends. You know, you've got some communities with buried powered lines, others not so much.
Oh, good point,
I know in my circumstance during Irma, the power was off for about 24 hours, and I came home to that. The generator's running. My daughter was in my bedroom with her feet up, watching the cartoons, watching Scooby-Doo.
Really? So
yeah,
like everything was fine.
It was one of those deals, and then bam, power comes on back, and we're up and running. Where we had friends that were without power for a week and a half. So it depends on your location,
kind of the same situation,
and the infrastructure, right? That's
well
critical
said.
and key. So, all righty, okay, we continue tracking. We again want all of you to depend on us here in the Storm Center here at Fox 35. We will continue to track, keeping you and your family members safe. So keep it here. We'll keep you up to date. We'll send it back to you now, Rain John.
All right, thank you, fellas. Well, much of the data surrounding hurricane forecasts is thanks to this elite crew that flies into the middle of storms. They're called the Hurricane Hunters. They risk their lives each and every mission. They did it once again today, just before it hit landfall. Jamie Rome joins us once again live. He is the acting director of the National Hurricane Center in Miami.
And Jamie, Hurricane Ian is very slow moving, and we're actually here wondering, we feel like there's the calm before the storm because we're not hearing that intense rain that we're expecting, but it is slowly moving towards us.
Radar behind me, and you've probably got one similar. Some of the rain rates in here are 4 to 5 inches per hour, which is pretty significant as it moves off to the northeast. I mean, if these rain rates were to occur over any one area for a couple hours, you're talking about really high potential for flash flooding.
Jamie, one more here for you. I heard you speaking on Fox Weather a little bit ago, talking about the dry air whipping around the back, and you said that's a reason for concern. Can you explain that to us again?
Yeah, so you can see it on the radar. This dry air sort of wraps around it, and then the key, it's kind of almost like it's not a front per se, but it creates sort of like a little boundary, and you can just see that kind of lined up right there, and that just increases the lift and the potential for this heavy rain.
All right, Jamie Rome, director of the National Hurricane Center in Miami. We appreciate your time throughout the evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to shift gears, go over to the east coast of Florida right now. We have the Flagler Beach Police Chief. It is Matt Downey. He joins us right now on the phone. Chief, good to talk to you once again tonight. I know you're probably busy. What are you seeing over in your area at this point?
John, it's always good to talk to you, and a little bit different than the last time I saw you out riding bicycles in the sunshine. A lot of wind and a lot of water. That's our main concern right now. The bridges are open. Curfew's in effect, and the people seem to be doing a really, really good job of staying indoors, but that water's a big concern.
Chief, talk to us about your efforts as far as making sure that people stay indoors for that curfew.
So we're very active in the social media market, along with Sheriff Staley, doing radio interviews, TV interviews, using the PAs of our cars, just interacting with business owners, getting the word out. And we've got a local organization here called Flagler Strong, which is a group of business owners and citizens, and they're the lifeblood of this community, and they're the ones that really help us spread the word that we want to get out.
You know, Chief, I know people aren't supposed to be out tonight anyway, but going into the future, you guys have always had an issue there along US 1 where the ocean would come in and just take away parts of the highway and a lot of the beach. Are you guys monitoring that, and what do you do if something happens again there?
So, yeah, we had problems after Hurricane Matthew where A1A, which is a historic scenic highway, actually just collapsed and fell into the Atlantic Ocean. And our partners over in DeLand at the Florida Department of Transportation, they've been right alongside with us. They've got crews out checking to make sure that there's no undermining of the roadway. And, the recent forecast with the way this storm's going, there's going to be some significant damage to the beach. And hopefully the seawall that we put in on the north end, not we, but they, along with some of the rock revetment and drainage that they put in back 6 years ago, will help keep that roadway exactly where it is. We don't want to go through what we did 6 years ago.
And Chief, I was going to actually ask you too, have you heard any reports of any problem areas yet with the forecast the way it is, or is everything right now still pretty calm?
No, everything's great. Our officers are out, riding neighborhoods and riding down A1A, just looking for anything that, especially on that roadway that looks abnormal, a buckle or maybe some erosion on the sand dunes itself. But as it stands right now, it's 9:21 p.m. Everything is copacetic, and the bad thing is the worst hasn't come. So we'll get a really good visual in the morning, when the sunlight comes up, and then keep our partners posted. And like I said, the last thing we want to do is have another Hurricane Matthew scenario. And then we've also got, the intercoastal. We had 400 homes back in Irma that got flooded. So hopefully a bunch of those folks evacuated that we encouraged, and that they're safe and their families are secure.
Yeah, Chief, one more before we let you go. I know you got a lot going on tonight. You guys have had quite the history with hurricanes. That was what kind of took down the pier there that you guys are going to be working on. So it can change the directory of your city, can it?
Yeah, the beach and the pier, the pier's iconic. We're getting ready to do a beach renourishment program, and that's a big engine when it comes to the tourism in our area, especially a small little beach town like this with, mom and pop restaurants. There's no chain restaurants here. Everything is made by the folks that live here. Losing that beach and A1A really, really crippled our business. But again, the resiliency of this small town cannot be understated. It seems like when the chips go down, Flagler Beach just seems to rise to the occasion, and so does the surrounding community supporting the businesses. And if we have to go down that road, we'll rebuild and recover.
All right, Chief Matt Downey from Flagler Beach. Always good to talk to you, and we'll talk to you soon. Appreciate your time tonight.
Have a safe night. Y'all be good.
All right, thank you. And he talked about it. That's one of those great little communities that rallies around everything that goes on there. It's Flagler Beach, Ormond Beach, same situation. So when they had the storm last time, the whole city came together. So it shows bad things can happen, but it also caused people to come together.
And they're keeping a close eye on A1A.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, of course, a lot of people hunkering down as Hurricane Ian moves inland.
And strong winds are a big concern, especially because they can take trees down, huge trees. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger is in Belle Isle. And Marie, you're surveying some damage there already.
Yeah, so speaking of those strong winds, man, have those winds picked up since we last checked in with you. It is getting crazy out here, and we told you this has already taken one tree down in this neighborhood straight over a home. Fortunately, everyone inside this house is okay. I want to make sure and get that out of the way. Just to state that they are doing all right. The tree fell over their garage and kitchen area. We saw them wandering around in their home. They still have power. They are doing okay. And so we last time around showed you this tree here that is leaning quite a bit. We spoke with an arborist who lives in this neighborhood who was explaining to us that he is predicting, with the amount of wind and just how waterlogged this tree is getting, plus the amount we've seen it shaking at its base, he's thinking that tree is likely to come down sometime tonight, if not tomorrow. The video journalist I'm with also mentioned that just a few moments ago, he believes a tree must have fallen over a power line. Again, that happened maybe 2 minutes ago. He said he saw sparks. I was turned the other direction facing you guys in the camera, so we'll go check that out after this. But I also want to point out to you, the wind is really, really shifting. So the reason I am not taking you to the other side to see this tree, which is actually a much better angle to see how much it's leaning, is because it just felt unsafe to even walk past that tree's path. That's how much these trees are shaking in this area. We actually had to relocate because of it. There is a neighborhood just down the road from here, about a half mile. I believe it was called Oak Island was the street it was on. That whole area is without power, so it is really fortunate that where we're standing now is still with power, because that entire block just pitch black. We wanted to show it to you, but it just was not going to be safe for us, seeing the amount that those trees were moving around, and really you guys wouldn't have seen much at all since it was so dark. I do want to walk you over here just to show you the wind speeds. You can kind of see how much the rain is moving along the ground there, just pelting through. And you can see once in a while the trees will just really shake. I also would like to point out under that street light, you can see there are trees looming right over power lines in this area. So although they've got power now, that could change at any moment. We're surely hoping it will stay with power here. As I mentioned, the rain moving through. Right now, they're not seeming too bad at risk of flooding. We're seeing some water pooling up along the sides by the gutters, but still moving through and draining out properly. So hopefully they'll be safe in that regard too. We will check back in with you after we go see whether there was that down power line earlier.
All right, Marie Ettinger walking us through that scene. We appreciate you and your video journalist's hard work there, keeping us up to date on this storm. Thank you so much, Marie. Fox 35's Matt Trezza joins us live from Lake County.
Yeah, and they're starting to get some of those sideways rain bands coming through right now, too. He's been checking out the seaplanes out there. That's where the seaplane base is in Tavares, because that was destroyed by Hurricane Irma. So what are you seeing at this point, Matt?
Well, right now, we can't see anything back out there. It's pitch black. And actually, I'm going to make this quick because we've got quite a bit of lightning that's moved into the area. The wind has picked up. I've been telling you, this has been kind of on again, off again weather throughout the afternoon and the evening since we've been here. It's definitely on again. You can see how fast that device is spinning right there. We've got the rain pouring down. We've got the wind is really pushing through here. And like I said, we've seen some lightning picked up and thunder in the area here. So I said, earlier, we're going to make this quick. In 2017, Hurricane Irma really came through and walloped this area hard. There were a lot of boats that were destroyed at the marina at that time, and it looks like people have heeded the warning and learned the lesson of Hurricane Irma in 2017. So now there are no boats that we've seen at any of the docks throughout the marina here at the seaport in Tavares. Very few cars out on the road. Everybody's staying pretty much inside. The lights are still on here, and that's good news. We haven't lost power in this area yet, and right now everyone is just pretty much hunkering down in order to ride out the rest of the storm through the night. Live in Tavares, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
Wow, we have seen this once or twice already, and more surely to come. That's a power transformer exploding in southwest Orlando. You can actually see the wiring and electricity arcing and sparking before it pops. The lesson here is avoid walking under those lines if possible. Power lines are coming down, and that's a very real possibility.
Yeah, and you know it when you hear it. And we're already starting to see some areas here in Central Florida losing power as well. 1.9 million across the state at this point. So, those guys, you're going to see fireworks all night long, probably in the next hour or so, I would guess. Also caught on camera, more sparks flying. This one from power equipment. Take a look. Wow. Yeah, viewer Lacamacher captured these. That's the name we had there. Captured these power lines popping and buzzing. That was in the community of Conway tonight. Strong winds are going to be tugging at those lines all night long. So again, we've said it time and time again, but every year we do a story where somebody tries to drive through and it causes all sorts of problems there. When those wires are down, it does. When the wires are down in the water, the whole area is charged. So just be aware of that.
More power problems caught in Brevard County. In this video, viewer Shannon Harris sent, you can see what looks like parts of the lines glowing orange, potentially catching fire. That's definitely something to keep your distance from. Call fire crews if you think something like this is going to start your home on fire. If that's an issue, you really need to call. That's an emergency that they are ready and willing to respond to.
Yeah, okay. So we got a lot still to get through because this storm is getting closer and closer right here to Central Florida. And our team coverage continues out of Seminole County tonight.
Fox 35's Adam Shadow found a massive tree that came down right on top of parked cars in Altamont Springs.
We're at the lake shore at Altamont Springs apartment complex, and it's not terribly bad right now as far as conditions, but clearly earlier it must have been significantly worse. This is a gigantic tree that fell down in this apartment complex, and honestly, I think it was the best possible scenario in the direction that this tree could have fallen, because if you look over here to the right, it did end up hitting some of these cars and doing some damage to some of these cars, but the good news is that it fell away from the buildings, the structures where all the people are inside, hopefully hunkering down right now. But this thing is a monster. It's clearly gigantic. It did some damage to the cars, but the good news is it doesn't look like it did any damage to any of the structures, and there's no people around right now, which is good. I'm hoping nobody was hurt by this giant tree falling down here in Altamont Springs.
All right, thanks a lot, Adam. And if you remember back in time, 2004, that's what caused so many of the power outages that time, because there hadn't been a hurricane in a while, and those old growth trees in Winter Park, Edgewater, Winter Garden,
downtown Orlando.
Yeah, I mean, all those
Yep.
came down and knocked out the power in so many places. And so hopefully, maybe those were cleared out recently. I know a lot of the tree trimming companies were out this week, Ray. Hopefully getting those out of the way so something like that doesn't happen again.
And if they're still there, hopefully they withstand the wind gusts that we're seeing. In fact, we want to check back in with the Fox 35 storm team. We see the wind gusts you guys are tracking.
Yeah, you got it. It is. It's been really blowing, and 100 miles away from the center, Jamie. NSB. What about that? Right?
74 miles per hour. Boy, it is cranked up there in Volusia County. That's the top gust there. Klondike Beach, 64 miles per hour. Orlando, 61.
That'll knock out power.
It sure will. Space Coast Airport. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Sanford. Our live reporters out there this evening, getting blown around and thrashed pretty good there. Lake Monroe looks like an ocean right now.
Yeah, that's
with
right.
White caps and everything.
It's got a swell.
Yeah, we showed. What was the other area lake we showed? I think it was Harney. Harney. Those
Lake
waves,
Harney.
they look surfable to me.
Yeah,
you know?
they had a curl to them. And this is just a preview. We've got the core of the wind coming through tonight between about 1 and 4 a.m. We'll see gusts over 70 miles an hour in the Orlando area. So it's just beginning. We're going to get through this. The hurricane overall weakening as it comes inland, but it's dumping a lot of rain.
It is. And live look now, the Hard Rock Hotel Daytona Beach camp. Beautiful. Normally we feature beautiful bright sunrises or sunsets here, in Brooks' case here for the evening shows. We feature those sunrises on Good Day Orlando right now, though anything but, right? It's blowing. We've seen some flashing out there, right? There's been some transformer flashes out across Seminole County. No reason to think that this isn't the case in portions of Volusia. The Palms blowing around pretty good, and they're getting throttled pretty good. They're seaside.
They got power, though. Huh?
They do have power.
That's something.
Okay, well, we'll take it, right?
Good.
Yeah, during an event like this, we'll take it. So again, we just want to revisit the timeline. I've had a lot of you on social media saying, hey, could you talk more about what the coming hours are going to bring? You know, we got to put the kids to bed. It's getting a little loud out there. The rain hitting the house. The winds,
whistle.
That whistle, we hear it here at the studios. So here's what we have for you now, Brooks. Now through midnight, the bands of rain right now, with more on the way, and the gusts of wind. Tell us, let's talk about these gusts, Brooks.
Right, so 50 to 60 right now, that's going to be enough to, unfortunately, a lot of the trees with the rain we've had 8 or 9 inches of rain in some spots, maybe up to 10 inches. That's loosening the root systems. The wind blows. Some of those live oaks, the water oaks, have a pretty short, shallow root ball. They're wide.
Oaks,
the water oaks, they fall over. But yeah, Jamie, we're talking about this between 1 and 6 a.m., sort of the middle of the night into tomorrow morning. Unrelenting downpours. That's going to be something, because we're going to have this core of rain coming up from basically the northwest eye wall of a diminishing E and dropping, 6 inches of rain per hour in some communities?
Unrelenting. I think that is appropriate in the case of what's on the way rain-wise, right?
This is important because we're going to see some severe flooding tonight setting up.
I mean, we're both concerned about it, but I saw you off on the side there in the last break, and you were doing some analysis there behind the scenes, and there is legit concern for widespread, what we call impactful flooding. I mean, disruptive.
Well, the same part of the hurricane that went through places like Northport, Sarasota, Bradenton, around southwest Florida is coming our way late tonight. And the National Weather Service for that area issued what's called a flood emergency. They picked up about 20 inches of rain, and that's considered life-threatening flooding. And the computer models here in Central Florida that Jamie and I have been tracking are showing between 20 and 27 inches of rain. So we could see the same thing setting up here. It would only take another 15 inches to do that.
Exactly. 7 a.m. to noon tomorrow as we get into Thursday. Heavy rain begins to back off as the circulation gets closer to the Atlantic side of the state, eventually hopefully exiting stage right. Hopefully we can speed this up. We can speed up. I mean, it's just slogging along right now.
That's been the biggest challenge. It's going north-northeast at like 5 to 8 miles an hour. It's a walking pace, and it's just that slow direction. Historically, right? Charlie was moving. It was 15, 20 miles an hour.
Yeah.
It got out of here. It was in and out. This is just, it's like 3 times the duration.
Right.
We may not be done with this till, Friday afternoon before it starts to finally settle down.
A lot of rain, All righty, so and the reds here, y'all are in the hurricane-warned areas. That's a really good chunk of the peninsula right now.
Volusia to Brevard Point, south and west.
And the tropical storm-warned areas over north central Florida. Our viewers, Brooks, we always like to maintain contact with the folks up in WOGX, Fox 51 country. We actually have a sister station up there, and we are responsible for monitoring and tracking their skies and keeping those folks up there safe. So we want all of you out there to depend on us here. I know the impacts have been much less than what we're getting down in the central peninsula, but know that we are watching and tracking should a severe weather threat set up, perhaps a little area of some heavy rain or even a little quick spit up, which could happen. We're going to be monitoring your conditions there as well. So, Brooks, we take a look at the track. We have that strike there in the southwestern peninsula. Intriguing to me that, again, it's moving very slowly, but maintains semblance of decent intensity.
Look at that.
Category 1 status.
Right through Orange County. That explains the hurricane warning. Yeah, so at 2 o'clock tonight, right now it's about 9:36. At 2 o'clock tonight, this thing will be sitting over southern Polk County near maybe Fort Meade. Right now, it looks like it's on the border of DeSoto and Highlands County, kind of near the racetrack there at Sebring, and then working north toward Orange County into tomorrow morning, eventually Sanford by 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. That's a slow truck northward. That's a slow truck, but until it gets here, once it's here, Orlando can breathe a little bit more easy because you'll be on the southwest quadrant, so it'll start to improve. But yeah, look at this heading up into the coastal Carolinas.
Unbelievable. You spent some time up there in South Carolina, years ago.
I was up in the Midlands, beautiful Columbia for years, and it's a gorgeous place. But we're talking about the Low Country, Charleston down through Beaufort.
Incredible.
It's beautiful, but it's low.
Yeah, I know. I worked for a few years over in Savannah at Channel 3, WSAV, the NBC affiliate there, and I can tell you, boy, while I didn't have any tropical events while I was there, just ordinary summertime thunderstorms
it fills up.
Can flood. Can flood. So this is going to be impactful for the Low Country up in that region of the U.S. And the winds continue now northeasterly. Here recorded 25. Out at 25 at Port Canaveral. This is the observation tower on the Launch Credit Union cam, and again a lot of sway to the cameras. We noticed the wind gusts. They just recently updated, and some of these are very impressive.
Yes, 78 miles an hour wind gusts at Sebring. So we're talking about how the core of this thing, the center, is setting up near Highlands County, right on the sort of the DeSoto Highlands Hardy County border right here, and that's an impressive wind gust considering how far away from the water it is, and maybe that's an indication of in a few hours what Orlando may be facing.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a great point actually, and that is why while our sustained winds are not going to be hurricane strength at 74 plus, the gusts may very well be. So that is why we're now in a warned area. Have been now
good
for
point. Very
over
good
36
point.
hours.
It's not going to be sustained. These are just gusts. It may be 30 to 40 sustained at the worst in open water, but yeah, but the gusts will do the tree pushing, right?
Tree pushing can remove siding from homes, can do damage, and turn objects into missiles, projectiles. As we look here at the high resolution modeling, it's just a lot of rain. So we'll continue to track it here for you in the Storm Center. Myself and meteorologist Brooks Gardner joining me here. We again are committed to keeping everyone safe. So keep it here as we round the bend toward 10 o'clock. We'll have more for you here from the Storm Center. Thank you for your analysis, sir.
And thank you for your perspective.
Thank you. All righty, guys. We'll send it back to you on the desk now.
Look what just swam up in my driveway.
All right, how bizarre is this? We showed you this video earlier of this strange evening of critters washing up onto people's lawns. All right, more new videos of the same. All right, this time a fish found in St. Cloud. Viewer Jessica Valvano shared this with us, showing what looks to be a catfish squiggling around in the grass and then ends up right there on what appears to be the pavement. Flooding will bring a lot of critters places they aren't supposed to be as the rain starts to pool up. Yeah, and we saw, what was it, a shark that was in the middle of a street in Fort Myers.
And now that.
You got that, so all kinds of stuff out there. And Fox 35's Connor Hansen, he continues our team coverage tonight.
And Connor, you're live at Orange County Emergency Operations Center. I can see you've got your hood on tight. Are the winds picking up?
Yeah, they really are. And we're just standing under the awning while we're waiting for you to come to us. But we're at the emergency center. This is the fire department headquarters for Orange County, where everybody's hunkered down. All the officials are hunkered down. You can see they've got these big curtains protecting the entire building because they need to be ready for if they need to respond to any emergencies. But back to that wind, let me show you how it's getting out here. We're just going to safely work our way around the curtain here, give you a look-see outside. We're seeing this wind really, really pick up, and so is the rain. Take a look at the flags up here. They've just been whipping for the past few hours. Now, as all the other reporters have mentioned, this is coming in waves, you know, gets a little bit lighter, gets a little bit stronger. I'd say this is one of the heavier bands we've seen. Sometimes you just hear the wind really start to whip. It sounds like a train is coming through or something like that. But again, we're here at the headquarters for county officials. They'll be hunkered down here all night, giving us updates when they think it's necessary. Their main message to people in Orange County right now is stay home. They're also warning that it's very possible you might lose power. They say when the storm reaches its peak late tonight into tomorrow morning, there could be gusts up to 100 miles per hour. They're planning on getting up to 2 feet of rain. So again, they say it's very likely you could lose power at some point. They say crews are ready to come help out if necessary. There are shelters open right now. There's about 1,100 people in them last we checked, and they can open more if they need to. Still no word on any kind of evacuations or anything like that, because we still haven't gotten the worst of the storm, so we could hear more updates, but so far, nothing like that. So we'll keep monitoring this. Again, this is where the mayor and other top county officials are going to be spending the night here at the Emergency Operations Center in Orange County in the Winter Park area. And they're planning on having their next presser sometime tomorrow morning. If there are any other big updates they have for us, they'll call us into the media room and tell us about it. But again, just these winds are really picking up. If you look this way, you can sort of see them. You can see it coming along the pavement there in like big waves of wind. Even just getting stuff out of the car a second ago, you can feel the whole car shaking from side to side. So you can imagine what it's like out on the road. So we're going to keep an eye on things here. Hope things could continue to get worse. And again, we'll keep waiting for updates from officials here at the headquarters. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Connor. I know you're in Winter Park, I believe is what you said. I just got a message from a friend in Maitland, said what just started there it's raining so hard at this point. It's the hardest he's seen all night. Is that what you're seeing there in Winter Park?
Yeah, I would say so, John. Yeah, that's right. We are in Winter Park, and like I said, it's coming in waves, but really right now, this is about the heaviest wind, the heaviest rain we've seen so far, and this might only be a preview of what's to come later, just based on what we're hearing from the radar and our meteorologists.
Yeah, and you can see just how much the weather has changed since the last time we saw Connor. Connor Hansen, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Our live team coverage of Hurricane Ian continues now with Fox 35's Valerie Boy. She joins us live from a shelter in Celebration.
All right, Valerie, people are coming by with donations and a lot of activity going on there tonight, we see.
Yeah, that part is very, very heartwarming to see people coming through in this weather to donate blankets and pillows. It's just wonderful. So I'm here at Celebration High School, and there's around 80 people seeking shelter right now. Lights are out, so it's pretty dark in there. We're not allowed to go in there, but I am going to give you a quick peek. Take a look. See how quiet it is in there? There's people of all ages, lots of families. We knew that we wanted to be able to give them a moment to just kind of have that time, a little peaceful time. And I'm going to close the door quietly there. Also, if you get sick, there's actually an EMT standing by. This is my new friend Stavros. Stavros, tell me, what's the importance of you being here today?
Well, once the wind conditions and weather and everything gets too severe, EMS service actually can't operate. The truck might just go rolling. So they told us that we come down. If it gets too bad, we're basically on an island. And we treat anybody who needs anything to the best of our ability.
And so have you treated anyone today?
Yeah, actually, just minor stuff. Some kids fell, some ibuprofen, things like that, which is good. You know, you want the action. It's more fun, but in the end, everybody's healthy, so it's better that way.
Got it. And you have a bag of supplies here. Can you tell me what you got?
Yeah, this is our regular BLS bag, basic life-saving equipment. It's just all of our regular interventions, things like O2, suction for people who are choking or emesis, throw up, things like that. We have our glucometers, things like that, to check blood sugar, diabetics, anything like that. Gloves, PPE, bandages, all the regular stuff that we can provide on site.
So what's it like for you? You're here at a shelter. I'm sure you're tired. I mean, I saw you're like sitting on the floor with everybody else, but you still have to keep up your energy. How are you doing this?
Red Bull. Well, actually, our shelter here, we got kind of the more sleepy job, which is all right. I heard that the Kissimmee shelter had almost 200 people as of this afternoon. They probably got more. So we got the sweeter gig, I guess, less action. Everyone's healthy. I think that's the shelter that has pets, so maybe they have more fun.
There you go. And you're not here alone. You have someone helping you too, right?
Two of us on site.
Where'd you guys come from?
I came from Lake City. He was in Orlando, I believe, 2 separate places, which is good. They mobilized everybody they could.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for being here to help take care of us. We really appreciate it tonight. All right, and so we're just going to take a little bit of a walk down here, Abby. Let me just show you this big pile of water. I mean, my goodness.
A bit of water. Here you go.
Lots of bottles over here, probably hundreds of bottles. They're going to need lots of supplies because we're not sure how many days people are going to be here. The kitchen is closed. They're cooking up some dinners earlier today. By the way, they serve food in a bag. It actually cooks in a bag. And then lots of security here. We have our deputies over here. And then the doors are opening and you could feel that wind just blowing in. So again, people have been walking in with donations and it's just really heartwarming to see how kind and generous they are, even with this bad weather. Reporting live in Osceola County. Back to you guys.
Valerie, I just love so much that you're walking us through this shelter. I wanted to ask you, have you seen any more people coming in as well, along with the donations? Are you seeing people who need shelter?
So we saw a person coming in on his bike maybe 10 minutes ago. We kind of thought that was going to be the last of it just because it is. It's getting like brutal out there. I mean, obviously, you saw the reports from Connor and all. Oh my God, look at this. It's even hard to open up the door. But you can see the wind and the rain coming in. Lots of people just coming in soaking wet with bags of blankets and things like that. So to see other residents wanting to know that people seeking shelter here are going to at least be a little bit more comfortable, that's the cool part of being here.
Val, I will say this, your very first hit you did from that location obviously touched a lot of hearts. I got texts from people who are like, oh my gosh, I can't believe those kids, they have something to do tonight because that's, when you have kids, you know this can be the worst part of it is what am I going to do?
With all that time.
Oh my gosh, it's hours and hours. And Val, I guess you lit it up earlier. People are having a great time there too, and it's safe.
Yeah, exactly. They were playing ball in the gym. And I will tell you, I think they're all tuckered out now because that's when the volunteer, he went inside. He made the announcement. It's time for bed. Those kids need some sleep. So if you want to talk to your spouse or whatnot, come outside into this area and you could still enjoy the time. But in that area next door over here, we're not allowed in right now. So I totally understand that.
Well, that's even better.
You
now the kids are worn out.
You're going to have cranky kids.
Yeah, right. Kids are worn out. They'll sleep well. I mean, this is perfect, Ray.
Yeah. Valerie, hopefully you don't tuck her out.
We even have games over here.
Do you? She's got everything.
I'll just kind of crawl up.
Valerie, thank you so much. We hope you don't tuck her out. We're appreciating your reports so much, giving us insight into what it's like to be in the shelter right now.
I'm telling you, I mean, the parents that I heard from, it's so funny because I remember doing that when you have kids. It's like, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? You can't, and pets.
You don't have
you
the
can't
TV.
Take the pets outside.
Exactly.
It's like, oh my gosh, there's so much to think about.
Under one roof, and you have to be.
And here we all are together.
Yes, yes. Well, we've talked a bit about the dangers of power equipment and wind. In this case, the Seminole County Fire Department says winds toppled a huge tree right onto someone's house. Tangled in there was electrical equipment that sparked a fire in the attic. We're told fire crews were able to knock the flames out fast. Thankfully, no one was hurt, and the Red Cross is working to find the family a new place to stay.
Seminole County also seeing big downpours, big gusts of wind right now. Now, we showed you Lake Monroe earlier as it was like pouring over the seawall there close to downtown.
And we could barely hear Fox 35's Marlisa Goldsmith because of that weather, because of that wind just whipping in that rain. She's now live in downtown Lake Mary. What are you seeing there, Marlisa? And hopefully we can hear you a little bit better because of this weather.
I sure hope so. We've changed our microphone situation for you, and the elements are just a little bit different now in downtown Lake Mary. Before you all came out here to us, I thought that we were getting a little bit of a break. Now the rain is picking back up here. We're getting an occasional gust of wind in downtown Lake Mary. You may be able to hear the rain picking up. But folks, I want to show you a much different scene here in downtown Lake Mary than when I was along the Riverwalk in Sanford. Do you notice something? Anything stick out to you? No one's here. It seems like the folks in this part of Seminole County are heeding the warning. Again, there is no curfew in effect for Seminole County right now, but people here in downtown Lake Mary seem to be getting the picture. No one has been out here for the time being that we've been positioned here in downtown Lake Mary. Power is still on. I am seeing an occasional car pass by, but you can see that the traffic lights are still working here. But the picture is a little bit different. As you mentioned, Ray, earlier, when I was in downtown Sanford, the rain was out of this world. The wind was almost blowing me away. I was getting text messages from people in the community telling me, if you're not getting the picture now, hopefully people will get the picture from the live shot that I was doing, because the gusts of wind were just that strong. Here in downtown Lake Mary, the wind is blowing a little bit. You can see the trees blowing. Power is on again, which is a good sign. And it's empty. So people seem to be at home, seem to be hunkering down, which is so important, because now that we've lost sunlight and we can expect flooding to happen, certain parts, certain areas in Seminole County you won't be able to see, which can create quite the dangerous situation, and that is what law enforcement is really worried about. And people that I've spoken with in the community, people who live here, are concerned about flooding. One gentleman I spoke with earlier, he said that he's probably the minority, while a lot of people are saying, oh, I've lived here 30 years, oh, I'm not really concerned about the hurricane. Once you've lived through one of them, you've lived through them all. He said that's not true, and he felt like he was the one that was most concerned in his family for obvious reasons. But again, here in downtown Lake Mary, conditions are much different than where I was stationed at Lake Monroe just a short time ago. But the rain is now picking back up. Again, an occasional gust of wind here, but people seem to be home, and that is good that they're getting the picture here. I'll go ahead and send things back into you in the studio.
All right, Marlisa, we do know the storms now are just starting to get into that area, some of the brighter bands of red and orange. What did you see between Sanford and Lake Mary? I assume everybody's gone.
Yes, the streets were clear, but I do have to tell you, I'm traveling along with photojournalist Jeremy Bias, and he was driving, so of course he had a picture of the rearview mirror, and he almost screamed because he saw something, and it was one of the transformers that had fallen, and he saw a spark light up across the street. So thankfully we had passed that, but you know, just things to be on alert if you are having to get on the roadways and travel.
It's incredible the difference that just a few miles makes.
It
with
is,
this hurricane that is so slow moving. Well, Marlisa, thank you and your photojournalist so much for the hard work you're doing out there, and stay safe.
All right. And also, just within the hour, the Volusia County Sheriff briefed his first responders about the kinds of tasks that they're going to be facing throughout the night.
Deputies and paramedics are gearing up to rescue those that are stranded in the water. That's a real concern.
I thank you all for being here. I mean, everybody's away from their family. This is going to be pretty nasty. According to the last update, from 2P to 2A is when we're going to get hit the most, 21 inches of rain. They're looking at winds, you know, up there in the 70s and 80s. So the number one important thing is you got to be safe. We can't help anybody if we decide to put ourselves out there and get hurt.
I'm very proud of you guys. You are truly the last line of defense. If something happens, no one else is going to be out there on the road. But that's the honor to be a deputy sheriff and go out there and take care of business. We're not going to let anybody get hurt, so thank you all.
Anybody stuck in an area that flash floods or starts having rising water where they no longer feel comfortable, their vehicle might be flooded, surrounded by quick-moving water or waste or head high water, they have small children, stuff like that, and they just no longer want to be there, and they call us for evac. That's what those vehicles are primarily for. But there are going to be situations, say there's still a live power line arcing in the water, we're not getting out of those vehicles. We can't help anybody, and if we encourage the public or they see us and we don't communicate that it's not safe for anybody to move, we could potentially have somebody jump off a roof or off a trailer and into water that's electrified. So they have to be able to also at some point say where we're at is where we need to be, and we'll move forward when it's safe to do so. It's a hard decision to make, but you dying trying to get them out doesn't save them, and it doesn't save you. And then you're no longer available with your training, experience, and equipment to go help other people.
Their hard work is just beginning.
Interesting. Yeah, there are a lot of crews out there tonight. And some of the areas that haven't seen much rain throughout the day today, now starting to get, you see the bright red coming our direction. Time to check in with the Fox 35 Storm Team again.
And what are you guys seeing, Jamie and Brooks?
Well, we're seeing a lot of wind, a lot of rain, big impacts coming to town. Want to update you here. I'm with Brooks Gardner right now. And Brooks has been kind of taking the radar angle, doing some analysis for us this evening.
Team coverage.
And I've got some team coverage here for you, the current wind gusts. So if you guys want to join me over here, I will update you right now as to what's going on with the current wind gusts. We've got this map here for you showing sustained winds now Orlando at 38 miles per hour. So right at the threshold of tropical storm force. We're just about there. Gusts have been over that at 49 miles per hour now. 29 on the sustained breeze at Sanford, 47 on the gusts. That away, a lot lighter for you guys up in the Gainesville area. Obviously with that track well to your south and east, your impacts have been more minimal compared to what's happening here in the gut of the state through the central peninsula. But you can see winds freshening up and circulation is on down south. Some of the pretty impactful gusts we have seen today. New Smyrna Beach at 74 miles per hour. Klondike Beach at 64. 61 reported Orlando. Space Coast Airport at 59. And in Sanford, y'all there saw in Seminole County at 53 miles per hour. Boy, we got some waggle to this camera here. The Hard Rock Hotel Daytona Beach cam. You can see the wind here pushing the rain up against the buildings. Looks like someone's got a pressure washer going on the other side there. Lights still on, and there is still power. Hard to depict if that's going to last much longer, but we're doing A-OK, so hopefully we hold steady there. But boy, it has been blasted now for hours on end in coastal Volusia County here on the Hard Rock Hotel cam. Look at power outages now. You can see around Orlando as you get into, looks like the Volusia County area, 20,000 according to our maps here. As you get down into Osceola County, 3,500 without power, then closer to Tampa, those numbers really increase to hundreds of thousands without power at this very moment. So we've got our eyes on that for you at this time. And the outlook now as far as the storm track is concerned brings us up toward Orlando, Category 1 status. Current winds now at 100, north-northeast movement at 8. So it's moving very slowly. And the concern is that not only do we see the battering winds, but also the flood potential that looks a little bit more likely. I hate to say that, but we call it as we see it, right? 100% transparency. That is going to be one of the main threats that we find on this track, and all that rain dispatching here from the base of the heavy dense cloud cover on top. And our future modeling here, our future radar depicts very active skies with rain bands moving in and out of the area. We were just looking at some forecast models behind the scenes here in the storm center, and it looks like the tornadic risk will gradually ease up as we head toward the wee early morning hours of Thursday. So that itself is some very welcomed and great news. We like to see that, but the heavy rain threat does continue here at this very hour. Want to head on over toward Brooks now over here, doing some live tracking in the Fox 35 Storm Center for us. And Brooks, you are very concerned. We're both very concerned about a front that's stalled out over the north central peninsula and the interaction with this very tropical air mass, the current winds. I mean, there are a lot of wheels in motion, a lot of cooks in the kitchen, so to speak. Take our viewers to what you're seeing there on the analysis.
So this is like a brick wall in the atmosphere where a ton of moisture is going to be flung to the northwest, and it hits this wall and it can't go anywhere, so it gets wrung out in the form of very heavy rain. We've got a stationary front located from roughly Tampa Bay up through Jacksonville. It's essentially a cold front that this hurricane is bringing south. It's some drier air, and so the tropical moisture really can't get past it, and so this front is now interacting with Cat 2, Ian, as Ian works northward, and in doing so, all of the moisture being pushed off to the northwest is stopped in its tracks. And that's why we're getting such a heavy swath of rain right now from Tampa straight through Orlando, away from the core of the hurricane. So this is like extra rain beyond what was going to be in the forecast for almost the entirety of the precipitation. You know, we were forecasting, and still are, anywhere between about 12 and as many as 20 inches plus of rain for storm totals by tomorrow afternoon. And indeed, zooming into this core, we got all the heavy rain here happening right now due to what I just explained to you with that southeast flow bumping up against the front. So we know that. But then this core right here is extremely heavy rain, and that's associated directly with the center of Ian. Ian is located roughly near the Sebring area of Highlands County, and it's drifting northeast, doing about 8 miles an hour, and it'll get here probably close to Seminole County or maybe Volusia County tomorrow afternoon. So it's going to continue to slow down. It's doing a real slow crawl. In other words, it's going to take the better part of 12 hours for this to get through here, which is where we are. And that's why our rain totals could be so high. All right, finally, I'd like to show you this. We're going to talk about the velocity is happening in here. This is a way to detect how fast the raindrops are falling to determine how fast the wind is blowing, because of course we're seeing huge gusts out there around the region. Polk County, about 72 miles per hour in some of those wind gusts. And as far as areas a little bit closer toward our viewing area, there's Orlando. Let's sample some of these wind gusts. About 50 miles an hour near Kissimmee, about 48 miles an hour near Mascot. In Orlando, about 22 miles per hour. And bottom line is that these gusts may be somewhat irregular, but they're going to become increasing in their frequency as the night goes on. So it might be one gust every 15 minutes now, but around 1 to 5 o'clock when this core rolls through, we're going to see gusts like that maybe every minute or every 5 minutes. And that'll be the stuff that unfortunately can take down trees, because a lot of the tree systems, a lot of the roots in there, well, the roots have been weakened because of all of that. It's become mud, basically. So the roots don't have anything to really grab into, so the wind blows and it can just knock them all over. And the problem is that, let me rephrase that, I just said knock them all over. Knock some trees over, especially the older ones that are a bit more weak and maybe have some root rot and other issues. The healthy trees will be okay. But the point is that some trees will fall, and that will just exacerbate the power outage issues and unfortunately extend them. By the way, if you have power now and you're watching us, but maybe overnight you lose power and you're still watching the coverage and you need to know what's going on in your area, don't forget our Fox 35 Storm Team app has the live video feature. So as long as you have cell phone service, you can watch us live just like we're on TV. I think that the delay is like 6 seconds or something like that. So it's basically real time. At least on my phone it's 6. On my wife's phone it's like 2-second delay. So it's basically like watching TV. I've got a slower phone. I need to upgrade. But anyway, this stuff right here moving out of Avon Park and Sebring is the business end of this hurricane, and it is not slowing down. Jamie?
Well, we know you're a great husband. You get your wife the best technology. Good for you, Brooks.
She's got the better one.
Hey, you know what, Brooks? As a weather person, me and you and Ian and Brittany and Allison, we're kind of, we're in studio. We're providing coverage for our community, keeping all safe. But sometimes we want to see what's going on. And we took a peek out on the weather deck, and boy, was it howling out here in Seminole County.
Kind of took us by surprise.
Sideways, the big pines here that have been growing freely for a couple, 2-3 decades out back here, just going back and forth. So the winds are coming and the rain is a coming. So, and we're here tracking, and that's what we're going to be doing along here in the Fox 35 Storm Center for you. Myself and Brooks and Ian's behind the scenes now, ginning up some new graphics. We're getting some more information. We're going to update our county by county maps for you, because things have changed. So we're going to freshen up the wind outlook for you and the outlook for rainfall. That's all for now from the Storm Center. Keep it here. We'll keep you up to date as always. That is our commitment to all of you. Keeping you safe is our top priority. Back to you for now.
And if you're just joining us, welcome into our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian as it makes its way towards Central Florida. We're getting strong winds and rain already across our area.
Yeah, strong winds, a big concern, especially because they can take down the huge trees all over Central Florida. One of them came down right on someone's house in Belle Isle. And I just got a report from somebody in the Conway area saying they're seeing it really bad in that area
trees
right
everywhere.
Now. Trees down, limbs down, coming down pretty strong is what a couple of people have told me. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger is surveying the damage tonight.
The wind and rain has really picked up here. We've been checking in with this wind speed meter, and the wind has really not dipped below 10 miles per hour for a while now. It'll hover just below and then go straight back up, and that's what's leading to things like this area. You can see this tree fell straight over this home here in Belle Isle. So it landed over the kitchen and the garage area. Fortunately, everyone inside is doing just fine. They are a-okay. They're actually still wandering around in there, and they do still have power for now. What is concerning, though, is that there is another portion of a tree, or another tree that is leaning very heavily. We talked with an arborist who lives in this neighborhood who says with the amount of rain that's coming down, drenching that tree and making its limbs heavy. You can see how the wind is pushing it, and it is just leaning so far over that arborist is expecting that tree is likely to come down directly over the road, probably sometime tonight, he told us. Now, fortunately, there are 2 exits to this neighborhood, so even if the tree does block the road, people will still be able to get out. But you see that that branch right in the driveway there, pretty large. We've seen branches of that size all over the neighborhood. A pretty big one actually hit our car as we were driving back over here just a few moments ago. This neighborhood is just getting pelted, and it is not seeming like it's going to stop anytime soon. In fact, it has only been getting worse the entire time we have been here. So we are going to be checking in. We did earlier see some sparks coming from a power line. If you want to look over here, we can show you that there are trees hanging over power lines in a lot of different areas in this neighborhood. Now, those sparks seem to be from a palm frond hitting one of those lines repeatedly, but when we checked, it was just kind of slapping it, and we didn't see those sparks again, so we're hoping that that is going to be okay. We didn't see any likelihood of a fire there, so we're hoping that that remains the case. We also did see a neighborhood just about a half mile away where that entire area is without power. It was pitch black, and there are lots of trees whipping around just like there are here, so that was difficult to get through. We had to evacuate the area just because it didn't feel safe with the number of trees and the low visibility. Right now, there is some ponding happening in the area. We saw one street around here that was starting to flood just a little bit, but for the most part, flooding concerns don't seem to be the biggest issue. It's mostly going to be down trees, which we have seen this one large one and several large branches in this area. In Bel Air, Marie Edinger, Fox 35 News.
And we are seeing the winds pick up all across Central Florida at this hour. Fox 35's Deborah Cho joins us live from Daytona Beach.
We just lost Deborah just as we were going out to him, but that's what you can expect in these types of days like this when the weather is this wild. So we'll check back in her with just a little bit. Okay, our partners at Fox Weather also tracking power outages across the state, and you can see some of the numbers here right now. At this point, we have about 1.8 million, I believe is the last check. Yep, 1.8 million people without power across the state. Most are there in Lee County. That's followed by Collier County, but you can see 100% of DeSoto County now without power. Almost everyone in Charlotte County without power. 93% in Lee, 89% in Hardy, and 88% in Sarasota. While we leave this map up for a second, guys, we just got some of the updated power numbers here. And we have Volusia County has about 22,000 people out. Seminole County has about 21,000 at this point. Orange County, 29,000. Lake County has about 4,900 out, so they're not doing too bad right now. Polk County, 117,000 people without power, and that looks like about Brevard County has 7,500. So we're not seeing the big power outages yet. Osceola County, 3,600. We're not seeing the big numbers in Central Florida quite yet because we haven't gotten the bulk of those big winds at this point that could bring down some of those trees. So just be aware as the night goes on. We keep seeing, and Brooks and Jamie keeps telling us, at around 2 a.m. tonight, that's when we're really going to see these winds kick up, and that's when the outages could happen. And Luann, to me, that's the scariest part about these kind of storms.
Yeah.
When it's dark and you don't know what's going on out there, and that's when these storms roll through, power goes out, and you just don't know what's going on.
Yeah, Duke Energy is already saying about 80,000 customers of theirs are without power tonight, just in Central Florida. So, as you said, the winds are just picking up. We've seen gusts up to 74 miles per hour over in Daytona Beach. So as Ian gets closer to us, the winds are going to get stronger, and we're going to see more power outages.
And quite frankly, most of these outages we just talked about in Volusia, Osceola, Orange, Seminole County, those have all happened, really, I would say, in the past hour or two. We didn't have that many until just a couple of hours ago, and you can see why. Just since Luann was here about an hour ago, still you got that line right there where you can see it's drier down below, but boy, is it kicking up just above, and you can see Orlando now starting to get pounded a little bit.
Yeah, we're seeing some reds and yellows over Orlando. All right, well, a strong warning tonight from the Collier County Sheriff's Office. There's a mandatory curfew in place between 10 o'clock tonight and 6 o'clock in the morning. This is in the Naples area. Violation of this curfew is considered a second-degree misdemeanor. The Sheriff's Office says it is getting a significant number of calls from people who are trapped by water inside their homes. But officials say these calls have to just wait until all of that water recedes. They will only be responding to life-threatening medical emergencies.
Also got some new video from the Naples Fire Department showing jet skis driving up and down some of the flooded roads there. You can see there is a firefighter on the back of this particular one, so they're out there actually checking on people. The caption of the video says, "Sometimes we need a ride to the rescue."
Oh my gosh.
This is some brand new video just into our newsroom. Viewer Gabriel Taylor shot what looks like a tornado forming in Osceola County. He says the ominous funnel was spotted forming in the Deer Park area, which is right near Sapling Lane and where that meets Highway 192. He did not stick around, which is the smart thing to do. If you see anything like this, get somewhere safe fast.
Yeah, again, we were talking about these nighttime storms. That's another thing that scares me, is these things kick up in the night. And